place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush community, and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. Item 2, we will readopt the Board of Education rules and procedures. As stipulated in Series 9000, the board shall readopt its rules at the first regular board meeting of the year. Thus, may I hear a motion and a second for annual readoption of Board of Education rules and procedures, Series 9000?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Can we check for any public comment?
Yes, thank you, President Lopez. Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the readoption of the board rules and procedures. Can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas tardes, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
如果你係就呢一個校委會嘅規例啦，同埋呢個程序咧有任何公眾發言的話咧，你可以而家舉手。
Seeing none, President Lopez.
Thank you for checking. Are there any comments from board commissioners, student delegates, or Superintendent Matthews? And please, if I don't see folks on the screen, just go ahead and voice that.
I just to say I think we definitely should adopt the board rules and procedures today. I do just feel that we should maybe over the course of the next few months really re-examine them and really figure out if they are serving us in the best way possible and what other changes we might need to make to our meeting structure or other policies to kind of make sure we're doing everything we can to be transparent and inclusive of the public. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to say I agree with that process. I know we've been in situations where the rules that we have in place don't fit the board. And so I'm open to pursuing that as well, Commissioner Bogus. Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Student Delegate Lamb?
Yes.
Student Delegate Liang?
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Vice President Maliga?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
And President Lopez?
Yes.
7 ayes.
Great. Item 3, election of officers of the Board of Education. As a reminder to the board and the public, this type of election is by voice vote. A second is not needed for nominations, and it is permissible for a member nominated to vote for him or herself in this election. Board members, you will be voting by name if there is more than one nomination. If only one nomination, you will be voting by saying A or nay. Before I open nominations, I'd like to check for public comment.
Thank you, President Lopez. If you care to speak to the election of the president and the vice president of the Board of Education, please raise your hand at this time. And can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas tardes, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
各位好，若果你就住呢一個教委會嘅嗰個主席同埋副主席咧呢一個樣嘢想有公眾發言的話咧，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Thank you. Seeing one hand. Ms. Marshall?
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Happy New Year, everyone. I just want to thank President Lopez and Vice President Maliga for your leadership. And we'll look forward to whoever's elected tonight. On behalf of the Alliance of Black School Educators and the NAACP and the community, the African American community, we look forward to working with the new leaders. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay. I declare nominations are now open for the office of President of the Board of Education for the year 2022. Are there any nominations? I see Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Lamb.
I nominate Gabriela Lopez for president.
I nominate Vice President Balga Moliga.
Sorry. That was not for this.
If there are no further nominations for the office of president, I declare nominations closed. I will restate the names of the persons nominated and remind board members we will be voting by name if there's more than one nomination. Persons nominated are Commissioner Lopez and Commissioner Moliga. Mr. Steele, roll call on the nominations.
Thank you. Student Delegate Lamb,
Commissioner Lopez.
Student Delegate Liang,
Commissioner Lopez.
Commissioner Alexander,
Commissioner Lopez.
Commissioner Bogus,
Commissioner Maliga.
Commissioner Collins,
Commissioner Lopez.
Commissioner Lamb,
Commissioner Moliga.
Commissioner Moliga,
Commissioner myself.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Commissioner Lopez.
and President Lopez.
Also Commissioner Lopez.
4 ayes, for President Lopez.
Okay, thank you. All right, so for President of the Board of Education for 2022 will continue to be President Lopez. Now we'll be moving on to Vice President of the Board. Before I open nominations, I would also like to check for public comment in one moment.
Thank you. Public comment on the Vice President? Thank you. Yes, please raise your hand if you care to speak to public comment for the Vice President of the Board of Education, and can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas tardes, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público con relación a este rubro. Gracias.
如果就住咧嗰個副主席嘅選舉咧有任何嘅公眾發言的話咧，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Thank you.
That ate my Doritos.
If you are a panelist, please make sure you're muted. I see one hand for public comment, President Lopez. Hello, Brandy. Brandy, are you there? There's actually another hand. Hello, Cliff.
Yes, hi. This is Cliff Yee, a parent with a second grader at Macapa, and I just really want to appreciate the board, and if Commissioner Jenny Lamb would consider to be vice president, I just really wanted to say how I really admire her ability to exercise leadership over the past year during very complex times, and I really feel like she's someone who's been able to reach across amongst many different stakeholder groups and to really lean in and listen. And so I just wanted to share that. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you for checking. I declare nominations are now open for the office of Vice President of the Board of Education for the year 2022. Are there any nominations?
I have one.
Commissioner Collins and then Commissioner Alexander.
Oh. Commissioner Alexander can go first.
Oh, I was going to nominate Commissioner Moliga.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Alexander.
If there are no further nominations for the, oh, sorry, Commissioner Bogus. I got to,
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Lamb.
okay, I do believe there are no further nominations. Let me restate the names. Commissioner Moliga, Commissioner Alexander, and Commissioner Lamb.
May I make a statement before we vote? Or is there any discussion?
Yeah, well, give me,
President Lopez, we didn't have comments or statements on the previous vote, so I think we shouldn't, we should hold up what we did previously on the same vote.
I don't see why we can't have discussion if that's what the chair allows, and I don't think there's anything in our board rules that prevents us having discussion.
is Lilo, can you?
It's at the discretion of the chair.
Okay. And I apologize, I didn't hear there was comment for the previous one, but I am hearing there's comment for this nomination. So Commissioner Collins, you can share.
Thank you. I am very happy that President Lopez has been elected as the president. And I just wanted to say that I really appreciate your leadership and also the leadership of educators on the board who have been consistently supporting and advising our district and making sure that when we opened schools that we did so safely. I'm very concerned about having anyone be in a board leadership position that voted against safety measures earlier this year. And I believe there are several members of our board that have actively undermined or just have not been effective in implementing some of the safety measures that I and many community members and educators have been advocating for, which includes regular weekly testing, masks, and those types of things I think are very concerning to me as a parent. I'm a board member, but I'm also a mom. And I'm very worried about where we are right now with Omicron and things like that. And I know all of us are dealing with that. But these are very serious health and safety issues that make me concerned for my safety of the health and safety of my family. And I know other families and other educators are expressing those concerns. And I want to advocate strongly to my colleagues. We need to have leadership that reflects a knowledge of what's going on in the classroom. And we need to have leadership that is proactive and is not motivated by, that is not afraid to raise questions. And we need leadership that is willing to look forward and advocate for the health and safety of all of our students in our schools. And that includes weekly testing, ventilation. Those are things that all of the educators that are credentialed educators on this board have been advocating for from the beginning. And we've all advocated as well for opening schools, but doing it in a safe way. And right now we have some classrooms are half to a third full because parents are keeping their kids at home or teachers are at home sick from COVID, and it's hobbling our system. So I want to strongly advocate to my colleagues that whoever is on board leadership as a vice president as well is committed and shows a demonstrated track record of advocating for health and safety measures for our students and our educators who are currently advocating and have been advocating this beginning of this year and last year. There's no confusion on that. And additionally, I want to make sure that the people who are representing us as our board leadership are also advocates for equity and stand up for Black and Brown students when they are experiencing cyber harassment and bullying, and support our superintendent in doing that as well. And we have several board members on our board who have enabled some of the behavior that we're seeing with students being targeted by cyberbullying and hate speech. And they are actively trying to undermine the work of our equity equity audit team. And because the equity audit answers specifically to the board leadership, I want to make sure that our board leadership is committed to that work. And so the person who is a vice president and president should also be committed to the equity audit. And there are 3 board members who voted against that. So I would, that's why I strongly support Matt Alexander for vice president. And I would also be open to any other, Mark Sanchez or myself in that role. But ultimately, I feel like we need leadership that is committed to equity and courageous when it comes to addressing anti-Black racism, anti-Asian racism, and other cyberbullying, and is also an advocate for the health and safety of our children, our teachers, and our families. Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. Are there any other comments on this item from board members and those attending virtually? Commissioner Bogus.
I was trying not to wait for you to turn your head this time. I appreciate that. I would just say, I think the process of having discussion on the election of board officers is important and helpful. And I think having the people who are nominated have the opportunity to express to the public why they feel like they would be good for the position, I feel like is helpful and creates more transparency and understanding, and just and not necessarily putting the people nominated on the spot now to do that, as much as to say, I think maybe for future board practice to have that be a part of it and have people be prepared and come ready to kind of share that for the public, especially. Thank you.
And in echoing that, that's certainly an opportunity if those nominated wanted to share thoughts as well. Commissioner Alexander?
I'm grateful to Commissioner Collins for the nomination. I nominated Commissioner Moliga, and I'm going to be supporting him as I supported President Lopez in the presidency, because I think I have confidence in our current board leadership. I think my other colleagues, Commissioner Lamb and others, would be very capable and excellent in those roles as well. And I think in the future, others of us will have the opportunity to step into those roles. But I think in this moment, there's a lot of uncertainty. And I feel like we've achieved a good kind of working rhythm as a board over the last number of months with the 2 of you in leadership. And so that was my rationale in making the nomination, and also in supporting your strong leadership. And so that was why I nominated Commissioner Moliga, and I plan to be supporting him.
I'm sorry, President Lopez, may I just ask Commissioner Alexander for clarification? Are you accepting the nomination or rejecting it?
Is it, I have to accept it or reject it?
Well, if you're indicating that you would not accept it if voted, then you should indicate you're rejecting it now, so we can clarify the vote.
I guess I'm not asking for my colleagues' support. If my colleagues, I'm willing to serve. I don't want to say I'm not willing to serve. I am willing to serve, but I will be voting for Commissioner Moliga because for the reasons I stated.
Thank you.
Just process clarity, is this a majority of the board vote or whoever gets the majority of votes?
Yeah, great question. That was why I was asking Commissioner Alexander to clarify. It's a majority of the board. So to vote an elected officer in, a majority of the board must support it. So I don't believe we've ever had this where we have multiple nominations and one nominee didn't get a majority. So we'll have to discuss how you want to proceed if that should happen.
Thank you. I just want to thank Commissioner Bogus for the nomination. I'm honored to be nominated for Vice President and to continue the work that I've had the opportunity to work with my colleagues over the past 3 years. And we know that this is such a critical time for SF Unified, for public education, for our children. And as we navigate through these difficult times from COVID-19, health and safety of our students, educators, and staff, the supports that we know our school communities desperately need now and continuously. The education recovery and social emotional supports for our students, fiscal stability, and the hiring of our superintendent are just to name a few of our priorities for this year. And it's also, I want to name in an important time to have Asian American Pacific Islander women leadership at the school district. And I am also a parent. So I'd be humbled to have the support of my colleagues and your confidence in me. I think I've been able to continue to demonstrate my ability to be committed to engaging with our communities, with our students, and our ability to build confidence with our communities, as well as working with our staff. So I look forward to the continued opportunity to, again, work with our students, families, educators, and the broader San Francisco Unified community. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Seeing no other comments.
If I could comment, President Lopez.
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course.
Well, Happy New Year's, everyone, first and foremost. And I do want to say that, you know, tonight I came into this meeting with the intentions of, you know, serving as the next board president in terms of actually being prepared as the next board president. You know, working towards that goal since last year. And, you know, I recognize this, I don't feel entitled for the seat, you know, I don't feel like it's something that, you know, and so I respect the vote, and I'm going to support President Lopez, and I'm happy, you know, that, you know, we were able to land on that as a board. You know, I do disagree with that decision as a board. You know, I think that, you know, we're in a position today where, you know, leadership is important, and that, you know, having, you know, a change in leadership is good for our school district in terms of stability, and, you know, being able to kind of get us into a direction where, you know, we've been trying to get to, that we've been hearing from families in terms of, you know, school reopening, the well-being of folks, you know, us. And, you know, excuse me, I'm just kind of getting over this cold. And so, but I say all that, you know, just to say that I'm going to be supporting our president, but I don't agree with the direction that we went tonight with that vote. And so tonight, I also strongly, you know, I'm in a difficult situation right now in terms of, you know, this board leadership now that I've been nominated, you know, and I strongly believe that, you know, Commissioner Lamb is prepared, and she is very, you know, she has the relationships across the board to be able to serve as a leader, you know, within our school district, and especially with the amount of, like, you know, Asian attacks, and, you know, on the school board and also in the school district. I think, you know, these are the cries that the Asian community has been talking about in terms of, you know, Asian voices and parents not being heard. And she's also a parent in the school district, and she has a long history of, you know, experience and roots in San Francisco in terms of her her dedication to our community. And so I do strongly support, you know, her being in the leadership position. And so, as you all may see, I'm in a situation right now where it's difficult for me, you know. And so I do want to say that, you know, and I respect, you know, Commissioner Lamb, and also I want to just say thank you to Commissioner Matt Alexander for nominating me as well. And so, you know, I do trust that as a school board, we're going to be able to continue to move forward and doing what we've been doing all, you know, throughout the year, and, you know, getting things taken care of, and making sure that our kids and our staff are in good hands. So.
All right, I appreciate your comments. Want to make sure I check in with our student delegates as well, and any other commissioners. Yeah.
So I really appreciate the comments thus far from my colleagues. And, you know, this has been a really hard decision to make for leadership for our board. I've super appreciated over the last year, President Lopez, your leadership and your work, your dedication to all of our families and students and our staff. And Commissioner Maliga, you've been super strong as well in all of your work. And I'm dedicated to having continuity on our board. And this is not unprecedented. We've done it several times in the past. I'm older than everybody, but I lived through it. I was president 2 years in a row, and the vice president was served 2 years in a row in the 2000s. And it happened even earlier in the 2000s with Joe Wins. Commissioner Wins was president for 2 years in a row for continuity's sake. So we have strong leadership. I think we can move forward with that leadership, especially in the most unstable of times. So that's why I'm going to support Commissioner Maliga.
May I ask a question?
Sure, and then we'll be wrapping up to begin voting.
So I really appreciate Commissioner Bogus's comments about being able to hear from folks about how they view their leadership role. And I guess one question I would have for Commissioner Maliga is, you said that you were in kind of a difficult situation and you don't appreciate the way that the direction that the leadership is going, and yet you've been in a leadership role, and you said that you were kind of didn't agree with a decision, or maybe you didn't agree with the decision, and please help me, clarify if I'm wrong. That concerns me if in voting for you or considering you as a vice president, if you feel that President Lopez is a bad direction for our district. That concerns me, that you won't, work in alignment with her and support her in her role. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to clarify that if I misinterpreted that.
What I do want to say is I'm going to continue supporting whoever is our president. And like I committed to when I was elected as the VP last year, when Commissioner Collins had to step down, that I was going to support President Lopez 100%, and I'm going to continue doing the same thing, And so what I want to make clear is I'm not in support of, the vote tonight in terms of our process in reelecting, President Lopez back to the presidency role. I think that, I personally am qualified, which is why I said earlier, there wasn't really an opportunity for us to be able to talk about the current vote, right? And so, but President Lopez is now our president, and I am going to continue doing what I did before in terms of respecting her and supporting her the way I did, and I continue doing that. And I committed to that throughout the whole entire school year.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone for your comments. I want to remind board members you will be voting by name since there are more than one nomination. The persons nominated are Commissioner Maliga, Commissioner Alexander, and Commissioner Lamb. Mr. Steele, roll call on the nominations.
Thank you, President Lopez. Student Delegate Lamb.
Commissioner Lamb.
Student Delegate Liang.
Commissioner Lamb.
Commissioner Alexander.
Commissioner Maliga.
Commissioner Bogus.
Commissioner Lamb.
Commissioner Collins.
Commissioner Alexander.
Commissioner Lamb.
Commissioner Lamb.
Vice President Maliga, or excuse me, Commissioner Maliga.
Commissioner Maliga.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Commissioner Maliga.
President Lopez.
Commissioner Lamb.
So we have 3 votes for Commissioner Lamb, 3 votes for Commissioner Maliga, 1 vote for Commissioner Alexander. You got 4. Oh, wait. That's right? Yeah, okay. Yes. So again, just to repeat that, 3 votes for Commissioner Lamb, 3 for Commissioner Maliga, 1 for Commissioner Alexander.
So, hey, Judson.
Yes, sir.
So, well, actually, let me just say this. So if that's the case, then, you know, again, for me, it's really important that, you know, we have an Asian, I'm PI, Pacific Islander, right? But that we have an Asian representation, you know, in our leadership role. And also, you know, like I'm well aware of the skills and the talent that Commissioner Lamb brings to the table, right? And I have a lot of 100% confidence in her ability to get the job done. And I just trust that she'll be able to work across the lines to be able to make sure those are happening. And although I want to say, you know, I am nominated and I appreciate it, I will step back and redraw my vote and support my colleague, Commissioner Lamb, so that she serves as the next vice president for our school board.
Is that following the board policy to be able to revote after you've heard everybody's votes?
So at this point, you don't have in your policy or your rule and procedure, to be more precise, any procedure for like ranked choice voting. So what I would suggest is that what I'm hearing Commissioner Maliga say is that he's withdrawing and not accepting the nomination. So I would suggest a second roll call vote with only Commissioner Lamb and Alexander as the potential nominees.
I'm
Okay.
confused.
So Commissioner Maliga has just shared he is rejecting the nomination for vice president. And that means we will revote with the commissioners who have been nominated, which are Commissioner Alexander and Commissioner Lamb. Okay.
In that case, may I say something? I'd like to withdraw my nomination as well then and support Commissioner Lamb, since it's clear that I think she'd do a fantastic job, most importantly. But I think we should have her be our vice president.
Okay, so Commissioner Alexander has also rejected the nomination for vice president. We will do a roll call vote for Commissioner Lamb for vice president.
For Commissioner Lamb for vice president. Student Delegate Lamb.
Yes.
Student Delegate Liang.
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus.
Yes.
Commissioner Collins.
No.
Commissioner Lamb.
Yes.
Commissioner Maliga.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
President Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. That's 6 ayes. Congratulations.
Okay, so Commissioner Lamb has been elected vice president of the Board of Education for 2022. And that might mean you get to shift seats since we're back in person. But all right, we are continuing on with our agenda under Section B, Item 4, approval of board minutes of the regular meeting of December 14th, 2021. I need a motion and a second.
So moved?
Second.
Are there any corrections? Seeing none. Roll call vote.
Student Delegate Lamb,
Yes.
Student Delegate Liang,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
You can step back and make a gracious speech on that.
Vice President Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Maliga,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
and President Lopez.
Yes.
7 ayes.
Okay.
Before we go on, just a reminder, if you are a panelist, please make sure your mic is muted. Please make sure your mic is muted.
I was actually going to call on you, Dr. Matthews, for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Lopez. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to our families and community. I'd like to begin my remarks tonight by expressing my sincere gratitude for all that our staff, students, and families are doing to keep each other safe. I know this is an extremely challenging time for the community. San Francisco Unified continues to follow public health guidance, and health experts have reiterated that schools have remained low-risk settings for following proper safety protocols. If you are eligible and have not yet done so, please get your vaccination and your booster. Health officials have said that San Francisco's high rates of vaccinations and boosters are doing what we need them to do, which is prevent severe illness and disease. We will get through this together. On January 3rd, 2022, our district launched our new online human resources and business management platform, Empower SF. This marks an incredible milestone for the San Francisco Unified School District as we transition our district's human resources and business service processes, including payroll and time and attendance, into the 21st century. In the past week, we have seen exceptional adoption of the new system by all types of employees throughout San Francisco Unified. Our customer service engagement model has been performing at full speed and capacity, and we've seen a great deal of curiosity and empowerment with the new system. More than 5,000 employees have logged into Empower SF, including 35,000 total logins. And tomorrow, January 12th, the first paycheck from Empower SF will go out for classified employees. I would like to thank the many dedicated staff in our technology, human resources, and business services, along with our key implementation partners who have spent countless hours preparing for this high stakes and long-awaited implementation. The California Department of Education has released its 2020-2021 four-year cohort reports, which includes graduation rates. San Francisco Unified cohort graduation rate improved from 84.4% in 2016-17 to 88.3% in 2021. The graduation rate in 2016-17 is used as a baseline for comparison due to federal requirements that prompted changes to the calculation of the cohort graduation rate. Over the past decade, San Francisco Unified has developed and implemented systems to better identify and track the progress of students towards graduation, including the development of on-track, off-track measures for early intervention. San Francisco Unified has also implemented a portfolio of credit earning options for students so that if a student needs to make up a course, they can do so without falling further behind. The deadline to apply for school next year is coming up soon. It will be February 4th. If your child is entering kindergarten, middle school, or high school next year, you need to apply for a new school. Learn how to apply today at sfusd.edu/apply. If you need help with your application, please call 415-241-6085 or visit our Civic Center office at 555 Franklin Street or our new Bayview office at 1520 Oakdale Avenue, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. We have staff who speak English, Spanish, and Chinese who can help you enroll. I'd like to share some highlights tonight from our career technical education offerings and our work-based learning opportunities from last fall. Our career technical education offerings provide students with rigorous and robust offerings in preparation for college and career, spanning grades 9 through 12 and 13 high schools. Educators with industry experience and expertise representing 47 individual pathways and 12 unique industry sectors offer rigorous academic courses and project-based learning. This encourages students to apply their academic learning to solve real-world problems and design solutions. Student assessment comes in the form of deeper community and industry partnerships where students apply their learning through collaboration, academic discourse, and hands-on projects. Last fall, the work-based learning team collaborated with industry partners to provide authentic learning experiences for our high school interns. Finally, SFUSD schools and offices will close on Monday, January 17th in observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day. School sites will be closed also on Monday, January 31st and Tuesday, February 1st in observance of Lunar New Year. President Lopez, that concludes my remarks for this evening.
Okay, thank you. I'd now like to open it up for our student delegates report, Student Delegate Lam and Liang.
Yes, thank you, President Lopez. Happy New Year's, everyone. First, the SAC has officially transitioned over to the Board of Education office. We want to take some time to thank Aaron and Georgia and other staff who have supported us over the past 6 months, helping us keep the Student Advisory Council running. Though we are excited to be transitioning under the Board of Education, we are so grateful for all that you have done for us. And I'll pass it over to Joanna.
Thank you, Agnes. Next, we want to recognize the rise in COVID cases over the last few weeks, and we want to give you an update on what the Student Advisory Council has done to uplift the voices of our peers. On January 6th, 2022, the SAC created the Omicron Student Opinion Survey to gather youth ideas on district-wide initiatives to respond to the surge in COVID-19 cases in our schools and better understand how safe students felt in their learning environments. As of 11 a.m. on January 9th, we accumulated over 3,250 responses from high schools and middle schools. And we are still looking to verify our final statistics from the form, but at a first glance, many students voiced their concerns with COVID safety protocols, citing that they were not enough to keep them safe in schools during this recent surge. We see some of this reflected in our classrooms with an increase of teacher and student absences, students even reporting that classes are half empty. And with many from central office sent out to serve as substitutes, we know that we cannot persist if these conditions maintain, and we need to make some serious changes so that we can maintain an environment where students can continue to learn. Tonight, Agnes and I will be advocating for more communication in terms of COVID safety protocols, a hybrid option that's restricted to 2 weeks and is made open to students that have concerns living with those that are immunocompromised or in multi-generational households. We'll be advocating for excused absences, a virtual option if these conditions persist longer than 2 weeks, transparency around resource distribution, better enforcement strategies for safety protocols, because many have been reporting that students are not masking and things of that sort, and much more. And so we're hoping that we can address some of these concerns in the item later today. I believe it's item H. With that, our next SAC meeting will be January 24th, 2022, and you may find the meeting information on the SFUSD website under the tab for advisory committees. Thank you, President Lopez. That concludes our student delegates report.
Thank you for your report and your words. I know we do look forward to hearing more from you when we hear from that item, which I will be moving up on our agenda. And I'll announce that in a moment. Item 7, recognitions and resolutions of commendation. There are none tonight. Item 8, recognizing all valuable employees. I'd like to call on Dr. Matthews.
Thank you, President Lopez. Our district is committed to helping our students explore career opportunities through hands-on learning. We're fortunate to have many industry partners who help our students learn in the community. In December, San Francisco Unified's Hospitality Career Pathway program toured the Fairmont Hotel to learn about hospitality and tourism in San Francisco. We invited KCBS Radio to come along. Here's a brief story they aired on the radio.
CBS about how local
You want to try to reset it? I mean,
Yeah, I apologize. I will try to open this back up. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I played it before too. Yeah.
why don't we set that up for our next meeting?
Apologies on that. We just tested it, so it just stuck.
Okay, we look forward to learning more at a later time. So I will be moving up section D, which is our advisory committee reports. And following section D will be section H, which is an update on safety and learning. I want to make sure that our volunteer parents get an opportunity to report at a reasonable hour, and then we will hear directly after that the update on safety and learning. So let's move to section D. Item 1 is the Parent Advisory Council. I'd like to call on Michelle Jacques Menegas.
Yes, thank you, President Lopez. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And congratulations, President Lopez and Vice President Lamb. Good evening, commissioners, student delegates, superintendent, staff, families, members of the community. My name is Michelle Jacques Menegas, and I am the coordinator for the Parent Advisory Council to the San Francisco Board of Education, also known as the PAC. And I'm joined this evening by PAC Chair Anna Mahina and our parliamentarian, Thyra McCandless, who will introduce themselves more as they present. The role of the PAC is to present parent perspectives in order to inform Board of Education policy discussions and decisions. This is our report for the January 11th, 2022 Board of Education meeting. The PAC would first like to take this opportunity to acknowledge that this has been a difficult week plus transition back to school. The parents, students, teachers, school site staff are all feeling overwhelmed. There are so many unknowns, and in times of uncertainty, we look to our leaders for guidance, for a plan, to assuage our fears, and to provide reassurance. As PAC members, we are seeing and hearing this firsthand from other parents, from our children's school site leaders, and as you've heard a little bit and we'll hear more soon, from the students themselves. Our students are providing leadership. We need to listen to them, to really hear what they're telling us, to respond to their concerns and our educators' concerns, to give serious consideration to their proposals and demands, and to honor our first core value of being student-centered. And I'll turn it over to Thyra.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm hoping that I can get through this also. It's been a pretty emotional week. So I'm the parliamentarian for the Parent Advisory Council, and I'm going to present this piece. I do have a public health degree, so I wanted in particular to present on this part of the report. Many parents don't feel safe sending their kids to school and are concerned that their kids aren't learning in the current environment of staffing shortages and fear of spreading COVID, as well as missed school and work for testing appointments, quarantine, and isolation. Some parents have asked for school site closures to allow time to stop the spread of COVID and give time for school staff to recover. Others desperately want and need schools to stay open and the before and after school programs too, because they need to work and they fear school site closures will result in additional learning and growth setbacks for their children. Everyone needs timely and accurate information in order to make the best informed decisions they can within their situation. But our email inboxes and news and social media feeds are full of conflicting messages. It's safe to return to school, but it's not safe to do other activities. Provide your child with a good mask, preferably an N95, but we can't provide them for students nor teachers, and most don't know what that means. Get tested, but no tests are available, and appointments take days. We're not closing schools, but we don't have enough staff to teach and support students appropriately. Returning to distance learning would be safer, but there's no money for that because the waiver expired, and more. The discrepancy between what is recommended, required, and what is being provided available is difficult to navigate and puts parents in a tough position. One that is even more challenging for families who are not native English speakers or who have low levels of social media interaction. We need clarity and action. Specifically, we are asking that the district provide suitable, appropriately sized KF94 or KN95 masks for children and KN95 for adults and teens, masks for all students and school site staff, appropriate COVID tests and a minimum antigen test for surveillance now and then ongoing to meet the need at all schools, and additional PPE and supplies, including hand sanitizer and other items as agreed upon per a previous collective bargaining agreement with UESF. These items are to be made available at school entrances where COVID screening takes place, as it did in the spring of 2020, and provided as needed to help keep students and school site staff safe and healthy, a top concern shared by the majority of PAC members and attendees at our meeting in January. We would also like to see rapid testing, which will show infectiousness at the time of the test, be conducted at all school sites with parental permission. This could greatly increase the testing that is done while removing the burden of purchasing, scheduling, and processing tests from families. And we have concerns that rather than running the schools with all the many and varied demands that presents, principals have to be contact tracers. We would like to see SFUSD partner with the San Francisco Department of Public Health to conduct rapid testing and contact tracing at school sites. Parents need school site administrators to attend to running schools. Parents need to be informed if students do not have teachers present and whether they can or should keep their children home to avoid further disruption to health, safety, and education. Now I'll turn it over to Anna.
Malolele, good evening. My name is Anna. I am the PAC chair. The PAC held our regular monthly meeting on Thursday, January 6, 2022. We were joined by several returning PAC members and by Hank Gamitro, Chief Search Associate with Hazard Young and Atea and Associates. The firm engaged to conduct SFUSD search for a new superintendent. Mr. Gamitro first shared with us that there will be an update at the January 25, 2022, at the regular Board of Education meeting on what the firm has heard via the survey that was recently sent out and the various listening sessions happening now, along with the proposed timeline for the process. Mr. Gamitro then asked PAC members and meeting attendees a series of questions. What is the major strength of the organization? Things that you are proud of and want to see or continue. What is working well for student learning? Are there any challenges or issues? And what characteristics are important for the superintendent's leadership style to be successful? Strengths, or things that we are proud of and want to see continue, include our SFUSD values. Although we acknowledge that they are not always followed through upon with fidelity, the openness and cooperation the PAC has experienced with certain district departments and accessibility at meetings, including American Sign Language and other language interpretation and closed captioning, the opportunity to observe and participate in online meetings, and the pre-pandemic childcare, an invaluable resource for in-person meetings. While not perfect, these services are vital and greatly support families to engage and participate in district-level meetings and decision-making spaces. Among the things that are working well for student learning are mental health services, including school social workers and supports for LGBTQ students, communication via the Zoom app for student transportation, the rollout of technology to students at the start of the pandemic, and continued online programs to support learning recovery, as well as regular emails from SFUSD with updates, information, deadlines, resources, etc. It may seem a lot, but currently more is better, and having it all in one place is helpful. Current challenges include the district's constrained financial situation, insufficient staffing of classroom, paraprofessionals and bilingual educators, and physical conditions of our schools, including ventilation, structural safety, and cleanliness, pest control. The PAC is particularly interested in getting more information on Williams complaints, how and where families can make them, and as well as reports that are received and how and well they are addressed. This is an equity issue and is an opportunity to elevate the voices of families who are not in those spaces like these meetings. Lastly, things that we feel are important qualities for our next superintendent include someone who has experience navigating through difficult personalities and perspectives, who can manage the school district and many department leads, while also being the bridge between educators and district staffs and the Board of Education and other local political interests, and who can lead us out of current financial crisis. We really like our current superintendent because he is a San Francisco native and alum of SFUSD, pardon me, who takes the time to be in spaces where we are in our advisory meetings, the schools, our kids' classrooms. And we strongly feel that the superintendent should not be subjected to outside political pressures, but who, when faced with opposition, can stand strong against it and stay student-centered. To families and educators and members of the community, if you have not yet responded to the superintendent search survey, we encourage you do so. It can be found by clicking on the square entitled Superintendent Search Survey on the right side of the district's main webpage, sfusd.edu. We also encourage that you stay engaged in this and its important endeavors, including planning happening at your school sites via the School Site Council, ELAC, or English Learner Advisory Committees and other meetings. Thank you for your time. I give it back to Michelle.
Thank you, Anna. Attending a PAC meeting is a good way to get involved and to get an idea of what it is that we do. Our next meeting will be held from 6 to 8 p.m. on Thursday, February 3rd, via Zoom. We will be joined by Sam Bass, Director of the SFUSD Arts Department, who will share an update on the district's Arts Master Plan. PAC meetings are open to the public. All are welcome to attend, and we encourage anyone who is interested to join us. Meetings are conducted in English. Translation and interpretation can be provided with sufficient advance notice. Meeting information can be found at sfusd.edu/PAC. Zoom links, information on how to dial in via telephone, and agendas are posted at least 72 hours prior to the meeting. If you are interested in attending a PAC meeting, would like to partner with the PAC, or have any questions or comments about this report or the PAC's work in general, please contact us at pac@sfusd.edu. This concludes our report. Thank you for this opportunity, and we welcome your questions or comments.
I appreciate that, and thank you again for your service. I will open it up to public comment before we hear from the board.
Thank you, President Lopez. Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the Parent Advisory Council report. Can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas tardes. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
如果你想就住 PAC 家長諮詢委員會嘅報告發表意見的話，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Thank you. Seeing 11 hands so far, President Lopez.
Okay, let's do a minute each.
Thank you. Hello, Susie.
Hi, my name is Susie Kameny, and I'm a teacher at West Portal, and I just want to say thank you to the families for helping support us teachers. I have filed a grievance to have KN95s given to all the teachers. This was part of the MOU TA signed months and months ago. We have not received them at my site or many sites. There are about 14 of us who across the district who filed this grievance. We had a meeting with labor relations and they hung up on us. This is disrespectful to all the educators in this district. We really need your help, families and parents and fellow teachers and educators. We need your help. Our schools are falling apart. We don't have enough subs. At my site, we don't have a librarian. I've been subbing today and I'm a STEAM teacher. We've had multiple central office people. We need your help, please, please, please.
Thank you. Hello, Violeta. Forgive me if I mispronounce.
Hi. Yes, my name is Violeta Garcia, and I'm a mother. My child attends SORA, and they have been missing school the last couple of days because the reasons that everyone have been staying. I really want to appreciate the comments from the student delegates. It was an amazing report, and I want to appreciate the comments of the PAC members. It's a very strong report. I think my question is related to, I'm honestly not very happy about this, what have been happening lately, the direction, the leadership of the superintendent. I need to say it directly because I don't think there have been so much transparency in all the actions and the things that the school that is missing is still to continue supporting teachers and students. I haven't heard enough
Thank
information
you. That's your time.
about mental health.
Hello, Alita.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So my name is Alita Fisher. I'm the advocacy chair for the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. And I would just like to lift up and echo so many of the points in the PAC report tonight. Not enough time to lift them all in 1 minute, of course, but the overview that was provided of what parents are feeling right now, the tensions, beautifully written. I think it captures what so many of us are feeling right now. Thank you so much for actually being able to capture that, PAC. We appreciate you, and we're always excited to work alongside you and advocate with you. Williams reports, Williams Act violations, another area where we absolutely wholeheartedly agree that there's work to be done. And we look forward to standing next to the PAC, working alongside you all shoulder to shoulder in continuing to increase transparency, information to families, in all accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Meredith.
Hi, thank you, Judson. This is Meredith Dodson with the San Francisco Parent Coalition, and also want to echo appreciation for the PAC and for this report and for their service to our parent and school community. I think, we understand we are hearing so many of the concerns and the fears out there, And we see that there was room for improvement with how we got our schools, how we returned from winter break could have been better. And we are in a pandemic, and we are, seeing the next surge of a different variant. And we have the highest, I don't know, one of the highest vaccination rates in the country, or the highest vaccination rate. And we have masks getting out to teachers. We have test kits getting out to kids and teachers. And we have all hands on deck right now. And we hear from the CDC, the California Department of Health, the California Teachers Association, our SFDPH, that schools are the best place for our kids to be. And so we're happy to hear that the district is still going to keep our kids in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Forgive me if I mispronounced, but it says Huang L, I believe. Huangl. Again, Huang L, Huangl, you can speak. One more time. All right, we'll come back to you. Hello, Grace.
Hi, yes. I work in public health and I'm a SFUSD parent. I'm co-signing on everything the PAC just shared. Frankly, I'm appalled at the district's negligence and lack of preparedness leading up to the Omicron surge. We have insufficient tests for families and staff. I know that 3,000 rapid tests are supposed to be deployed in the next 2 weeks. For 52,000 plus students, not mentioning staff, is completely insufficient and a drop in the bucket. Families are confused about when, where, how to take tests, and information is not up to date. So you have parents that are waiting in long lines and having sites shut down. There's no PPE for staff. There's no option for remote learning when classes have to quarantine. There's no contact tracing. I don't know why SFDPH representatives are not actively supporting school district right now and attending these meetings. And the city, DPH, and district leadership has been in a pattern of reactivity as opposed to proactive actions. And these measures were proposed in the roadmap to recovery resolution proposed back in the fall, but they were not followed. So the lack of preparedness communicates to families that the district doesn't really care about the health and well-being of the students, families, staff.
Hello, Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm a member of the CAC, but I'm speaking as a parent. And I just want to echo what the PAC has said, particularly the confusion around testing is all over. Everybody's confused. There's not enough. I don't know why the Department of Public Health is not meeting with our school board. I don't get that, but that's a different thing. I just want to say also contact tracing for principals and our wellness staff. They need help, and that should be coming from the city. I want to push back with this whole idea that schools are always the safest place for students. I'm hearing from people with medically fragile children that that is not the case. If we are lacking staff and we're lacking testing, it's not safe. And I think most people expected testing for every student before we came back from this break, and it didn't happen. And that confuses and drops confidence. And I don't want to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Cal.
Hello, this is Cal, and I am the historian for the SFUSD Student Advisory Council. Fyra really hit the nail on the head with everything that she said. Students and families do not feel safe, period. And as PAC coordinator Michelle said, the Student Advisory Council took the initiative to create a survey and write an open letter with our student demands because the district did not take action in the first week of school. Our main 7 demands are communication, an opt-in hybrid option, excused absences, a plan for virtual school should it become necessary, transparency surrounding resources, better safety protocol enforcement strategies, and required vaccinations. If you would like to read the letter in full, you can do so at tinyurl.com/SAC Omicron letter, and we would greatly appreciate any public comments of support. And thank you to the PAC for uplifting student voices at a time when we feel that the district is not doing so, and we're desperate to be heard. so that we can actually advocate for our own safety. This will be elaborated on in student public comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Elaine.
Hi, my name is Elaine Velasper and I work at the Filipino Community Center in the Excelsior District, but I'm also a parent at Longfellow Elementary School. In the past week, our school site has faced unprecedented absences due to COVID positive cases in homes or close contact exposures in the community or at our school. By Friday, January 17th, there were 100 students at our school site who were absent or sent home due to COVID concerns. I'm here to deliver a letter authored by several parents from our school, outlining concerns about COVID health and safety and what we need for safe and effective learning. We want to echo what the PAC has reported, and we need more transparency about our school's COVID situation, more access to testing, appropriate masks, and options for distance learning. I'll be emailing our letter of concern to the school board, and we hope that our concerns can be addressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Latoya? Sorry, go ahead, Latoya.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you all for your service. I appreciate everyone from the board to central office leadership to our site leadership. I do have a few questions. Before I get into my questions, I want to say I support the PAC and everything that they said tonight. I also support the Student Advisory Council and the comments that they made. I have about 6 questions. Number one, what is the number of air filters total at each site and the number of filters that have been replaced to date? It'd be nice to get weekly updates on that, as well as how many buildings, how many classrooms are in each building and how many air purifiers are in each classroom. Also, what type of brand of filters are being used? What is the exact disinfecting and sanitizing instructions to the custodians, and what products are being used? Also, at what frequency? 4, explain why distance learning is not an option for San Francisco Unified. I understand why most school districts are avoiding distance learning, and I applaud and appreciate the Hayward Unified School District and moving to a distance learning or at least a hybrid model for spring 2022. It's more important to me and I'm sure other people to have health and safety over keeping butts in seats. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Nicole.
Hi, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that I agree with the speakers that say that the schools are not the safest place to be. My son's school, every single day I get a thing saying that somebody was contagious at his school. I would like remote learning to be an option. We have vulnerable people that we care for, and we can't get them sick. And so right now my son is racking up unexcused absences, and it just doesn't, I understand schools need to be open and people need to have that option, but if it doesn't make sense to have my son there using resources when he could stay home and he works really well on his own. So that's important to me. And also we're looking at a COVID peak coming up at the end of the month, and that peak is based on people who get sick this week, next week, and the week after. That's the peak. And we're San Francisco, we know how to control this. And I think that allowing kids to stay home with excused absences is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Supriya.
Hi, this is Supriya Ray calling in. Thank you for taking my call. I have a child at Jefferson and also at APG. I wanted to call to express a different viewpoint than I feel is being expressed by many of the callers here. I also want to thank Ms. McCandless for recognizing that many parents very much want and need schools to remain open, including for their children's mental health. There is a very common refrain about safety here, where a lot of people think of safety and health only in terms of a direct COVID illness, but there are huge impacts to safety and health for children who have to stay in problematic home environments, and for children who, most children, frankly, who have a lot of trouble with behavioral problems and with depression and anxiety and so forth when they stay home. Those impacts, particularly under Omicron, which by all reports is less severe than prior variants, in my view, outweigh the dangers. I certainly understand people's fear And I would love to see people be able to get the masks and so forth that they would like to have to feel as safe as possible. But I think it's important to keep the larger view in mind here, that we know that remote schooling is terrible for most folks. And that safety and health is best for students in school, not out. Thank you.
Thank you. Annie?
Yeah,
Yes, you can go ahead.
okay. Thank you. I speak in Chinese. 我想問下，點解我哋係亞裔嘅弱勢群體，英語唔係我哋嘅第一語言，咁點解我哋係聽唔到有中文嘅翻譯俾我哋咧？我哋嘅家長係需要呢個中文翻譯。Thank you.
Hi, my name.
Hi. I want to ask, as Asian and Chinese, is English is not our first language. Why can't we have Chinese interpretation? Our families need Chinese interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we clarify and see if maybe repeating the number for Chinese translation for the public will be helpful?
Sure thing. Translation, could you repeat the number in Chinese and the instructions that we gave at the beginning for Chinese translation, please?
Sorry, Judson, can you also ask for Spanish? I did see there was a comment in the Q&A a little while ago that somebody wanted that information too.
Okay, translation, can we review? I'll put the slide up again and we'll redo the translation information for the public.
Buenas tardes. El Distrito Escolar Unificado de San Francisco ofrece servicios de interpretación en el idioma español. Si necesita interpretación por medio de Google Meet, por favor marque el siguiente número telefónico seguido de la clave de acceso. 1-319-382-9676. Clave 665-996-976, seguido de la tecla numeral. Repito, 1-319-382-9676, clave 665-996-976, seguido de la tecla numeral. Gracias. Cantonese interpreter, please. Thank you.
各位家長，若果需要中文翻譯的話咧，可以打熒光幕上面嘅電話號碼嘅，係一個 Google Meet 嘅電話號碼嚟嘅，係1484-854-3328，密碼係721-609-895井。我重複一次，廣東話翻譯請打以下呢一個 Google Meet 電話號碼1484-854-3328，打入之後咧，輸入密碼721-609-895井。唔該。
Thank you.
Are you ready for me, Judson?
I am. You can go ahead.
Hi, this is Carla Babadilla. I am on the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, but sorry, Judson, can you hear me now?
Yes, that was my apologies.
Sorry. I'm calling in as first and foremost a parent in the district. I have a high schooler and a graduate from 2 years ago. I'm also a para, so I'm an employee of the district. And I'm on a community advisory committee. So I really want to thank and show my gratitude for the parent advisory committee, for Michelle in particular, for all of those involved, and also for the student advisory committee, because this has been a very difficult week for all of us who have been in schools. And as a parent, I am not in my son's school, but I know what's going on there. And I would like to express how angry, frustrated, and disappointed I am in this district. While there is a group of parents who are very concerned about us being in person versus virtual, I think this is the time where we need to have a hybrid model for things such as this. There are teachers who are sick, there are no substitutes. When we talk about safety, we are not talking about COVID. We are talking about your child not having enough supervision in a classroom. We are asking for masks for students and teachers. We are asking for testing that is easy to understand and navigate. We are
Thank you,
asking
Carla. That's your time.
That's all we're asking for.
Thank you. Hello, Yvette.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say I also appreciate the PAC tonight. I appreciate the student delegates. I understand that there are many differing opinions about what is happening throughout our district right now. The idea that any of us can speak for any particular group, in particular a handpicked PAC, or just anybody speaking for all families is very dangerous. It's irresponsible, and honestly, it's disrespectful. There are a lot of families right now and educators who are back, who are feeling supported. Are they getting as much as they need? It's coming. From what we understand right now, everything is being organized. It's on the way. Could this have been done better? Absolutely. So I'd like to encourage the district leadership to better communicate, to really shore up for our families and our educators what's coming. Clarify the specifics with regards to COVID safety protocols, such as quarantining, testing requirements, what's coming, how fast it's going to get there. There seems to be confusion amongst families and site leaders. And I agree, they should not all be responsible for this, but I understand that there now is a contract where site leaders will get that support. This transition will be much easier if families and schools are clear on public health guidelines. I also call upon anyone who possibly can speak out from the public health side of it from SFDPH about this. This isn't just going to be about cases versus hospitalizations. This is going to be about making sure our families feel safe to come back because they are getting the proper information that's needed to make an.
Thank you. Hello, Shirin.
Yes. Thank you for PAC to express the concern of safety from students and parents. As a parent, I would like to promote a previous hybrid model learning, which including the remote learning and the in-person. Since the COVID case increasing and the hospitalization is also, the rate is also quite up to historical high, we concern that the students and parents should have the choice to choose whatever the learning style they want to keep student safety at home or to promote in-person learning. So I was very upset about the distance learning was canceled during the last 2 semesters, but now it's time to make a change and slow down to consider what is important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Josephine. Josephine?
Hello?
Yes.
等一下. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah, so I think PAC is doing a great job and I really appreciate all your work. You know, some of these things we are scrambling, but, you know, we are asking for a representation of Chinese community, translation, and thank you for, you know, working on the test kits. And I think it's very urgent that every child will have that antigen rapid test kits to be at their hands. So thank you, PAC.
Thank you. President Lopez, that concludes the public comment.
Actually,
Okay.
Judson?
Yes.
Sorry, I see MV Aluna has their hand raised.
Hi, I said it for 20 minutes and I do apologize for not stating that earlier, but I'm also recognizing that much of the public comments are on the item that is forthcoming. So it will have plenty of opportunity to continue to hear on this item. But I do want to open it up to the board and student delegates if you have questions or comments for the PAC. Again, understanding we will be hearing on this item soon after.
President Lopez, I wanted to make the suggestion that MV Aluna is a member of the PAC, so they
may want to make statements in line with their presentation. And I also want to recognize that I'm seeing a similar pattern of, you wanting to manage the agenda, but I just wanted to just share that.
Okay, thank you. Let's begin our discussion and then we will continue with the next item. Commissioners or student delegates, do you have any questions or comments on this item? And please, if I don't get to see your hand for virtual attendees, let it be known. Okay, I also want to note.
Student Delegate Lamb has her hands up.
Okay, Student Delegate Lamb.
Sorry, I had some trouble unmuting. Sorry, President Lopez, you can continue with the sentence that you were saying. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was actually only going to note that the PAC report will be uploaded onto board docs. I do want to double check with Judson to make sure that happens.
I'm in mid upload.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome, because actually that's something that I was going to bring up. I was wondering where it was, but awesome. I just want to say thank you to the PAC for their leadership, especially want to thank the PAC for being adult allies to the San Francisco Student Advisory Council, and thank you for uplifting that. I think we are definitely in alignment in where we are right now after this really difficult week. I especially want to thank the PAC's words around how confusing it is to figure out what exactly we need to be following on the day-to-day. And I think that's really where I want to hit more on in our next item or our next discussion. I especially want to lift up Fyra and her words. I think that, yeah, I mean, again, I just wanted to note that and then also note the thing about the board docs, but that seems to be settled. So thank you so much, PAC.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Make a comment?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say that I deeply appreciate the work of the PAC. I appreciate also the Student Advisory Council. Normally, you make, we don't get to discuss the introduction for the Student Advisory Council, but also deeply appreciate your words and your work. I do want to reinforce that for people saying that everything is fine, there is kind of a, that may be true for you personally, but I think overall, folks that are saying that are really misrepresenting what's actually going on, or they're misinformed, because this isn't just about schools. This is our country, this is our city, this is our district. This is impacting hospitals, it's impacting 911 availability, airlines, restaurants, small businesses, and city agencies. The impacts of the crisis are everywhere, and they're affecting all of us. And while this is not a time to be snipey, we do need to come together to address this crisis. And in order to do that, we can't do that if we're not willing to acknowledge the reality that we are facing. And so when students repeatedly and parents repeatedly and educators repeatedly state that they need regular testing, they need masks, and that many of them are scared, whether I think they should or shouldn't be scared, those are all personal decisions or personal experiences that people have. And I want to recognize and honor the families that have said that they are concerned, or I'm hearing from students too, that want to go to school. This is not about a binary argument about having schools be open or not. And I'm frustrated that this conversation tends to go into open or close. This is about honoring experience of families and students. And there are students that want desperately to be in school and are also scared. So my focus and our focus should be on alleviating those fears and making people feel safe. And the first step to that is listening to it and acknowledging it. And we can disagree on how to do that,
And I'm also not about having a one size fits all approach, and kids are going to need different things and families are going to need different things. And I want to respect that. And I'm telling you, my kids were in school all week and they wanted to be there and they were also worried. So I'm personally impacted. My kids are reflecting this. I'm a parent and my kids are telling me the same things that students are saying. So I know we're going to be addressing things as we move forward, but I really do appreciate, as I said, students and parents. And I also want to say this meeting is happening too late. I called for an emergency meeting before school started. We need to have opportunities as a community to talk about our concerns in a way that acknowledges people's fears and answers their questions. And we need to be able to do it in a way that we can plan ahead. And I apologize on behalf of the board. Other districts prepared better and maybe are communicating better. I want us to learn from them. And this is, I want us to be problem solving but we also, in order to fix things, we need to figure out what we're not doing, because this is not the first time that we're kind of behind the curve. And we did this with, air purifiers. So I just want to say, again, thank you for parents, all the parents that spoke. There's a lot of different perspectives and students. And I also want to encourage our board. We need to take more leadership. There's a lot of silence on our board, and we're not all going to agree, but the silence, I think, is really unacceptable. It's our job to listen to students and families and educators, and it's our job to help chart a course. And if we're just going to let staff make decisions and we're not going to chime in and we're not going to convene meetings and kind of, make decisions like other districts are doing, then we don't really serve any purpose. And I'm challenging my colleagues to make statements about what they think we should be doing differently so that we can fix this crisis. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay, any other comments on the Parent Advisory Council agenda item? And I am hearing none from our virtual attendees. Thank you to the PAC for your presentation. I look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Next is our Indian Education Program PAC presentation. I'd like to call on Jason Lasoya. And a reminder to the public, after this presentation, we will be hearing Section H.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. I'd first like to acknowledge the Ramatas Ohlone for allowing us to be here tonight. My name is Jason Lasoya, and I'm Tabasco from my mother's side on my grandfather's side. I am the program coordinator for the Indian Education, and I'm supporting the Indian education of their success and their concerns for the youth, families, and community. I have started 2021 in August, and I successfully had a high school internship, hosted community events, and had tutoring support for our youth in their struggles in education. Now, at this time, I would like to turn it over to the PAC.
Good evening. My name is Celeste Aguilar. I am PAC chairperson for Title VI Indian Education Program. I am Dinesh and Kiwa Pueblo. I have two sons that are at Pitt River Medici. One is a junior at Mission High School, and one is a third grader at Sanchez Elementary. The Indian Education Program Title VI supports the unique educational and culturally related academic needs of American Indian and Alaskan Native students in the San Francisco Unified School District. The Parent Advisory Council is a group of parents and teachers that help determine the Indian Education Program's goals and advises on the distribution of funds for the program services that will be provided. The PAC elects new representatives each year. Parent Advisory Council PAC current. Chairperson Celeste Aguilar. Secretary Shama Din interim. Student Representative Lucian Aguilar. Teacher Representative to be determined. Parent Representative Judy Aguilar and Patrick Roanhorse. Indian Education Program Staff Coordinator, Jason Lozoya. Mentor, tutor, support, Lucas Aguilar, and Supervisor, Helen Pettifor. These are the items that are important to our history. 1879, Carlisle Indian School. 1924, Indian Citizenship Act. 1950, termination debate continues to threaten Indian-run schools. 1968, Indian Civil Rights Act. 1972, the Indian Education Act. 1998, President Clinton's executive order. 2011, President Obama signed an executive order for the creation of an interagency work group. 2017, American Indian Cultural Center established here in San Francisco. 2018, the first 2 American Indian congresswomen elected, Deb Haaland, New Mexico, and Therese Davis, Kansas. 2019, May 5th, designated as San Francisco City and County Day of Missing Murdered Indigenous Women Awareness Day. 2020, Columbus Statue Removal, Coit Tower. 2020, American Indian Cultural District established. 2021, Deb Haaland, first American Indian woman appointed to be the 54th United States Secretary of the Interior. 2021, Charles F. Chuck Stamps III unanimously approved by the U.S. Senate as 19th Director of the National Park Service.
Hi, my name is Lily Dean. I'm a senior at Ruthasalo School of the Arts and a member of Pitt River Nation. The socioeconomic challenges to educational success include trauma layered with historical trauma, such as missing and murdered Indigenous women, the mistrust of government with broken treaties and broken promises, as well as the Board of Education reversing the decision to remove murals at Washington High School. Internal identity struggles, cultural appropriation, racial misidentification and stereotyping, loss of Indigenous languages. Educational barriers, we have the lowest graduation rates nationwide. Economic barriers, American Indians are 17 times more likely to be unhoused in San Francisco, and we have the highest unemployment rate of all races in San Francisco. Our successes, SFUSD adoption of resolution number 211-26A1, reclaiming the American Indian and Alaska Native narrative, maintaining multimedia, Dene, and Lakota language libraries, increased teacher involvement with 3 Native American teachers, provided paid Indian education summer internships, Indian education and humanities collaborated on redesigning the social studies and history curriculum and COVID needs assessment of the community. Hello, my name is Miley Dean. I'm a junior at Ruthasalo School of the Arts and also a member of Pitt River Nation. The Indian Education Program has achieved numerous successes over the past year, including the Native Youth Empowerment Conference at UC Davis, Parent Advisory Council meetings, cultural nights, our end of semester celebration at Friendship House, and the first Native American Heritage Summit, which took place last month on December 1st. My sister Lily and I developed the summit for Ruthasalo Soda, and we were supported by many organizations in San Francisco, including the Indian Education Program, Friendship House, Native American Health Center, American Indian Cultural District, American Indian Cultural Center, and California Consortium for Urban Indian Health. All academic programming for the day was focused on 17 workshops, educating the student body of 800 on Native American history, culture, and heritage, past and present. On a personal note, I am so proud of the summit that we put together on Sarasota last month. This effort had to be done by students in order for the event to take place. The community's response was amazing and illustrates the need for this type of educational experience. Our hope is that it can be replicated at every high school in the district.
This next slide, good evening. My name is Michelle Anton. I'm a consultant with the Indian Education Program. I also work for the Native American Health Center. And this next slide illustrates some of our 2021 graduates. This is the highlight of our work. We are super excited when we have this event that we have every end of the school year, Wisdom Moving Forward. It highlights our graduates and all of our students. And as mentioned earlier, we have the highest rate dropout rate. And so you can imagine how exciting and how proud we are of our students when they reach this goal. We also, as we always do in our culture, is honor our elders. And there's a picture here of some of our elders who have been most supportive for our students throughout their academic adventures. And so we look forward to seeing what these students will do next.
Good evening. My name is Shauna Dean. I'm PAC Secretary and parent of a junior and a senior at Lucas Valley School of the Arts, both representing the Pitt River Tribe. Among the Indian education program's top priorities under curriculum and instruction are requiring a California Native American culture unit in the district's 4th grade curriculum to replace the mission unit. This unit is currently in development through collaboration between the Indian Ed PAC, the Social Studies, Humanities, Ethnic Studies team, and cultural bearers in the California Native American Indian community. This was to be completed by our current school year 2021-22. We've experienced delays due to COVID-19, however. In addition, requiring the collaboration and creation of a land-based curriculum that is interwoven into K-8 history and social studies curriculum. In human resources, the active recruitment, hiring, and retention of Native American and Alaskan Native teachers, and especially California Indian teachers. In academic and social emotional support, the immediate support of Native American students who are severely, especially as a result of learning loss via distance learning. The immediate commitment to increase and sustain the Indian education program staffing for academic, after-school, and cultural enrichment programs. And in policy and operations, providing advocacy for school selection and placement for Native American students, requiring the accurate identification procedures of American Indian and Alaska Native students by the Educational Placement Center, require the EPC to provide 506 forms to American Indian and Alaska Native families during the application process, collect and submit those completed forms to the Indian education program, and then the EPC is to track and follow up the intake of those forms with Indian Ed, ensuring their receipt. In addition, the EPC report to identify the number of 506 forms processed by the EPC. Lastly, SFUSD Board of Ed should provide an update and annual review on the progress of the 19 items listed in the resolution. Our ongoing areas of focus are the commitment of SFUSD's Indian Education Coordinator as an advocate for students and families at the city and county level, helping American Indian and Alaska Native students and families connect with district, school, and community resources to support their K-12 academic success, attending and supporting students and families at IEP meetings, tutoring with drop-in hours and access to the Sanchez Elementary Food Bank, which is provided at the Indian Education Center, which also features a library of culturally relevant books as well as computers for student use. Cultural nights, which have included instruction in eating, basket weaving, and sewing projects. We are proud of our ongoing collaboration with multiple Indigenous and Native organizations. This collaboration is integral to supporting our students and their families. It takes a village. COVID-19 support, including technology and computer distribution, referral for food and medical support, PPE support, TPH coordination, as well as interdepartmental collaboration, and the coordination with city departments such as the Human Rights Commission and the American Indian Cultural District. Our current highlights include progress in the creation of a language fluency assessment for Native American youth to assess their traditional language proficiency in order to meet the foreign language requirement for high school graduation. Inclusion of the California Indian ABCs book for kindergarten curriculum, our ongoing collaboration with the humanities team, consultation by the district's operations and policy team regarding the new Mission Bay K-5 school, teaming up with schools on presentations, and funding from the mayor's office to provide additional support for staff and programs specific to American Indian and Alaska Native students.
Lastly, this slide shows that we have approximately 755 American Indian, Alaska Native students in the San Francisco Unified School District. These students represent about 40 different tribes listed here. I'll just go read off a few of them. The Blackfoot Nation, Cherokee Nation, Cheyenne River Sioux, Lakota, Comanche, Pit River Nation, Pima, Standing Rock Sioux, Tohono Nation, Yaqui, and Zuni, to name a few. As always, we like to invite you to our end of the year celebration, our Wisdom Moving Forward event, which will be held on Saturday, June 4th, between 12 and 4 p.m. here at Sanchez Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, PAC youth representatives, for speaking tonight. Yes, again, Native American and Alaska Natives are the lowest rate, 24% of graduating, which includes charter schools. 7 out of 29 has only graduated. That means 22 has not walked the threshold or received a diploma or GED. Indian education serves all natives in the Bay Area. My priority is to see all seniors graduate. By doing this, I will narrow down where all the seniors are at their high school, get them tutors, and see who is falling behind and needs that support. And being present at their IEP to set them on the right path. I'm hoping the youth can get that same support at the schools, their teachers, and their counselors. The PAC has also attached the resolution of these items. So if this is successful, we will have students graduate from SFUSD. I appreciate the time you took for us and look forward to meeting with you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and I do look forward to our discussion. Before we begin, I'd like to open it up to public comment.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the Indian Ed PAC report. Can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas noches, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
如果你想對印第安人家長諮詢委員會嘅報告發表意見咧，你而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Thank you. I have about 10 hands so far.
Okay, we'll do a minute each, no more than 20.
Thank you. Keep track of 20 minutes. Alita?
Hello, everyone. On behalf of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, we would like to commend the PAC and the Indian Education leadership team for this report. We appreciate your advocacy, and we would like to highlight the top priorities listed in the slides and echo the calls for additional academic, social, emotional support, as well as naming the history of the Native American culture in curriculum and instruction, and making sure that all students experience at least somewhat of the Native American culture in our curriculum and in our schools. If we don't name it, we don't learn about it. And so making sure that's true for Native American history, it's true for disability rights, it's true for all cultures. So making sure that we actually talk about it and learn about it is critically important, and that our students have all the supports they need. Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Marshall.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Still. To the PAC, the Indian Ed PAC tonight, and I want to welcome the new Indian Ed director. I just retired from A&E, so I'm very familiar with the program. I want to thank you. This was a phenomenal presentation. It was historical. You walked us through the history. Then you told us what you needed. And then the student delegates presented, and they told us about their what the program they had this about a month or so at the end of the semester. So you told us what you needed, and I recommend to the board to follow everything on this on your recommendations and just implement it. And in my culture in Swahili, we say "Ashe," Hay. I do not know how to say thank you in internet. And I hope that you'll teach me that for your next presentation. But it was phenomenal. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Josephine.
Yes, I just want to offer compliment that this is amazing because I think every group needs to feel belonging, and Indian American definitely have a great place in our school district, and I encourage you to keep that tradition and bring it forward and then tell everyone, every community needs to hear about you, learn about you. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. I'd like to defer to Anna. I'll speak after her if that's all right.
Sure thing. Go ahead,
Thank
Anna.
you.
Thank you, Judson. That was a great presentation, great history report. And I'm speaking as a parent and another Indigenous from the MAC chair. I would like to say, we know the struggle and I support and would like to support you even more as we align our advisories. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to Jason and to the Indian Med PAC. I really want to appreciate you for your presentation, for the work that you're all doing. It's an honor to work alongside Jason and Helen and others, and I hope that we can continue to align our work. And please, if there's things that our PAC can do to help support you, I hope you'll let us know. And I really encourage the district and the board to take these requests seriously and to really look at what they're asking for and to honor that, to uphold this and to do what's right by our Indigenous students and families. Thank you again so much.
Thank you. Em, go ahead.
Can you give me 1 second because I have my kid? Can you go on the next and I'll be the next? Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Forgive me if I mispronounce. It's T. Dellou, Delloue.
Hi, that was a very long time ago hand. I don't know how it got re-popped up, so
Oh.
I apologize. But I do appreciate the work of this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also have a caller with the 916 area code, 680 are the next 3 digits. 916 area code, you can go ahead. Caller with the 916 area code, are you there? Okay, M? Circling back to you, M. I could keep going if you're not ready as well.
Still not ready. Sorry, Dilly with the toddler.
Nope, no worries. All right, Teacher Carrie. It says Teacher Carrie or Kari. Teacher Kari? Okay. Susie.
Hi, everyone. My name is Susie DeBloy. I supervise secondary English language arts in the Office of Curriculum and Instruction. I just want to offer my solidarity and to express my admiration and support for all of the accomplishments of the American Indian Alaskan Native Parent Advisory Committee and for their dedicated program staff in Indian Ed. The ELA team and I have been honored to work in partnership with the PAC on several projects, and we are 110% committed to centering the priorities named by the PAC today in our own work moving forward. I also want to lift up the work that was done by Lily and Miley and Shama for the incredible celebration of Native American heritage they put on at Ruthasawa Soda last month. It was a wonderful experience for the body. And it's something that should be offered to all students across all schools in the district. Lily, Miley, Shama, you did incredible work. SFUSD is so lucky to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with a 415-602 phone number, you can go ahead. caller with a 415-602 phone number. You can go ahead. Okay. Paloma.
Hello?
Oh, I'm
Hello?
sorry. Could you hold for a moment, Paloma, while the caller goes? Yes, you can go ahead, caller.
Okay, thank you. This is Mary Travis Ellen. I am the advisory board president for the American Indian Cultural District. And I want to say leadership is important, especially in the face of controversy. Votes are important, as we learned in the last presidential election. In January of this year, this board unanimously passed the resolution 211-26A1. This is a modern day treaty between the San Francisco Unified School District and the American Indian Alaska Native students, their families, our community. It is not just words on paper. We have the lowest graduation rate, the highest suicide rate, the highest unemployment and homelessness here in San Francisco. There is so much work yet to be done. Equity cannot be achieved unless resources and support are committed. Don't let this be an every year presentation with the same ask. We need to see progress. Thank you.
Thank you. And Paloma?
Yes. Chumisumwe, everyone. Paloma Flores, Pit River Nation, Purapacha Nation, here today as a community member, as a former colleague to many running the Indian Education Program for 8 years until my leave on the 30th of June. And most currently, I'm here in my role as the American Indian Cultural District's Director of Community Development and Partnership. I want to support this PAC as I had for many years, support the team, but call out right now that we do have the lowest graduation rate. And if that's not alarming to you, if that doesn't put fire to action, I don't know what will. You've heard the history, you've seen our faces. This is nothing new. None of the priorities that have been brought forth, it's nothing new. When I look and I see that we talk about the cohorts of the last 4 years, I'd like to bring to all of your attention that we have always had the lowest graduation rate. And the one time that it increased was in school year 2017, 2018, the year that we received the most support funding-wise from the district, where we finally were at an 83.3. We need dedicated initiatives to uplift this community. Well done, Lily. Well done, Miley. It took the students and strong family advocates to make visibility happen on one of the largest campuses in San Francisco. You need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Paloma. M?
Okay, ready. So wait, we're gonna do 2 public comments. My kid is gonna do their public comment.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna do my public comment, and they're gonna be talking about some of the books in the resolution that my kid actually owns. So go ahead.
Also, there's about the 3 beads and the coyote and the yak together.
Yeah, so my kid is talking about the Coyote at a Big Time California Indian 123 book is one of their favorite books. And they're also talking about their second favorite book, 47,000 Beads. What is there anything else do you want to tell them?
Also, I love you.
Okay, that's all. They just wanted to let everybody know how much they really love these books and be great at all students. Okay, are you done? Because then it'll be my time.
I'm done.
Okay. Hi everyone. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm really trying to handle this. Okay. Hi everyone. I just want to remind everyone that there have been broken promises between American Indian students and families with the school district. And I hope in moving forward with this resolution that was passed 1 year ago, that we can actually stop these broken promises, that we can stop the relationship between how the government treats Indigenous peoples and treating Indigenous students and Indigenous parents and Indigenous families in general. I have not seen in the resolution, it says that certain curriculum should be bought and should be used and given to educators. This is not happening. So the books that my kid loves that we have at home, like Coyote at a Big Time in California Indian 123, 47,000 beads, crossing Bakchito, books like that. My child does not have access to at school. The coloring book, the Knutson Aloni coloring book, is not access to at school. I want all kids in our school district to have
Thank
access.
you.
Thank you.
Hello, Lily.
Hi, my name is Lily Dean, and I'm a senior at Ruthasauer School of the Arts. I cannot stress the significance of the Native American Heritage Summit we developed and held at our school on December 1st. It provided much needed visibility of our Native American students and their heritage. In a district where all schools do not honor Indigenous Peoples Day, this is essential. This was organized by students, and we had the assistance of our Native community as well as our amazing teachers. I'd like to call attention to two incredibly supportive social studies teachers, Mr. Carlos Alejo and Mr. Austin Estrada. Their support at Asawa Soda was vital in making this event a reality after being initially told it wouldn't be possible. We have laid the foundation for this learning and want to see this programming replicated at other schools across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Marisha.
Hi, good evening. Sorry, I sound like a bear. I'm under the weather, but my name is Marisha Robinson, and I'm a member of the leadership team for the African American Parent Advisory Council. And we'd like to just state that we appreciate the presentation tonight from the Native American Indian PAC. And we're happy that Jason is on board, and we're excited about the strides that they have made and the strides that they will continue to make. And it'll be our pleasure to partner with you guys on any during the joint advisory group meetings and any other things. And we looking forward to greater alignment. Thank you.
Thank you. Shariah.
Hi, my name is Sharia Souza. I'm the Executive Director for the American Indian Cultural District, and I just wanted to call and support the PAC in their presentation tonight and also echo the words of those that were said before me. The things that you see, don't let these be consistent asks. And I just want to elevate the lowest graduation rates, again, the lowest housing ownership rates, the lowest unemployment rates. If this is not alarming to you, then you need to wake up and see what is. So I just wanted to, say that all of those things also were accomplished. We had Paloma who called in earlier, in 8 years on one staff person working with these family members. So while this is impressive and while this is amazing, please don't underestimate this group of people sitting here, but that also should not be that burden on them with as little resources as they had and only 2 people running this program for 700 students. So I wanted to elevate that to the school district. This shouldn't have to be a fight. We shouldn't have to continue to repeat ourselves, and we shouldn't have to work on limited resources for our American Indian families and students in the city. So please don't replicate the actions by the city. Please don't do systematic erasure and listen to the needs and requests of these families. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Dillard.
Hi, my name is Diani, and I wanted to say that we really appreciate tonight's presentation. I am the BSU president at Ruthasauer Soda, and I had the privilege of attending the Native American Heritage Summit, and it was absolutely beautiful. I loved learning the history and the workshops, and we need to learn this history a lot more in all types of history. And I want to acknowledge just how impactful the summit was, and I believe that we need to definitely do better and learn more about everybody's history, but specifically their history. And yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Catherine. Catherine? That concludes public comment on this item.
Great, thank you for that. I'd like to see if there are any questions or comments from commissioners or student delegates. Please raise your hand or voice it so I can see who's talking. Oh, Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. I would just like to echo the gratitude that was expressed by many in public comment for this excellent presentation. And I would also, and I just think the resolution obviously is critical for our students, and not just our native students, but all of our students to be able to have access to these materials. I'm just curious, and everything else that's in the resolution as well. I'm just curious if staff has any comments on progress or when we can get a progress report, because I do think there's a pattern of having these wonderful reports from advisory committees, and then it's not clear. I just want to make sure that it's clear what our response is as a district, what's happening, what's not happening. And ideally they would happen at the same time. So I'm not sure, I guess that would be sort of a request moving forward, is whenever we have a presentation like this, if we could also kind of coordinate a response, because it's kind of a natural question. So if it's not, I don't want to put people on the spot if it's not prepared, but just want to raise that.
Yes, we can do that. Well, yes, the answer is yes.
And I'll be able to support with that too, to follow up and make sure that we can hear that promptly. Commissioner Bogus?
Yeah, I was actually hoping that we could get a response tonight in regards to some of them, just to kind of get clarity where, in regards to the 19 the 19 items that were included in the resolution, our progress on them, as well as the other things that were highlighted in the presentation, and if anything has changed on the staff side that makes these things not realistic or possible anymore. I think just because I think there was a certain expectation that a certain amount of these things would be done by this point in time. So I think getting that clarity would be good if there is staff who are prepared to respond.
I'm going to start with Ms. Hogendijk because I believe she may have the document in front of her, and you can let me know if that's not correct, Ms. Hogendijk.
I'm trying to pull that up now, but I was trying to get a hold of Dr. Priestley because I know that her team had a spreadsheet with other responses.
Yes, we have Susie DeBloy, who's been working very closely on the resolution, and members of her team, and she is available to make some comments for that. Susie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, so we are looking forward to coming back sometime next month to do a formal presentation on the status of the 19 items on the resolution. I can give you sort of some broad strokes right now, Commissioner Bogus. Are there certain items in the resolution that are top of mind for you, Commissioner Bogus, or would you prefer that I just sort of do an organic random summary based on our notes?
I think I'm flexible. I would love to hit on all 19 of them that are listed in some way, shape, or form. Not trying to make the meeting go long, but just to give each of them the attention that they deserve. I know all the materials were included in board docs, and so that's where I'm looking at to see what was included in the actual resolution.
President Lopez, I have a comment as well to Commissioner Bogus. Susie, I'm particularly interested in the curriculum and instruction because I know that has been particularly around the unit in the 4th grade curriculum. We've been talking about it since I've been on the board, so we'd love to be able to hear where that is landing currently with the curriculum team.
Great. Sure. Yes. So here's what I'll do, commissioners. I will highlight the items that are most relevant to curriculum and instruction. And then if I miss anything or skip anything, please interrupt or ask for follow-up. Item 2 on the resolution names that all materials, proposals, or discussions that affect SFUSD American Indian and Alaskan Native students need to be submitted to the PAC for review and approval. And so within CNI, we are working on the ELA team to produce a process for that review and approval. And so we're starting that with our secondary English language arts, literature, and nonfiction texts. And so we've been coming a few times to the PAC meeting this past semester to share the texts that are currently on the recommended reading list, to make recommendations for what books need to be removed, and there are a number of those books, and to make recommendations about what books need to be added. And so we're mid-process with that, and we got a little bit delayed just because of various illnesses and reschedules, but we are fully committed to seeing that through for middle school and high school in the current semester. Similarly, item 4 in the resolution also asks that the PAC provide oversight of all organized school committees and activities and groups, and to make sure that these groups don't promote textbooks, artwork, or any other concerns that would violate the resolution. And so similarly, our history social studies team has launched a project where they're combing through the K-5 and the 6-12 textbooks, flagging any content, imagery, artwork that would violate the resolution. And that's a project that Freedom Siam and his team have launched, and will be updating, I'm sure, Jason and Helen and the PAC as they proceed. Let's see. We've got the land acknowledgement. That's not CNI there. For item 7, it's similar to item 4 in regards to the removal of stereotypes and misinformation about American Indian, Alaskan Native, and all Indigenous people from school walls, celebrations, and textbooks. And so in regards to the textbooks, that's again, the history social studies team plowing through those current texts. We know we're working on identifying materials for purchase for the future core curriculum being developed. Clearly, any purchases would be done in partnership and with oversight by the PAC and the program staff for future purchases. Someone who's not me should probably update on the status of the Washington High School mural and the appeal that was filed about that in November. I'm sure that we could also punt that to our next presentation. Let's see, item 7. Also, we wanted to make sure that we referenced that we had planned for history and in-service on cultural intelligence and humility for a training for all the 4th grade teachers to be offered in tandem with professional development on that 4th grade unit. We were unable to do that because of the substitutes shortage, which even prior to this past month was a big problem. And so the team is currently planning for that on a Saturday in the spring semester. That, of course, is a problem because it would be optional, it wouldn't be mandatory. And so when that unit for 4th grade is rolled out.
I'm sorry, this is the interpreter.
Yes.
If we can please check the Q&A section. Somebody is writing a bunch of profanities, please. Thank you.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Okay. So we want to make sure that units are not provided without professional development. That's actually something that the PAC has been advising us on for many years, and is something that we will make sure to take seriously when that unit does come out. The unit was written and finalized over the summer and in the early fall. And I'm not able to give a status update on exactly where it's at with its revision process or its pilot process. But when we come back for the curriculum committee for the full update, we'll make sure that Freedom Siam and his team will be able to speak to the current status of that unit and what will be what's coming forth for that.
Thank you for sharing those updates. And I do want to note Student Delegate Lamb, Commissioner Collins, and Commissioner Moliga would also like to make a comment. You can do so now, Student Delegate Lamb.
Thank you. I want to, like everyone has been doing, thank the PAC so much for the amazing presentation. Especially want to shout out the students, Lily and Miley. I think I actually went to APG with you two. So shout out. I especially appreciate your leadership and your initiative in planning the Native American Heritage Summit at SOTA. I'm hoping that we as the SAC can connect with any other student leaders on this PAC to make sure that we are collaborating in any way we can. I definitely want to extend that out. In terms of updates from staff, I would love to know a little bit more about the PAC's ongoing areas of focus that they highlighted in here. Not so much on the resolution. I think we can go into more depth later this month, but I especially want to note that they highlighted K through 12 academic support and family support. And also, I think there is one piece in the resolution that talks about identifying Native American families, making sure that they are being reached out to. So I want to know a little bit more about that and how the work is going around identifying these families and making sure they're getting the support, especially academic support, that they need.
So I'll speak briefly to the academic support. This is Nicole Priestley, the Chief Academic Officer. Currently, we are working with American Indian affinity groups to offer them transcript support so they know where they are in their A through G coursework and what they need to move towards graduation. We also offer support for high school credit recovery, which is an opportunity for students to complete courses in the A through G to also prepare them for graduation. In addition, we are currently planning summer programming, which is for K through 12. We have, for the past several summers, been offering additional support to our American Indian families for opportunities in ELA and math to help review what they've learned in the previous year and for the upcoming year. We expect to expand next year in the support that we can offer our American Indian families. We are working to build out additional programming that is more targeted to some of our most underserved families. So those are just a few of the highlights that we currently have in place.
Okay, and Commissioner Collins, then Commissioner Moliga.
I can go after they do. Maybe they'll hit my points.
Go ahead, Commissioner Moliga. I don't believe any other, and then Commissioner Bogus.
We can go ahead and add on to the identifying the students of SFUSD. Right now, we've been going through the 506 forms, which first we got 1,400 sent to us, and we had to narrow it down to 755. I don't know if that should have fell on Indian education to figure that out, but we did with the help of our intern who's been helping out narrowing it down to 755 students. And we're also going to be going into the wellness centers and putting information there so we can figure out where all our Native and Alaskan students are.
This is also important for the EC training to continue, because this is where the students, that's their first stop with the school district, is when they're enrolling. We want to make sure that from the first day they step into our school district, they are aware that the Indian education program is here to support them. And so when they enroll, the EPC office is supposed to if they self-identify as American Indian, Alaskan Native, the EPC office is supposed to notify that family of our services and let that information to contact us, the Indian Ed program, if they choose to. And from that point on, so they will know they have a resource here and that we can support their child throughout their school, throughout their school with the school district. why it's critical for us to keep doing those EPC trainings with the staff so that they're aware of our program. We can make those referrals for our program.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone want to respond before we move on to the next comment? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Moliga.
Thank you, President Lopez. Welcome, Jason, to the school district. Good to have you. Glad we were able to get someone on board to move this work forward. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate you all moving this work. I'm also really happy that the Pacific Islander folks, Ursula Ann and Anna Mahina, has been reaching out to you all to collaborate. And so I definitely want to say I understand how it is. There's 755 of students in the school district, and Pacific Islanders, the numbers is very similar, right? But the data and the scores are just, it's not good, And so I'm hoping we can work towards, supporting this small group population of students, 755, in a way that, we could start, addressing a lot of these issues and moving these numbers in a direction that is positive and healthy for the community. I know a lot of that really also is around funding. And my question to staff is, the funding that is keeping this work moving, from my understanding, it's is it federal dollars, or is there a mixture of revenue that's used for operations? Because my other question also is, I'm curious to know how much resources is actually out there specifically for our Native American population, given that I'm pretty sure there's a lot of federal dollars and state funding that we could be able to tap into to be able to really pour resources into the program and actually maybe build it so that there's enough capacity in there to actually address the needs of the 755 students that are in the school district today. And so so going back, just my two questions were, is it currently federal dollars, or is it UGF as well? And if so, one, and then two, would I be able to, or would we be able to get a list of potential, resources out there, grants, et cetera, that pertains to these areas specifically, so that we could start applying and trying to get more resources into the district?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. This is Helen Pettiford, and I work with Jason in the PAC. And in terms of the funding, the program is funded by multiple sources. One is a federal source that comes. There isn't a direct state-funded source because it comes from the Office of Indian Education at the federal level. So we do apply for that every year. That's dependent on the number of students who are identified within the 506 process that the PAC spoke of earlier, when they were talking about when kids come to register or enroll in the district. This would be a form to help identify. Otherwise, the program coordinator and the rest of us are trying to figure out another way to get the word out to families. So that's what they were talking about earlier. That 506 is really important for us to be able to apply and represent all our students and reach out to them. And then we have other sources, from supplemental sources that we can use. Those are funds that are outside of the regular school day for supplementary support. We team with others. Teresa Ship and the College and Career Readiness team fund internships throughout the school year, this summer. They also support, we heard about this earlier from Dr. Priestley, the support to our secondary students. So the funds are actually coming in different and creative ways, and we want to keep that up. yeah, we definitely can think more creatively and look for other funds. You heard from the executive director earlier, Sharia Sosa. She helped us with a grant that we won for this year. It's not something that, it's something that is a yearly annual grant as well. So we'll be working with Sharia and Paloma on that again this year to see, how that goes for us. And so we're pretty excited about getting, teaming and getting more funds behind us.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay, and Commissioner Bogus and then Commissioner Collins.
Thank you. I was wondering if we could have staff address the graduation rates that were included in the presentation and just kind of the shift that has occurred over time, and if there is a significant difference between kind of what is shown in the numbers shared with the presentation versus what is happening within the unified school district.
Thank you for that question. I can also address that. We did find the data on the CDE DataQuest site for the district. Actually, what we found for the district were all asterisks, meaning that the count wasn't big enough for the state to consider. So we went back and included county students that could be in county schools, charter schools. The number was bigger, and that's what Jason and the PAC included tonight for the commissioners and for the public. What you county, that's inclusive of the school district and all the other schools in a county. You can see what it reflects there, the percentage and then the numbers for, we probably some have numbers in the data team for our district students, but that's the source that's published in public. So that's how we got those numbers.
Thank you so much for that. Could our district staff talk a little bit about whether or not those numbers are reflective of what is happening in our district, or if there is any difference in those? I guess if that question isn't clear, let me know and I can clarify.
Well, I can try to address that again. It seems that at the district level, the state cannot discern enough information because the group is small to be able to report it. I mean, that's just how it's set up at that level. Now, the district, there must be data that's kept internally in the district, maybe even approximations, but I'm not on the data team.
Yes, and if someone from the data team could help share what is shareable based on what is in agreement with the law.
Commissioner Bogus, we're trying to see if Dr. Batukana is available to answer that question. If not, we'll make sure to get you that response after the meeting.
Just tagging on Commissioner Bogus's question, I think to get clarity around, because of our, for example, recent disaggregated data policy, like, is that being, implemented now so that within our own systems, and I understand, thank you to the staff or PAC clarification around, the systems within the state and the federal level, but I think some clarity around our own data team here, and especially because now we do have the disaggregated student data that we're looking to implement.
So I've had Joe document both of those questions, and we'll make sure to get you those responses as soon as possible. Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Collins?
Thank you. I just really appreciate the work that you're doing. I'm excited to have Jason on board, and I like the suggestion of having the Native American, the American Indian PAC and American with the presentation with the resolution. And I'm also thinking that might make sense because sometimes there's a similar kind of dynamic that happens with the African American Parent Advisory Council and some of the work that goes on around the initiative that we have for Ali. I know sometimes there's alignment there. We have that on the same agendas. And I guess I just wanted to ask about the Ruth Asawa, like there was a student-led day that was really incredible. My children told me about it, and it sounded like it was very high quality and student-led. And I wanted to know from staff, I know now is a really tough time because we don't have a lot of capacity to support schools with new initiatives, but I wanted to know how we captured what was done and how we might be able to share it even as a resource for the future years. And I also wanted to know from the superintendent what our expectations are for schools in celebrating Native American and American Alaskan culture.
Another issue with me having a hard time finding the folks to respond via Zoom, Commissioner Collins. I'm looking for Mr. Sanderson to give you more information about how we documented what happened to Ruth Asawa. I'm not able to reach him right now, so I will definitely follow up with that response.
That sounds good. And then Superintendent Matthews.
So could you repeat the last part of that question?
What is my first year on the board, I asked you if you could make an expectation that all schools celebrate Black History Month, and that had not been an expectation in our district, and you said yes, and you've made good on that commitment. I think schools celebrate differently, but I think there's been a huge investment in that, and I'm deeply grateful as a parent, and I want that for all communities. And the the resolution specifically calls for celebrations, and I think those might happen in different ways, but I wanted to know, what is your expectation for all schools in celebrating Native American history and American Alaskan history in our schools?
So as you just said, we definitely want all, it's one of our core values that we're diversity driven. So we definitely would want all cultures celebrated, as Native American, as you just said, culture celebrated. I think that one of the things that we have to make sure is that we put the resources in place, or make sure that those resources are in place in order for that to happen. But the expectation is, as you just said, is that we do celebrate the richness. We see the diversity of our district as not a deficit model, but an asset, a huge asset that many districts don't have. And so it's an opportunity for us to celebrate. So absolutely, that's that expectation here. But we then also centrally have to make sure that schools have the resources they need to do these celebrations properly.
So I do want to say, and I want to recognize Deputy Superintendent Nikia Ford-Morthel, who's been working on the equity audit. Does call for partnership with the Human Rights Commission, and I know they are also gathering resources for other cultural celebrations and curriculum as well. There's an African American, a Black History Month kind of resource that's being put together. Deputy Superintendent Ford-Morthel or Dr. Priestley, do we have a resource guide that currently exists for schools that wanted to celebrate this year? Or are we building one? What's the progress on that work?
So yes, we have resource guides for a number of different cultural and heritage celebrations and ways to make all of our students feel seen and heard. We have the Latinx Heritage Month. We have Black History Month, as you mentioned, and we continue to develop them. I don't, off the top of my head, recall every single one we had. I kicked it off a couple years ago, as you might recall, and the CNI team has taken it, to a whole other level. So I'm going to confirm with Dr. Priestley if we have one that you're speaking of, but we continue to build these out, both with resources for our sites to use and guides, but also we actually celebrate and highlight the different events and ways that schools are celebrating, so that we're also sharing best practices as well. So if it's not done, it will be done, but we continue to build them out, like I said.
So can you please?
Sorry to interrupt. I see Susie's hand, and perhaps She
Yay.
wanted to share more.
Yay, I like that.
Thanks, President Lopez. Yes, we did. A very lovely, beautiful resource guide was produced for American Indian Heritage Month. It was done in collaboration with the PAC, as well as some contributors from CNI, but this was really a community-based authorship. And so it was shared. I'm not even sure how or when it was shared, but it's done. It's 30 pages. It has book suggestions. It has ways to be an ally. It has do's and don'ts around celebrations, culturally sensitive ways of celebrating and not celebrating American Indian heritage. It's really rich. There are some recommended lesson titles. They're separated by grade band, and everything is coming from Native voices and from Native communities rather than from members of the non-members of the community. So it's really rich and very beautifully done. Helen Pettiford led that work. Helen, do you want to add anything about the guide?
Thank you, Susie. I mean, it's really a joy, and it was so much heart and spirit that went into this work. The PAC, all of us, we knew what we wanted to share with everybody, and a lot of people came together on it. We're ready to take it to the next level. I know the history team has been contributing, and we continue to work with them on this resource. So we're very getting it out.
I just want to say thank you to staff and specifically to you, Helen Pettiford. I know we had started this conversation a long time ago, and then there's a lot of other folks who've joined. And I want to share deep appreciation for the PAC because for your work in co-authoring the guide. And I'm hoping that maybe we could share it, just a link to it for community members and upload it to board docs when you do your presentation next month, so folks can see that work. Because I know the Black History Celebration Guide that was co-authored with the African American Parent Advisory Council and staff is really an amazing work, and I'm really excited to see it and share it and celebrate it, because I do think I'm just really, really grateful. And then doing that during a pandemic, I think, is even more heroic. So thank you so much. And I have deep gratitude for the work of the PAC, and I want to be at your service. Please let me know if you would like, if I can participate or support any of your efforts and how I can be an advocate for being more for the work that you want to see in our district. So thank you.
Okay, I appreciate everyone's comments, and I've also taken notes to make sure we can follow up on a number of things that have been spoken about tonight. If there are no other comments, we will be moving on to our next item on the agenda. And I'm also noting I'm on Zoom now, so I can see if people who are attending virtually have their hand raised. Thank you so much to the Indian Ed PAC for presenting tonight and for coming. I actually am hoping to just call for a quick 5-minute break. I'm seeing a number of us kind of going in and out and maybe needing, I think it's time for a natural pause. Yeah. So we'll resume in 5 minutes.
Actually.
President Lopez, sorry.
Recording stopped.
Go ahead, Student Delegate Lamb.
Jump in here before we move. Before we move to a break, and then after our
recording in
break
progress.
to the next item. I'm
sorry, Student Delegate Lamb, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but we actually cannot continue the meeting because we don't have a quorum of commissioners. So we can, with the president's permission, we can come back to you just as soon as we get another commissioner in the room.
Sure.
One's on the screen.
We've been so commissioners on the screen are part of it, but I know the commissioners right now are currently not present.
Yep,
And-
good question, Superintendent. I just didn't see them, but of course they're probably there and I'm just not seeing them on the Zoom.
Right, but I do also think that it is time for us to pause, so we will return in 5 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, for this necessary pause. We are resuming the board meeting. And as mentioned, we are moving up section H, item 1, update on safety and learning. We will begin with that and then continue with our agenda, ensuring we go back to the public comment section on non-agenda items. I will call on Superintendent Matthews.
Thank you, President Lopez. So tonight, as we've had at so many meetings, we have an update on safety and learning. Next slide, please. So just want to go over the areas that we will be discussing this evening. We will go over testing and vaccinations. We will talk about ventilation, and then we'll talk about our independent study and online programs. Those are our 3 areas for this evening. And tonight, during several of the public comments, we heard several questions, as well as some statements that were actually not correct. So this will give the opportunity for some communication around what we have been doing in these 3 areas, and then hopefully have the opportunity to have a robust discussion with questions regarding these areas. With that, I'm going to turn over this first area to Mele Lau-Smith.
Thank you, Superintendent Matthews, and hello, commissioners and student delegates. Wishing you many moments of ease and joy in this new year. I'm going to go over testing and vaccination, and hopefully I'll answer some questions that are top of mind, and happy to ask questions afterwards. Please go to the next slide. As you know, the latest COVID announcements can be found on our district website, and the guidance is actually shifting and changing quite rapidly. That has been our experience during the entire pandemic, and very much so in this last week, which I do see it's hard to keep up with the communication and keeping up with all the changes. One of the biggest changes that happened probably over the weekend before school started was the definition of what it meant to be up to date on your vaccinations. And this had a lot of implications in terms of people who were identified as close contacts. Because previously, if you were identified as a close contact and you were fully vaccinated, you did not have to quarantine. But then the guidance changed to an update vaccination, meaning you had, if you were eligible for a booster, you also had your booster shot in addition to the full course, the 2 doses or the 1 dose, depending on what folks chose to do. So that was one of the big updates that we had to pivot and change all of our guidance and get all of that information out as quickly as possible. Go to the next slide. The other area that a lot of folks have questions about is the testing. We did anticipate an increased demand for testing as we were going into the winter holidays, and we were able to expand our testing to the fact that we actually were able to do 17,000 tests in the first week back at school alone. The demand has been much greater than that. And again, that was driven by the guidance changes requiring tests for coming back from quarantine, for coming back if you were positive. So the demand for testing increased, and the changes in the guidance happened I think they happened about 3 days before school opened. So there was a challenge just to pivot, but we have been working all the time trying to increase the testing as much as we can. I think everybody knows that this is not a school district alone challenge for the demand for testing. It's citywide, it's statewide, it's nationwide. Can you go to the next slide, please? The type of testing we do offer is we do have the color PCR testing, which we have been offering at school sites and at unmonitored mobile sites since March 2021. We launched the self-swab kits in November for students, which greatly increased the ability for students to access staff testing at their school sites more easily. We also partnered for rapid test sites. We have 7 sites going on a weekly basis. We ran sites at Franklin Street both weekends. We were able to get a one-time, I'm sorry, I'm speaking too fast.
To just go a little bit slower, and the language when you say self-swab kits, I'm looking on the slide, and so if there's a way for you to help me track, you're giving a lot of good information, but it's just
Sure. The color PCR testing on the column on the left is the self-swab kits. The rapid test, the next column is the rapid antigen tests that are administered by other folks, where you come and you get the swab done for you and you can get your results later. The rapid home test, the next column, we received a one-time donation from SFDPH of 1,000 kits that we handed out, and those are the kits that you take home and do yourself. And we also have received the rapid home kits to hand out to students at their school sites. And again, those are the kits that you take home and do yourself. So thank you for those suggestions.
And just to clarify, the rapid tests are different than the PCR tests they're the antigen tests?
Yes, the rapid tests are the.
So, because I know languages.
So actually, home kits can be rapid antigen or they can be PCR kits. And we have handed out both kinds because we've received both kinds as donations.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So just again, referencing the color self-swab kits that can be picked up. Those are PCR kits. They can be picked up at school sites. You activate your kit and your account online and you can swab, and then you can drop the kit off at your school site. Every school site has a weekly courier pickup, and we have over 30 sites a day that have a pickup. So there are a lot of different places the kits can be dropped off. We have generally had a 12 to 24 hour turnaround on those kits. The turnaround time with the high demand in testing has increased. I think across the system, I was looking, it's probably closer to 48 hours and maybe 48, is it 70, 56, 4 to 5, 2 to 3 days, I'll say the days instead of hours, to get your results, sorry. And all students can have accounts. Students 13 and up can have their own account. And then for students younger than 13, it is the parent who has the account, and how many ever children you have in the school district will be in your account. So you have one account and then you can have multiple dependents on it. Go to the next slide, please. Ooh. These are just the COVID safety practices. These have not changed. They've been steady throughout the entire 2 years. The people self-screening at home and staying home if you have symptoms. The masking, a very important strategy. Quarantining if identified as a close contact, and testing. And I think the one other thing that it really is front and center, and we should have added to the slide, is vaccinations. That's our strongest tool to really combat the pandemic. Go to the next slide. This is just the current guidance on masking for schools. This is from the San Francisco Department of Public Health's guidance that everybody indoors is required to wear a face mask. And so that's what we are doing in our schools and have been doing that since school started. These are just the tips and guidance or recommendations that come from the guidance. You know, a well-fitted mask, double masking is effective to improve fit and filtration, and just different suggestions. On the last part of this slide, the school distribution, we have been working this week to be delivering surgical masks and KN95 masks, and surgical, those are for staff, and then surgical and reusable masks for students. And those have been delivering all this week, along with the one-time distribution of the home test kits that was given to us by the California Department of Public Health for each K through 12 student. Next slide, please. Just kind of an illustration of how the guidelines have changed. I mean, they've evolved quite a bit. Some things have stayed pretty steady, but the social distancing has evolved from the beginning, from 6 feet to 3 feet. And then in June of 2021, there was no longer a requirement for distancing. Wearing a mask has been a mainstay throughout the entire guidance period. And then the identification or the definition of who would be a close contact has not changed. So anyone who has been within 6 feet of somebody who has tested positive for a total of 15 minutes. So that has stayed steady throughout these last 2 years.
May I ask a question just for clarification?
Yes.
Because is vaccination a part of being identified as a close contact or not? Vaccination status?
I think it's, no, you are, whether or not you're vaccinated does not determine whether or not you're a close contact, right? But it does determine whether or not you have to quarantine, if that makes sense. So you're going to be a close contact. You're going to be within 6 feet of somebody for more than 15 minutes, whether you're vaccinated or not. So you would be identified as someone who's a close contact. But whether or not you have to quarantine because of that identification as a close contact is dependent on your vaccination status. And I think that's the next slide. Did that make sense, Commissioner Collins?
If I have COVID and I'm vaccinated, do you look for close contacts or no?
Yes, we do. Is anybody vaccinated or not? Because there are breakthrough infections. If you're symptomatic, we want to be able to identify people who are possibly exposed to the to COVID-19 while you're in a contagious period. Not you personally, but the person who's positive. Can I go to the next slide? Oh, another change in guidelines, and then we'll go back to the vaccination question. Must be the next slide. So again, the guidance around testing has also changed, right? So it was 3 to 5 days after exposure. It moved to 5 to 7 days after exposure. And now this would be, and again, some of this is a little bit nuanced because as you're asking me, they're testing for if you're positive versus testing if you're identified as a close contact and you're quarantining. But pretty much right now, whether or not you are the person who has tested positive or the person who has been identified as a close contact, we're looking at a recommendation to test on day 5.
Not a requirement.
It's not a requirement. And again, if you choose not to test on day 5, it does impact how quickly you can return during your quarantine period or during your during your positive period. So I'll talk about that later. And if I don't, circle back. I really think it's on the next slide. And then on quarantine, the quarantining has also shifted a bit from 14 days, 10 days, and it does depend on vaccination status and whether you have symptoms and whether you're positive. And so I think what I'm trying to illustrate is it's very complex, and it's something that, you know, we're talking to schools with every day and talking to families with. It does take a bit of time to sort of sit with it and have to think through it. So it's not something that I think comes simply because there's so many conditions or caveats to what we say. So I'm trying to simplify it, but it is something that's complex. So I want to acknowledge that. Do you want to go to the next slide? Okay, so this is where the vaccination will come into play. So on the very first column, the isolation guidelines for a positive case. So that is somebody who has tested positive for COVID-19, whether or not you're vaccinated or whether or not you have symptoms or whether or not you have recently had COVID in the last 90 days, you have to stay home. So that has shifted somewhat. There used to be different things, but right now, if you test positive, no matter your vaccination status, no matter whether you have symptoms or not, and no matter whether you have had COVID in the last 90 days and recovered, you have to stay home for at least 5 days, and then your symptoms have passed. You can return to work or to school if after those 5 days you take a test and it is negative and you can return. If that test is not negative, you must continue to stay. And eventually the total term for your isolation would be 10 days. And after 10 days, you can return whether or not there is a negative test. And the reason is, at the point, what we're doing with isolation is we're trying to keep people at home while they're symptomatic. Whenever you get sick, whether you have a cold or a flu, there's a period of time in which you are contagious. And then there's a period of time which you may still be exhibiting symptoms, but you are no longer contagious. So that is what the 5 days is trying to capture. And that also is why we have a lot bigger demand on testing, because a lot of folks would like to come back after the 5 days. So they need to test and see if they are negative so that they can return. If you do not get a negative test on day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8, day 9, you cannot come back until day 11. So that's for a positive case. So now moving on to if you are identified as a close contact of someone who is positive, do you need to quarantine, right? So you do not need to quarantine if you are up to date on your vaccinations. And again, that means something different than it did in December, right? In December, fully vaccinated meant you had completed either the 1 Johnson & Johnson shot or the 2-dose Pfizer or Moderna, then you were considered fully vaccinated. Now, if that's all you have and you are eligible for a booster, and a booster shot comes 6 months after you finished that 1 shot or that 2-dose shot, you would be eligible for a booster. So if you are eligible for your booster and you have not gotten one, then you will need to quarantine. Now, you will see in this slide, which we prepared on Monday, that it says, even if you are infected with COVID-19 and recovered in the last 90 days, you would have to quarantine if you are not up to date on your vaccination. However, that has changed. So now, if you are up to date on your vaccination or you have recovered from COVID-19 in the last 90 days, you do not need to quarantine if you have been identified as a close contact. So that's just an example that the guidance shifts, and it's very hard to keep up with making all the changes everywhere you need to make them to try to minimize confusion. Okay, so that is the quarantine on up-to-date vaccination. That is for, for folks who are up to date on their vaccination. Now, on the quarantine guidelines for staff or students who are not up to date on their vaccination, that is different. If you are not up to date on your vaccination, or sometimes we say you're under vaccinated or you're not vaccinated at all, you have to stay at home for at least 5 days since the last contact with that person, and you have to test on day 5. Now, again, this gets a little complicated because for staff, they could return after testing on day 5 with a negative test. They could return on day 6. For students, they would test on day 5, but they could not return until day 8. And so again, that's another place where the guidance just is different. And so that's also where confusion gets created because of there's different things that are happening. So again, if people choose not to test during their quarantine period, then they must quarantine for 10 days and they can return without taking a test on the 11th day. So that's the that's the quarantine information. And I believe I have one more slide, and I'm not sure if you want to finish the presentation or how you want to do questions, President Lopez, I'll let you decide. The other thing that is happening is we have been working really hard to get the contact tracing vendors up and trained. I think you might recall you approved the contract at the December 14th board meeting, which means between December 14th and January 3rd, a small group of us spent the entire break, developing training materials, getting ready, trying to come up with the system that we launched on Monday. It's been a bumpy ride, I'll be perfectly honest. We've got 20 more people supporting contact tracing, but we're still, site leaders are probably still feeling very impacted. We're listening to all of their suggestions and the way that they're feeling it, and it's working or not working for them. Ideally, the goal was that the contact tracing folks would be able to do the new case submissions. They would be able to work closely with school sites on identifying the close contacts, and the vendor who has multiple language capabilities would be able to contact close contacts. That has worked in fits and starts, and we did not, we anticipated an increase in cases. We did not anticipate having having the number of cases we had in the first week. So it has definitely tried our systems, but we're working on it. So that is something that launched on Monday, and we're going to keep working with them and hopefully improve that service for school sites. And I think that is my last slide. And I believe it's on to ventilation. Is that correct?
Yes,
Thank you. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. Good evening. We have a very brief update on just progress around ventilation measures that have been taken at the district. Next slide, please. So at this point, we actually have covered now all classrooms, cafeterias, and libraries have received largely the larger capacity portable air cleaners. There were 3 cafeterias that were too large in their volume to benefit from PAC installation. Those are Galileo, Mission, and Lincoln, but those cafeterias also do have windows. I think another notable update is that we've been talking about now for a while, a capital condition assessment, and we actually have started that this week. We have deployed our condition assessment consultants to several sites as a first pilot group so that we can work out the details of the workflow so that we can then go to scale and complete that process for all of our buildings. The results of that assessment will guide my team in prioritizing sites for future investment, and particularly in, as of interest on this topic, analyzing buildings that may need major modernization and then being able to build in proactively more ambitious ventilation measures. I'd also just like to add a few other notes, which is that we're also in the process now, having deployed most of the portable air cleaners, of developing an RFP for a maintenance contract so that we can, again, sustain and make sure that the filters are changed on a regular basis, as well as an FAQ for school sites about the operation of portable air cleaners and some general guidelines for their use and deployment at the site. And we hope all of that information will be forthcoming in the next 2 weeks. And that is my update, I believe. Deputy Superintendent Ford-Morthell.
Thank you. Good evening. So tonight I'm going to provide a brief update on the online learning programming for 2021-2022. We continue to believe that in-person learning is the highest quality educational experience for most students. At the same time, we understand that there are families whose circumstances at this time prevent them from participating in our in-person option. So SFUSD offers online options as part of our independent studies programming and in response to AB 130 and SFUSD board resolution. Next slide. We offer 2 online learning options: OLP for students who have CDC recognized diagnoses or have contraindications, and students with IEPs who have been approved for the program. This program is for students in grades TK through 8, and our high school students are served in our online program using our Independence High School. We also offer an on-demand learning program option, or ODLP, and this is for students who might be put at risk by returning to in-person learning. This program is for grades TK through 12. Both of these programs allow for students to stay enrolled in their school of record, though not guaranteed to return to the same class or teacher. And for both of these programs, families can request to return to in-person at any time, and the district will grant that request within 5 days. This slide also just notes that there is Principal Sean Chu for our online learning program and our ODLP program TK12 with Assistant Principal Erica Lingrell under the support and supervision of Assistant Superintendent Demetrius Rice-Mitchell. And then for our students in high school who are participating at Independence High School, that's under the leadership of Principal Anastasia Klafter, Assistant Principal Kelly Kruger, and Executive Director Elise Castro. Next slide, please. I'm going to start with an update on our online learning program, or OLP. This program was the online option that continues to serve a small population of students. Our current enrollment is at 317 in grades TK through 8 and 60 participating via Independence High School. Key components of this model is that students have assigned teachers with daily live instruction, synchronous instruction, as well as small group support, and then opportunities for asynchronous or independent work in the afternoon. We've been able to increase and improve the teacher training so that teachers feel more nimble with the technology and have more ways to engage our students virtually. You can see a quote here on the right from a 7th grader in the program and a picture of our kindergartner who's working on counting ones and tens using leaves or nature. Next slide. Our on-demand learning program has an enrollment of 437 students, grades TK through 12. This program model is predominantly asynchronous or independent. Every student assigned in this program now has a certificated teacher with whom they check in daily, and we've diverted central office expertise and support in the form of 2 TSAs to help make sure that the work and the assignments assigned in this asynchronous model are grade level appropriate and engaging. Next slide. Reactions and it was animated. Okay. Reactions and continuous improvement. So there are 3 emerging themes, and I'm going to state each theme and give you a quote that references each of those themes. Our online program we're learning works really well for students and families whose circumstances require a more flexible schedule and accommodation. You see we have the one quote from the 1st grade parent about how it is helpful for her child who has a lot of doctor's appointments. We've also heard from families that students who typically didn't engage or did not have a strong sense of belonging at their in-person school is thriving in the online environment.
I'm sorry, this is the interpreter. Can you please slow down, please?
I really thought I was going slow today. Didn't you notice that?
Okay. Thank you.
I was really pacing myself. Okay, so we've heard that it's actually a really good model for students who just don't feel as connected in school or who might be shy. You see that quote about the student just feeling more comfortable and using her voice from the kindergarten parent. We've increased and improved our professional development for the teachers and staff in this program, as well as we've given them more time to actually practice and plan. And as a result, there's increased efficacy. And so we're seeing teachers get really creative and excited about how they build community and engage the students in this model. Our top quote there from the kindergarten mom says how that mom is amazed at how much community has been able to be built, even in the virtual format via Zoom. So we're excited about the improvements that have been made over the last several months and the ways in which the program has worked for a number of students and families. At the same time, we know that there continues to be areas of focus for us as we learn to do online school even still. Amongst those, we continue to work on our family and teacher communication and authentic ways to engage families in a virtual school model. We now have a monthly newsletter for OLP, and we are starting to have Wednesday morning huddles for families and students to come and get information, and teachers in the OLP program will be starting office hours in the next coming weeks. As we do in brick and mortar schools, we continue to reflect on our curriculum and continue to revise it to make sure it's grade level appropriate and engaging. We have been visiting classrooms in both of our virtual models, and we plan to do an audit of sorts in the next several weeks, just looking at instruction and the work that's assigned to the students. Specifically for our students in the ODLP or on-demand learning program, we definitely need to do better on getting them regular feedback on assignments and grades, as these students are again engaging in assignments independently. We're working closely with our ODLP teachers who are regular classroom teachers, teaching ODLP after hours or before school even starts to make sure they have the resources to do this feedback and grading. We've had parent-teacher conferences for our students in the OLP program, but have not yet figured out how to create the similar experience for our students in ODLP. We continue to look for ways to have accurate attendance for both models, but specifically for the ODLP again, because it is asynchronous and independent. Next slide. Again, we continue to believe that in-person learning is the highest quality education for most of our students. However, we know that some families are looking for options, temporary and long-term, during this time. We continue to offer short-term independent studies for families who find themselves in the circumstances listed on this slide. We're also looking at the eligibility criteria of our short-term independent study to make sure we're able to respond to the new context, and we'll provide more information on that shortly. We know that some families are looking for longer-term options as well, and at this point, we continue to evaluate applications to our online program options and place students in these programs as our capacity allows. We are committed to being responsive to changing circumstances, and we continue to build out models and scenarios that allow us to respond to our context within our constraints. I'm now going to pass it over to Chief Megan to talk about our budget overview. Megan Wallace, I apologize.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So now that we have heard about the district's efforts to provide COVID-19 safety supports and online learning options, I want to quickly review how we're budgeting for this work. Next slide, please. The figures shown here represent the amounts budgeted so far by expenditure type on the left of this table and funding sources up on the top. And as you can see, we can anticipate spending as much as $26.7 million between COVID testing, contact tracing, personal protective equipment or PPE, ventilation, and independent study. And all of this work will be supported from various federal, state, and local sources. As you can see, COVID testing is the highest potential cost of upwards of $12.8 million. I will note that there is a contract amendment up this evening for our color contract to increase it to $12.8 million, as well as funding from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, is the largest potential source of funds to support all of this work. Next slide, please. Just briefly, I want to highlight our work on FEMA. The district is actively preparing the documentation necessary to support our grant applications. This includes invoices and explanations of why the expenditures were necessary to address health and safety risks associated with COVID-19. And because FEMA grants are awarded on a reimbursement basis, the spending must occur before funds will be granted. So staff is actively working on our applications, and I just want to note that FEMA is a critical part, as you can see, of our overall strategy for funding our COVID-19 health and safety work. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Dr. Matthews on the closing slide.
Thank you, Chief Wallace, and thank you, staff, for this presentation. I also just want to take a moment to thank our staff members, both here at Central and at our sites, our students for the diligent work that they're doing, and our families for doing what I asked for almost a year and a half ago. One of the things I said was we are going to have to look to each other. We're going to have to take care of each other in order to do everything we can to combat COVID. This district was created, invented, brought to life over 170 years ago. And when you saw the three areas this evening, none of those areas were areas that really were a part of why the district was created. I mean, a district is really set in place to ensure that students get high quality education. Tonight you heard about what we're doing around testing. That is not our at least it hasn't been our primary reason for existence. You heard about online learning, which hasn't been our primary existence. And you also heard about ventilation, and usually you build a building and the ventilation is in the building. But you've seen how we've had to increase ventilation in order to deal with COVID. These are areas that over the last year, that this district has had to pivot to be able to do. Have we done any of them perfectly? Absolutely not. You're not going to be able to do things perfectly in a year. I applaud the efforts of our district to do everything we can to try to meet the needs of our SFUSD community. And I really appreciate the words of Commissioner Collins earlier, the words of this isn't a time to snipe at each other, but it is a time to listen to each other. And I look forward to listening intently to the community conversation we're about to have as we move forward.
Okay, thank you everyone for this work, and I am going to open it up to public comment on this item before we begin our discussion.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the safety and learning update. Repeat that in Spanish and Chinese, please.
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público en este rubro específico. Gracias.
如果邊個咧想就住啱啱嘅報告咧作公眾發言的話咧，咁而家可以舉手啊，唔該。
Thank you.
And I will be limiting it to 30 minutes, 1 minute per person. And I encourage us to begin with speakers who haven't been given a chance to comment tonight.
Okay. Thank you, President Lopez. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Judson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Chris Klaus, a SPED teacher at Washington High School, and I hope I'm not just shouting into a void tonight. I'm relieved that an outside group will be taking on contact tracing, assuming that they are more reliable than color has been in recent days. And I'm hoping that that means contact tracing will be able to effectively happen, as I was incorrectly not identified as a close contact at my site last week, because it just hasn't been working. I have so many questions about the testing data that was presented tonight. How many color kits processed last week were actually picked up in time to yield valid results? My test from last Tuesday that the color didn't pick up as scheduled was invalid. Were SFUSD and my insurance provider billed for that? Can we get that money back? How many color tests like mine from last Thursday had extremely delayed results? I got those results at 6:20 this morning. Not helpful. I'm still waiting for results from a kit that I dropped off at UCSF on Sunday. Is that counted in the numbers? How has color's recent ineptitude impacted the reported results district-wide? Are you going to offer more rapid testing options outside of school and work hours so that it's more accessible to our communities? I use good data and data collection to do my job and
Thank
make
you, Chris.
decisions. I hope you do too.
Hello, Gregory.
Hi, just wanted to say thank you to all the teachers that have been working so hard the past couple weeks. My daughter's been in every day since break and has really been enjoying it, and I'm so glad we're open. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Hi, thank you. I really, as a site staff, want to respond to Dr. Matthews' comments opening tonight, and also his closing comments. It doesn't really matter what we as a school district were put here to do. On the ground every day, site staff, teachers, principals, paraeducators are working to meet families where they are and get them what they need. And what we're finding from the district office is an utter lack of care for our work and what we need. It was frustrating to hear that we are misinformed when we talk about what we don't have and what we need. I implore the central office to talk to sites. I spent my weekend contact tracing for my classroom because it apparently had not occurred to y'all that we would get cases on the weekend. It's frustrating to hear that the district spent their winter break planning for assistance in contact tracing and felt like this was a lot of work. I agree. Your teachers are being destroyed right now because you didn't plan in advance. At some point, we need to talk about what you didn't do and have a restorative conversation.
Thank you. Hello, Jane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just wanted to comment. I wanted to thank all of our teachers and our school site staff. I know it's been such a hard week, and I'm just so thankful for everyone working so hard to keep our schools open. I just wanted to mention for kids with IEPs, it's just so important that we keep them in school and we keep them getting their services. I have a kid with an IEP who was home last year, and it was just awful for my child with an IEP. Also, I had a kindergartner who did Zoom kindergarten last year and has now been diagnosed with a mental health disorder due to the trauma of distance learning last year. So I really hope we can keep our kids in mind and centered as we're talking about all these precautions. I do really think, we do probably need some more safety precautions in schools, but I hope we're doing everything we can to keep our kids in school. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the initials MLW.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marna Wallach, and I'm honored to be an educator with an amazing team at Sanchez Elementary School. And I'd like to wish everyone a Happy New Year and thank you for your service. I want to express my gratitude to the Student Advisory Council for their powerful, eloquent letter. Students, I am so proud of your leadership. You exemplify why I've been in this profession for the past 25 years. My questions for the superintendent and the board are, will we listen to our youth? How will we ensure that their voices are heard? The data students collected and presented along with their demands are a clear example of student agency as outlined in SFUSD Vision 2025. Do we recognize this? Will we as adults take responsibility for having failed to be adequately prepared for this current surge? Will we model what it means to admit and learn from our mistakes, or will we continue to pretend everything is okay? Everything is not okay. In-school transmission, which we avoided last spring and fall, is now a reality even among vaccinated children. Omicron requires a different response. Do we really value student voice? If so, I urge us to act on student demands as outlined in the SAC letter. Trust has been broken and repair is needed. We need to take responsibility and move forward in a safer and more humanizing way. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So the first thing my daughter showed me when I picked her up today was the at-home test that her school gave her. So I personally want to thank all the people that were behind that effort. And thank you to the teachers. As a public school teacher, I think that we can all agree that this has just been a bumpy start to the year. It just has. But after being with my own students this week and after hearing from our own kids' principal tonight at our PTA meeting, I am convinced that school is the best place for them. That said, we need to make sure that things are in place to keep both teachers and students safe. And that includes reliable and more rapid testing, high quality masks, and just more resources at the sites. I hope that you do everything in your power to listen to and support our teachers. Right now, we all need to come together and figure out how we can keep our schools safely open. I think we all want that. Health experts and the CTA have recognized that school is the best place for children and remain committed to in-person learning. Stakeholders of public schools in San Francisco, including the district and board, teachers, the union, parents, and city officials, need our resources to ensure that schools are both safe and open.
Thank you. Hello, Adam.
Thank you. This is Adam Davis. I'm a pediatrician and a parent of 2 children in Argonne. I want to thank the staff and teachers across the district for dealing with this difficult time. I want to stress how important it is to not press fear into our parents and into our students about the safety of our schools. The reason that we are benefiting from being the most vaccinated area in the entire United States, and we are seeing that in continued safety of our schools. Cases are not necessarily unsafe in vaccinated people, and we need to acknowledge that we're going to have cases in schools because we have a 12% asymptomatic positivity in our city. So we need to keep schools open for the mental health and the education of our children. I appreciate all the yeoman effort to do that. And I look forward to continued support of the board on that effort.
Thank you. Hello, Amelia.
Hello, my name is Amelia. I'm currently a sub in the district and I'm a housemate to a high school teacher. Our schools aren't places where learning can thrive right now. We have consistently had 250 plus open sub requests daily, 300 plus daily this week already. Paras are being asked to sub and therefore can't support students with IEPs and 504s like parents know we need. Substitutes teachers and students haven't been getting adequate contact tracing, and subs deserve support accessing the masks and tests you claim we're getting, especially if you want us in schools without being super spreaders. I know central office is proud to be in person, but I am so disappointed in how you choose to put our long-term health at risk. Please respect your students, the SAC demands, and the over 1,000 educators who signed on to the SF More petition for a 2-week pause to let y'all catch up on the abysmal testing and contact tracing notifications. Thank you. Please be brave and do better.
Thank you. Hello, Meredith.
Sorry about that. Hi, thank you. Thank you, Judson. Thank you, Dr. Matthews and team for this update. And thank you to everyone out there who's working together right now, doing everything they can to distribute tests and PPE to address the health concerns and fear right now. We know they're real. I also just want to say I've been blown away so much by the SFUSD community this past week that has come together to figure this out. I think we can all acknowledge we had more than a bumpy return from winter break. And this is a hard month, but we're doing it together. We're getting through it together. Instead of sitting around and pointing fingers, we're working together. And that's what we see most people doing right now, to the point of exhaustion, but we'll get through it. Parents included. We paused all of our normal operations at SF Parent Coalition to turn into a volunteer engine this last week. And rather than snipe and point fingers or dismiss helpful efforts, we are working together, and we're relieved that the majority of the people in charge of our schools and our kids are staying steady and continuing to adhere to public health guidelines, which continue to be clear that our schools are the best place for our students to be and to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Joe.
Hi, yes, my name is Joe. I'm a parent at Glen Park. And first I wanted to thank all the teachers, staff, and administrators from the central office who have done such a heroic job subbing, teaching, showing up in these last chaotic few weeks. I do think the district can do more to make sure high quality masks are distributed and testing is done a little bit more effectively. But at the same time, public health data suggests that among the safest places in our city right now are schools. And we should not listen to a small number of folks who think that pausing for some period of time in-person learning is going to help. It's actually not in any way going to help transmission, and it's going to severely negatively impact our kids, which is what we saw over the last year and a half. So please continue to focus on making sure high quality in-person education is available to all students at SFUSD, and we will continue to volunteer and show up and help our teachers and staff at the schools that we're parts of. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Hello, Uma.
Hello, hi, this is Uma. I'm a parent of a child at SFUSD. She's in elementary. First, I actually just want to quickly say that it is almost 9 p.m. and it is extremely late. We really need to get these meetings back. This is bringing flashbacks of last summer. Second, I think that everyone acknowledges that the reopening could have been a lot better. We really should have been better prepared. But that being said, I think we are now getting there. I was so happy to see the health updates. Thank you for everyone that's working on getting us all the resources, the masks, the tests. We're so happy to see those coming through. And thank you to all the parent volunteers, the teachers, the central staff. Everyone's really working hard. So trying to do a pause or a shutdown or remote learning at this point will only set us back. So please let us continue and stay the course and ride this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Sophie.
Hi, I'm an SFUSD parent. I'm really grateful to the Student Advisory Council and to the PAC. Thank you to President Lopez and Commissioner Collins for always prioritizing the health of every human in our buildings. If the district and other board members had taken your COVID safety resolution seriously from last October, our schools might have been more prepared for this surge. Instead, we have chaos. My kid has asthma and her dad is immunocompromised. Our family and many others have not agreed to live with getting COVID. For the past week, we've struggled between two competing anxieties: miss school or agree to exposure to a potentially crippling virus. Without regular universal testing, your COVID dashboard is really meaningless. It's outrageous that you weren't prepared to test everyone before we opened last week. Please stop gaslighting us with vaccination rates and telling us Omicron is mild. We're all capable of evaluating the current risks, and we are not obligated to roll over and agree to exposure to a virus that we have worked for 2 years to avoid. A distance learning option should have been kept on the back burner, in my opinion, but since it's not there, please consider pausing school for 2 weeks, as many teachers are asking for, and allow families who actually have the means to keep their kids home.
Thank you.
You can provide supervision for families who
time.
can't do that, but we all want our kids in school.
Hello, Tom.
Hi. Yes, I'm a parent in the district and also a special education teacher. When Superintendent Matthews talked about sniping at each other, he did that in a way when he emailed and thanked only the people that came to site last week on a certain day. And that was not okay, because the problem with that is we have staff. It's not just teachers that are sick with this or caring for people that are sick with it. So it made it seem like if they didn't show up for one day or are not showing up for a certain reason, that they couldn't be thanked for all of their years, or even if they started this year, of service. So that is a snipe. And when a lot of people said this is a bumpy road or we're just gonna get over it, you're not in schools like us day in and day out and seeing that your coworkers are not there. Your students are not there. You're trying to teach when you only have half your students. So it's not just a bumpy road. It's very difficult when you have to try to juggle and meet the demands of 2 or 3 jobs. And it's difficult for students too. So I think we need to be a little more, instead of saying it's a bumpy road, I'm playing those, like someone said earlier, I appreciate that, gaslighting. It's more than that. Be truthful. Thank you.
Hello, Betty.
Hi, my name is Betty Hunter, and I'm a parent of a student within SFUSD. I'm also an alumni of SFUSD, and I just wanted to say that I agree with everything that everyone has said. I also want to say thank you for all the updates and the clarification on quarantining for students as well as But tonight, I really just wanted to raise that within SFUSD, there currently isn't any protocol around excusing absences for students who have either been in close contact or who are actually positive for COVID. And for me and my student, that really isn't helpful. I mean, I'm sure that's not helpful for a bunch of other families. And then on top of that, there really is no plan in place for a student to make up work or for that work to be received when a student is in close contact and or positive for COVID. So I do implore the district to actually come up with a more robust plan on how to address these issues, as well as the issues that have been uplifted within this meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, Hava.
Hi, yes, I wanted to ask for more clarification on the new hotline. If at some point somebody could go into more details for parents. The other thing is, this is painful. We're in a crisis. And I would like to beg for people to see each other as people. I don't think there is a complete answer that will create or make somebody whole, everybody whole at the same time. People are scared. People are scared of going back to remote. People are scared of staying in person. So my ask, because it's painful for me to watch, is that we see each other as people and hold together as a community, because I am afraid that we're going to implode if we continue like this. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Dea or Daya.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. I am a mother from Everett School. I'm here again to request your support for outdoor learning at Everett School. This is the best and cheapest solution to keep our students safe and will benefit the mental and emotional health of our students. Please read our letter that I sent today explaining the problems that we are facing at Everett School, as well as the solutions we are looking for. Teachers are leaving our school due to the serious behavioral issues that we are facing. Teachers don't want to work at Everett School. Thank you for your support, and please read our letter.
Hello, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Mrs. Steele. First, I want to thank Superintendent Matthews and the staff. The weekend before school opened from winter break, the parking lot was filled with and allowed parents to come and pick up items that may need to get tested. However, last Wednesday at a community meeting, I was saddened to hear from my colleagues that there's 2 of their children went to school on Monday, and on Wednesday, they were tested positive along with many other students. And then as the week went by, I was even more saddened that my colleagues were out there protesting because some of them were absent because they felt the school was unsafe. So I have some grandchildren in the district now, and I'm really concerned about the little ones. As I said in a meeting maybe a year or 2 ago, I think we need to always operate as if there's going to be another surge. This is so new to us. We've never been in a global pandemic before. So the main thing is keeping all the children safe, all the students safe. You can't teach if you don't have students. Students can't learn if there is not a teacher. So I implore the district to come to do a 2-week pause, clean the schools, and come back to excellent learning. Thank you.
Hello, Vivian.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to thank so much all the staff at all of our school sites who've gone above and beyond to ensure that our students are having as normal an experience as possible as we get back into the swing of things during this time. I know that each of us have different risk tolerances. Some of us go into coffee shops, some of us go into supermarkets, some people try to avoid doing all of those things. But with respect to schools, we have us what is appropriate for thresholds for public policy. Our individual tolerances cannot be used to guide district-wide decisions. And I would like to urge all of us to respect those who are trained to tell us and have consistently been telling us that school is the safest place for our children. We've seen that since the start of the pandemic when schools went back, community hubs were going. Schools are safe for our students, and I'd like to see us all work together to handle these difficulties that have been coming up. And when we work together, we can come up with solutions instead of tearing one another down and constantly finding problems instead of looking for solutions together for our students. My children have been thrilled to be back at school, and I want to thank my school site.
T. DeLue, DELLOUE.
So happy you called me. Thanks. I'm a 25-year veteran in SFUSD. I teach elementary school here in the city, obviously.
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, hang on. There we go. Can you hear me now?
It's a little better.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I'll work hard. You know, I know we're fighting amongst ourselves. And I really feel like this is a public health crisis that was put down to SFUSD as a school issue. And now we have SFUSD and UESF fighting it out when really our mayor and our governor should have been in charge of this. We have seen this coming. It is unconscionable that there was not a big surge in opening testing clinics, vaccination clinics, using our school sites, our libraries, our park and rec sites to vaccinate and or educate our families. And once again, it falls on the lap of SFUSD and UESF to have an arm wrestle about whether we're going to get proper masks or not. I bought K95s for my students so that they could come to school safely. This is ridiculous.
Thank you. Hello, Katie.
Hi, I'm Katie. I have 2 students in the district. The caller who went before me said a lot of the things that I called to say. I feel that the communication from the district to staff and families is consistently lacking. What should we be preparing for? What is happening at sites? How can families help? I forgot to mention I'm also a substitute in the district. I see what's going on, so I have an interesting perspective of both sides. I agree that we have to stop the infighting. I agree that systemic inequities are staring us in the face, and that is what we are mainly dealing with. Should the district have anticipated this? Yes. Could they have done better? Yes. This is where we're at. What do we do going forward now to benefit students and to help staff on sites? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Sarah.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to our educators and staff for their amazing work. Please continue to follow SFDPH recommendations to keep our schools open. Our family wants our children to continue with in-person learning. Thank you.
Hello, Maria.
Sí, bueno, buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Núñez. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
I'm María Núñez. Can you hear me?
Quiero agradecer, soy madre de 2 niños de Buenavista, Horace Mann. Quiero agradecer a los comisionados y a los maestros por todo su trabajo. Esta pandemia ha dejado mucho daño de muchas maneras, pero esta última semana ha sido la más difícil. Es una pesadilla pensar entre balancear nuestros gastos, ya que no todos tenemos empleo o suficiente dinero para sobrevivir. El pensar en cubrir nuestros gastos, en dejar de comprar comida o no pagar luz para poder comprar mascarillas o pruebas caseras, ya que es tan difícil esperar hasta 3 horas en línea por una o días para una respuesta.
Hello, my name is Maria. I have 2 children in Buena Vista Horace Mann. I want to thank Dr. Matthews and the board for all your hard work. One of the problems, it's been hard this past week, and it's been hard for us and families. We don't have enough money sometimes to pay the bills because we need to either buy face masks, and it's been very hard on our economy, and we need to juggle around and struggling with the money.
Esto sigue dejando demasiado daño a los estudiantes, maestros y familias, el cual no puede ser más ignorado. Yo les pido unión, compasión, acción y solución ahora a quienes tienen la decisión de hacer llegar todo lo necesario para todos poder seguir en persona. Si no es así, deberían de dar la opción de clases a distancia. Yo no quiero seguir así con mis hijos ni ver mi comunidad sufriendo. Por favor, únanse con los que tienen el poder de la decisión y no peleen más. Busquen solución ahora. Gracias.
And one of the things that is important is I don't want you to be fighting against each other. I want you to find solution, and I want you to stop hurting our communities. And it's important to see us with compassion and to take action and just do the very best thing that is good for us. I don't want to see my kids suffering. And if you're going to continue with this, maybe open the solution for online classes if this continues, but we need to find a solution to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Cal.
Hello. So quickly, I want to touch on some student things. Like, again, as many people are saying, it feels almost like we're being gaslit because we're told about all these policies that are in place, supposedly protecting us from COVID, whilst they're actually not being followed through. More specifically, in-school COVID safety protocols need to actually be enforced because they only work if they're being followed. Students at almost every school complain about mask policies not being followed. The same students should not be given 100 chances to wear a mask correctly. There are students in my class who have to be asked every single day to pull up their mask. Every single day they're putting us in danger, and even more students walking around the halls maskless. There needs to be some sort of system to ensure that students who aren't following COVID safety protocols consistently face consequences. And secondly, independent study needs to be available for all students. Students who live in multi-generational households should not have to stay home because they're worried about bringing COVID home and making their elderly family member severely ill. Under this system, they are essentially being punished by falling behind in school because they want to care for a multi-generational family member who they don't want to die from COVID.
Thank you. Hello, John.
Thank you, Cal, for saying that. I'm a teacher at Yickwo Elementary, and today we had 6 teachers out, 6 classroom teachers absent, as well as the principal. I know that some of them have COVID, some are sick. We also had a PE teacher out and a gardening teacher out. And I subbed, I'm the resource teacher. I subbed and covered the entire 3rd grade. A school social worker covered the entire 1st grade. And we're exhausted. And it's really, really tough. And I don't know on what planet would you guys not have some kind of rapid testing in place Monday, January 3rd? Like LAUSD, Oakland Unified, other school districts who have that in place. We all want to be in person. We all want to be teaching. Just make it safe, please. Include outdoor education. We'll do it. We'll do it outside. We'll do it in parks.
Thank you. That's your time.
Make it possible.
Hello, Kathy. Kathy?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm a parent. Can I speak Chinese? 首先就是非常感谢这些老师和员工的辛苦的工作。同时也感谢印第安家长委员会的成立。那我的问题就是可以我们的华人可以成立一个家长委员会吗？因为我们很多时候我们的家长很想去帮校区做一些服务，但是由于语言的沟通问题，我们没法做到。谢谢 ，Thank you.
Hi, I would like to thank teacher and staff and also the Native American parents for all the efforts. And I would like to know if it's possible to have a Chinese pack because I would like to volunteer for the school, but I don't speak English, but I would like to volunteer for our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Raphael?
Hello, Commissioners, Superintendent Matthews. This is Raphael Picasso, SEIU Local 1021 School District Chapter President. Teachers want to teach. Students want to learn. Staff want to work. I'm happy to be at work. I've been there during the whole pandemic. But honestly, we need high quality masks for our teachers and students. We need testing at every site and drop-offs at every site. It's not right that students have to go a distance or travel to different locations to drop off their test kits. We also need extended sick leave for our teachers and other staff members who get sick. 5 days yeah, you can come back to work, but if you still have a fever or you have symptoms, you still got to be off. That is going to exhaust all their sick time. They need what SB 95 provided, 10 days. If they're not sick after 5, come back. We want our schools open. Nobody wants to shut down the schools. You know, we love our students. We love our communities. We need to protect each other. And we're all in this together. Thank you.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Fedorko. I'm a special ed teacher. I'm the resource teacher at Sutro Elementary School. I'd like to echo what a lot of the callers are saying. As a teacher, this has just been a really tough year. I love my students. I love my school. My families know that. Over Christmas, I couldn't see my family or my partner because he tested positive for COVID. And I've been making an effort to not take days off or if I feel crappy, continue to go in, not crappy physically or with symptoms, but mentally, I still go in because I know my kids need me. But now I'm positive for COVID and I'm here using my sick days that, I'm going to need for my mental health. And they're being taken up because I'm positive because I contracted COVID at school. And so when I have to take mental health days later in the year, that's going to come out of my paycheck. Unfortunately, I'm moving to the UK at the end of the year. And I have to say, the thing I'm not going to miss is this district. I'm going to miss my school, but I'm not going to miss
Rebecca.
Here.
Hello, Edie.
Hi, I'm a first year teacher at Sunnyside Elementary. I teach second grade. And I think I want to just start by saying I appreciate every parent that has said thank you. I really do feel appreciated by the parents, but by the central office, I feel completely invisible. I feel like there's no supports for the teachers. I feel like I have been trying to take care of myself over break. I haven't seen my family for 6 months. And if I get COVID, I don't have enough sick days to cover it. So, like the person before me said, what are we doing for our teachers? I show up every day. I care about my students. I want to be in person, but if we're not getting adequate testing and all the things that we need as teachers, how are we supposed to continue to do this job safely and to give our kids a good education?
Thank you. Hello, Rionda.
Good evening, everybody. I'm gonna do my best to try and speak without coughing as much. But my daughter is a 10th grader at George Washington High School. She returned to school on Monday and ended up COVID positive on Thursday. And now my entire household is potentially COVID positive. We don't know because we are having trouble getting tested. What I'm asking is for us to implement some sort of safety measure that protects our babies and overall all of our families. What we're doing right now is not working. I should not have been able to go through this entire pandemic, being pregnant, having multiple doctor's visits, having different surgeries and not catching COVID, only for my daughter to return back from the winter break to catch COVID. Something has to be done that's better, that protects our babies. Our teachers are crying out to you and our families are crying out to you. Please listen to us and do things differently. Understanding that even with the guidelines, it's not clear because you're being told that as long as you feel better and you have no symptoms, you can come back. That's not clear to students. They're worried about their grades, and that should not be a worry because the family safety should be of utmost importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Linda. Linda? Hello, Carrie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Please hold,
I'm sorry.
Carrie. Thank you. Go ahead.
I apologize. This is I'm Linda Pelpedes. I'm a teacher at Buena Vista Horace Mann, and I
I just wanted to call in tonight to ask for better PPE for our schools, please, please, please. Especially I work with kindergartners. The double masking is not doing it. Their little ears are literally doubling over from the elastic pulling on their ears. They cannot keep those masks on. We need KN95 for our students. We need on-demand rapid tests for our staff. Every time we feel like we have some symptoms, we have to pay out of pocket $25 a pop just so we can go and do our jobs. And because we don't want to spread the virus in our school communities. We need to be thoughtful. We need to get the appropriate PPE to our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Jonathan. I'm sorry, Carrie, you were next, and then Jonathan.
Thanks, Judson. I just wanted to say thank you so much to all of the central office staff, to the board, to everyone who's been working so hard, especially all the site staff to get these schools back open for kids. I'm glad that we are starting to get things under control. I know it was a rocky start, but I really think that being in school is the best place for our kids. I know how hard people are working to get PPE out. I was there volunteering today. I want to give a shout out and appreciation to President Lopez for being there as well, working really hard to get the pallets made and get PPE out to our schools. But I just really want to stress that with Omicron showing that no matter if we're vaxxed, if we're triple vaxxed, whatever, we can still get it. There is no way that shutting down schools is going to stop this. It is just going to delay it and push it out farther to when this is going to happen. We just need to make sure that we are pushing to get people vaccinated and to get people as much PPE as we can to try to keep them as safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Tara, and please mute if you are a panelist.
My name's Jonathan. Can I go, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Jonathan Fong. I'm a science teacher at Lowell High School. I just wanted to echo what Rafael Picasso and the other two first-year teachers had mentioned about having that extra COVID sick leave available for teachers, especially newer teachers who have not built up sick time. I've been fortunate this year not to contract COVID and haven't missed any days, but I do know coworkers who have missed 5 days, 10 days, and have already exhausted their allotment for the year. Please also make sure that PPE is distributed to all schools and available also for our students who can't afford to have actually a KN95 mask or N95 masks available to them. We do have, some surgical masks and some of the cloth masks that were initially given, but that's the only, it's ineffective against Omicron. And so please make that available to our students. Our students are concerned, especially when they get close contact memos. So please do care for our students. We want to teach. Our students want to learn. They want to be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my turn.
Kathy? Yes.
Oh, wait, Tara or Kathy?
Tara, go ahead, then Kathy.
No, Kathy can go first. It's fine.
Kathy, go first. Kathy? All right.
Hello?
I don't think Kathy's there, so you can go ahead, Tara, okay?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, Kathy's already gone. Tara, you go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name's Tara Sessa. I'm a parent and a teacher in the district. I just want to say that the educators, well, I want a lot of things to say, but the educators are at the breaking point. It is very hard this year. It's harder than last year, and we need all the support we can get. And it doesn't feel safe. Many of my students have had COVID, and I am personally keeping my son home. And I really wish that there was a 2-week distance learning option for him, even though I'm personally going into the school to take care of my students. It just doesn't feel safe, and we need better masks. I had students chew through 3 masks during a 30-minute RSP session today, and it just isn't safe. Please get us masks and more available testing. I tested on Thursday and I didn't get my results until last night at 7:20, and that's just too long to wait. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert, please go ahead.
Hi. Last week, I personally gave out more N95 masks to school teachers in the district. This is ridiculous. Put the health and safety of students and staff first. Put a pause to in-person learning so we can get on top of things. Stop bowing to the demands of the domestic terror organization, SF Parents Coalition. They shut down the COVID safety protocols resolution introduced by Commissioners Collins and Lopez last October with the threat of future recalls. Before it was learning loss, but we all know there's no learning going on in schools today. Now it's apparent they can't be around their children. The health and safety of our kids and teachers are being held hostage by a bunch of entitled, privileged, shitty parents. Enough of the eugenics bullshit.
All right, that's enough, Robert. Please don't cuss on this call. You're
going
gone.
remote until we.
Hello, Cal. Let's remove Robert altogether. Yeah, pardon?
Hello. I already gave my public comment, Judson. I do want to note that I think you've gone over the 30 minutes allotted by President Lopez.
Hey, Cal, could you do me a favor and lower your hand then, please? Delaney?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Ronaldo.
Boom. Delaney?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so I want to acknowledge the fact that the community is thanking educators for their work, but also I want to acknowledge that you're not listening to what we're saying. I want to acknowledge that we're saying as a district, we're student-centered, but we're not listening to what the Student Advisory Council has said. I want to acknowledge the fact that people are saying that schools are safe, but as someone who was substituted in multiple schools and multiple classrooms, the last period I subbed in today had 2 students out of 13. Students are not safe in our schools. We should have been preventative, but because we missed that window, it's time to be reactionary. I want to say, I acknowledge that parents are volunteering, but where are these parents volunteering at? I have not seen one parent at Thurgood Marshall Academic High School or on the Southeast side. And I want to say that we are professionals and we're telling you the realities of the classroom, and we should be heard and respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Marissa. Hello, Marissa. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a senior in high school and a representative in the SAC, and I want to thank all the staff who are doing what they can, first of all. But I don't think the severity of risk is understood among city leaders. As a triple vax student who lives with people at risk, I'm uncomfortable going to school knowing that some peers are taking this lightly. Students who are aware that they could be infected, and even students who have confirmation of infection, are knowingly going to school, and I feel that a part of the leniency is exemplified through the lack of protocol provided, which allows them to feel not responsible for the health of their community. Though I do understand mental health in distance learning is a struggle, including for myself, I feel that temporary close would be best. I would rather have an additional 2 weeks at the end of the year to safely learn than fearing the risk of infection every day, especially as the surge is expected. At least I propose distance learning option for students who can stay at home to prevent high concentrations of students at school. Going to school brings me more anxiety than distance learning. This past week, I've seen classes half full and others with a mask not on. High quality learning is not possible when half of the teachers and students are gone. Students should not have the ultimatum.
Thank you,
to
that's your
risk
time.
papers.
Violetta?
Hi, my name is Violeta Garcia. I'm a parent.
Yes, that's okay. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to pause on this for a moment while we check on our audio.
I did want to note that public comment will be coming to an end though, and I extended it further beyond 30 minutes to ensure we can hear from more people, but we will be closing public comment now.
Can I still go? This is Violeta Garcia.
Yes, Violeta, we are having technical difficulties, but I'm also closing the public comment time.
Yes, but I still don't understand. Can I go after they fix the technical difficulties?
All right, I'd like to open this time for our student delegates and commissioners who'd like to comment on tonight's item. And reminder to our virtual attendees, I can see your hands if you choose to make a comment.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from our student delegates, the SAC letter that we received. I'd like them to review that with us and get some staff response.
Okay, it looks like student delegate Lamb can begin.
Sure
And
thing.
hopefully the connection is fixed.
Awesome. I was gonna say I was waiting for student delegate Liang, but she's back now. Yes, we would definitely love to go over
Student
the
delegate Lamb, sorry?
Yes.
Was that her? That was her.
Can you hear me?
One moment, we are trying to
Can we
figure
do
out.
a workaround? Maybe she can call one of our cell phones, so we could just hold the cell phone up to the mic. If
I
this isn't
can
correct.
do that, yes.
Okay, let me give you a call. And does the audience, student delegates, can you hear us clearly?
We can, yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna have to.
We are.
Hello? Is this working?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, I'm just kind of tripped out because I'm hearing it through my own ear, so I'm gonna take it out. Yeah, so I think Agnes and I both want to give some remarks on our own experiences in schools while also talking about the survey and some requests that we have from staff, more specific requests that aren't really addressed in the letter, or they are addressed in the letter, but they're more specific. So starting with our experiences, I can go first. I think we might toss this back and forth, so I'll hand it to Agnes right after this. But if you haven't noticed, her and I are both at home today because we are both feeling a little under the weather, and cannot say that is not a result of being in school last week or of the recent Omicron surge. Thankfully, I tested negative, and I'll let student delegate Liang disclose whatever she would wish to disclose, but I think this is evidence that something's going on when both of your student delegates are at home and feeling sick. But in addition to that, we have definitely seen the effects of the recent surge in our classrooms and in our schools. I mean, just today, while I was at school, I was walking with a teacher and she literally said, "Oh, I had to go sub another class now." And so people are taking on different shifts, just trying to make the ends meet. Obviously, at the beginning of the week, we saw Superintendent Matthews subbing for a class and many from central office. And clearly there's a situation where lots of teachers are gone. And that leaves for a non-productive work environment for our students, especially if teachers are not able to post online or do not feel well enough to keep online assignments up to date. And so that's just kind of what we're seeing. A lot of students are reporting that their classes are empty, and some students are reporting that their classes are relatively full. And like many have said, there are a lot of varying perspectives. Before I go into the actual data from the SAC survey and our letter, I want to pass it to student delegate Liang to talk about her own experiences at her school site, or in general.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to like call you as well or if you're able to hear me
I
now.
might have to patch her in. One moment.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, now you're both on.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to share my experience. I think I'm like echoing.
Can you mute your Zoom?
I already left the audio, so I think I'm muted. No, I think you gotta mute Agnes. Okay, let me try this again.
Try now.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to share my experience. Recently I did test positive for COVID, which is why I'm currently Zooming from home. And also just speaking with my peers and the students at Mission High School and even like across the district, a lot of students are deciding to stay home because they feel unsafe. And 3 out of 7 of my teachers are currently tested positive for COVID. And a lot of the students are most of my classes are half empty, which is quite absurd. And to think that like being in the classroom is a priority for us. And even though we feel sick, or even though my peers feel sick, they feel the need to go to school because there is no hybrid option. And I feel like that's just unsafe because I feel like it's inconsiderate. The fact that being in the classroom is a priority and like we have to choose that over our health. And I just feel like moving forward, like I do want everyone to hear like the experiences of like educators and the students, because we are the people that are in the classroom on a daily basis. And I've been home for the past like week and a half and probably going to be absent for the rest of this week. And to know that I don't really have a choice. And I feel like there isn't much that teachers are doing to cater to students who are testing positive for COVID because they're not receiving enough support from the district. And I think it makes me very frustrated that students are speaking up about this, educators are speaking up about this, but there's nothing happening. And there's no type of accountability for it, which is very frustrating as someone who did test positive and knowing that I have to stay at home with no type of support whatsoever. And I feel like there's no updates coming from the school on this because they're also lost on what to do. So I think overall, in terms of like the feedback and the thoughts and the opinions that I'm receiving from other students, I think across the board, everyone is very frustrated and very confused. And I think that we do need like immediate action. I don't know what this is going to look like, but yeah, I think it makes me very angry to be in this position right now, even though it is very hard because we've never dealt with anything like this. But I think moving forward, I do think that we need some type of option where everyone feels like included, because I think having everyone go in person is inconsiderate and it's not working. But that's just where I stand. And I think Joanna can add more about this too, and kind of talk about our letter and our demands that we have come up with as the student body. Yeah. So one, I mean, the comments I have oncoming, I'm going to make sure that I write down and send to staff, because I know that during these meetings, it's kind of hard to track down everything that's being said and any requests. But I want to go over the survey a little bit. And I want to preface by saying that we haven't had the data verified, and also want to know. Oh, I'm being asked to unmute on Zoom. Should I be doing that?
No, you're coming in good.
Okay, so I should not unmute on Zoom and cancel this request. Okay.
The public should be able to hear you because you're on the mic that we all are speaking on, so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. No echo. What was I saying? Oh, this is our first survey out as an SAC this year, and so obviously there were things that we could have done better, including, question testing and all that. So that's the preface. Over the course of the last week or so, the number that we recorded down in the letter is 3,250 responses. However, now it's up to 3,853 responses, representing 10 middle schools and counting, and then also 13 high schools and counting. And what we asked were questions about how students are feeling about going to school with the recent Omicron surge. And so we asked a couple questions where students were to pick on a scale of 1 to 4 their feelings around certain questions. For example, this one is, what are your feelings around moving to virtual school for a period of 1 to 2 weeks? 1 being total support and 4 being absolutely no support. And the average answer that we got is 2.16, so in the middle. Secondly, what are your feelings around hybrid learning? Again, 1 is completely in support, 4 being absolutely not, and we got an average answer of 1.8. And as you can tell, things are landing pretty in the middle for both of these. And it goes back to this theme that we're seeing both in public comment and now as we're discussing this, where there is no one answer that fits every family. Some people are very scared of going back online, and that's really valid. And some people are really scared to go to school, and that's also very valid. And I think one of the biggest things that we're advocating for after conducting this survey is offering a hybrid learning option for people that actually don't qualify for OLP or on-demand learning. So meaning those that have multi-generational households, those that have immunocompromised people in their households, having them be able to opt in to some sort of hybrid learning program. The letter outlines what it might look like from a student perspective. What we're looking for is making sure that teachers are required to upload classwork assignments. And I know that one point is kind of contentious because it requires a lot more work for teachers. I mean, we're hoping that the district can offer support in making that happen. Offering real-time instruction, that is also one that we know that is maybe not feasible, but we want to explore that option. And we want to make note that this hybrid option be available for 2 to 3 weeks and be restricted and be open to those that have these extenuating circumstances, whether it's multi-generational households or being at home with people that are immunocompromised. And the most important thing I think that was strongly advocated for in both public comment and with students is that these students that stay home because they don't want to go to school get excused absences. And what we're seeing is that there's no proper protocol for all schools. Each school site has its own protocol in terms of excusing absences, whether that's a Google form like it is at Lowell or having to call into the office. And so we want, as a request to the district, to make that protocol standard, and to also include for the next 2 to 3 weeks excused absences for those that stay home because of fear of transmission in schools. In the same vein of excused absences, not really, but we are also advocating for COVID sick days for teachers, as Mr. Fong cited in public comment, as many educators did as well, because we understand that a lot of new educators do not have those sick days built up to use. And also once they're used, they can't rebuild them back, right? I'm going to pause there and toss it to Agnes to see if I missed anything so far.
I think that covers most of what I was going to say.
Yeah, I think you got it. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna go with 2 more points, and then I'm gonna turn it over for discussion. The next thing is communication. So we have weekly testing sites and we have mobile testing sites, and that's great. I think people are starting to figure that out now. And as we can see with the higher demand, people are going to these color sites. We also have rapid testing sites, which I didn't know about. I think a lot of people are starting to figure out too. What would be really helpful is weekly emails sent out to parents and families every single week with the new testing site locations. Because they are mobile, they move around every week, and so they're never consistent in where they are. It would be incredibly helpful to families that we have consistent communication about where those sites are going to be every week. That is students as well. These emails should be going to student inboxes as well, and not just parents. Also, posters at school. What we're not seeing are these testing posters at school as to where you can get tests, who you can ask for tests, what kind of tests are available. None of that is on our walls, and that's where students are, right, in school, looking at walls and looking at, on their way to classes and things like that. So we're requesting that there be posters made with these testing sites or how to get tested with QR codes and any relevant information for students. Let's see. I think that might be the communication piece.
Did you have, I think you had one more point, or can we turn it to staff?
I think we can turn it over to staff. Agnes, I feel like I'm missing some.
I think that covers it in our letter. If anyone wants to chime in for discussion or have any questions.
Yeah, you had a couple other points around better enforcement strategies for safety protocols, required vaccinations.
Definitely. So better enforcement strategies for safety protocols. We're asking a more clear guidance around how to keep students following these guidelines, meaning disciplinary action for those that are not, wearing their masks, or like a system of being able to alert students about that, and also instructions on how to use proper PPE and information on district resources. So again, the location of testing and vaccination sites. In terms of required vaccinations, we affirm the need for requiring vaccinations in schools, and we understand that there is already a CA or California vaccination mandate that is set to be in place next year in the fall. We also know that there are other districts in California that are trying to implement a vaccine mandate but have not been able to. For example, I think LAUSD is extending or is hoping to implement theirs next year. And same for other school districts as well. Like I think San Diego Unified has also been trying to implement that, but we would like to explore that option, especially since it's already going to happen next year by the state.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing that, for sharing your letter. I believe we'll be getting more information around sharing that publicly as well to make sure it's highlighted. I am now going to turn it to Superintendent Matthews for response, and I'll hear from commissioners as well afterward.
So we responded earlier just to one part. I can tell you, let me tell you a couple of things, and then any staff members who'd like to address any other areas, definitely feel free. So your points about communication, I'm gonna just go, I'll come back to certain ones. So the ones around communication, we can definitely work on those. I will say well, let me just go through them. So around communication, both sending emails to staff, to student emails, as well as weekly emails. Those, we have weekly digests currently, but I'd like to sit down with you to talk about what are the better communication strategies so that it ensures that most students will read. I'm going to skip hybrid. We will come back to talk about, we currently have a policy around, if it's around COVID, it definitely is an excused absence, but I know what you're asking for is just students who don't feel safe or yeah, you say that, don't feel safe, them having an excused absence. So I need to talk to staff more to see what the current policies are. So I'll get back to you on that one. I will come back to the virtual option, transparency around resource distribution. So once again, I'd have to sit with you because we already put numbers out around whether it's resource distribution or what we're doing, but clearly what you're saying is students don't see this or know this. So I need to talk to you about ways that would make it more public. So a lot of this is us sitting down to discuss how we could become more transparent for students. Better enforcement of strategies. So I'd have to, once again, I have to sit with you to see what that looks like from your perspective. I know from the perspective of, I would imagine, lead and our administrators, well, I'd need to talk to you more about what you're seeing, and I would want to have some of our administrators in the room, so it would be a conversation. Required vaccinations. So as you have said, currently the governor's plan is to have these vaccinations required by July 1st, and it becomes just one of another of the required vaccinations like measles, rubella. We have such a high rate in San Francisco Unified. That's why we didn't feel the need to go for a mandate, because so many of our students, over 98% of our students, are vaccinated. I will say this, that those districts that you mentioned all pushed back. They had a January or a December deadline, and they ended up pushing it back a couple of months because they realized the large number of students that wouldn't be in attendance if they put that in place. So that's one of the things we'd want to have to think about if we were going to do that now, is what would happen for those students who aren't vaccinated. And then I guess this last one is urging for allotment of time in this board meeting, which we're discussing right now. I don't know if the ones I skipped over were around the virtual option and the hybrid option, and I'm sure that's another one where we would want to sit down, but I don't know if Deputy Superintendent, if you had any thoughts or any comments on those.
Lots of thoughts and comments, but I think what I want to make sure that I reiterate is that we do have the short-term independent study option that is available for students who are isolating because of close contact. Because they've tested positive, as well as for students who have to quarantine because of close contact. And that independent study, short-term independent study, is up to 15 school days, which is 3 weeks. And I know that in the SAC letter, there was a request for an option of 2 to 3 weeks. So I wanted to make sure that our students and our community knows that that short-term independent study option is available. As I said during the presentation, we are reevaluating the criteria for short-term independent study, because what is not a part of that criteria is if you are fearful to come to school because you might live with someone who might be immunocompromised or some other circumstance. That said, if you are in that situation, I'm speaking slowly, we do have the opportunity for those students to apply for the ODLP, the On-Demand Learning Program. And while you are awaiting a decision on that program to know if you got into it or not, you are allowed to be on independent study. So there are a number of ways that we're trying to be responsive to families and students in their circumstances, either through the online learning program options or the short-term independent study. And I hear the feedback that we need to do better and more to get that information out. And again, to make sure that the criteria to get into those programs or to participate in the short-term independent study is more responsive to the current and ever-changing context. I was gonna say something else, but I just forgot what it was. The other thing is, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say for now.
Deputy Superintendent, can I ask a clarifying question about the independent study?
Mhm.
Is that clear with the teachers assign it, or that they're responsible for getting it out to the students?
So the teachers are required to do the assignments. Our curriculum and instruction department has made a number of activities that students can engage in that teachers can just click and assign, even that we've used during the school closure period. We are going to try to do better to get that pushed back out so teachers can know that is available, because we know there's a huge surge and uptick in the number of requests likely for independent study. But yes, there are materials available and teachers are responsible to grade those. If you are doing short-term independent study, your attendance it's retroactive, if you will. So for those days that you're doing independent study, you are not negatively impacted attendance-wise. And then at the end of the period, the teacher checks to make sure you did all the work. And if you did all the work, then you will have positive marks for those 15 or whatever number of days that you were out doing the independent study.
Just having had experience with that, I just think it's challenging at the site level, as you know, Dr. Former thought like that. So that's how it's supposed to work. But I think it is. I just want to acknowledge that I think basically the classroom teacher ends up having to create. It's great that there's some materials available, but if they want to have it be in the context of their class, often they have to create additional materials, and then we have teachers that are out sick, and so I guess I would. This is another area where several members of the public mentioned flexibility and understanding. And I think one thing that would be really important is making sure that students' grades aren't penalized at high school level in particular. So I don't know if there's a way to communicate that to teachers and to say, like, if we could all just have a little bit of grace here, I think it would also help. Because if, as our student delegates are saying, students are feeling pressured to come to school when they're sick, that's going to just make everyone less safe. So, and so sometimes these policies, which is, I mean, that's a state law, I assume that you're, that's how our policies like that. But I just know, I mean, we all know how that actually works at the site level, which is that the classroom teacher ends up being primarily responsible. And if they're out sick and the students are out sick and you got 35 kids in a class, which is our normal, and this goes back to our funding and how schools are funded. There's nobody at the site to sort of coordinate that. And that's, I just want to say that's a reality. That's not the fault of anyone in the system. It's not going to change in the next couple of weeks. And so I think we're just going to have to be, and if there's a way to communicate to students too, I would say if you feel like you're not getting accommodations from your teacher, let somebody, let SAC know, let student delegates know, so we can kind of, again, close that communication loop, go back to the principal, make sure they're talking to teachers so that we're all kind of giving each other as much kind of grace and understanding in this period.
Yep.
So I don't know if that makes sense or.
It makes total sense. And I would just say that there's a team of us working to figure out different models and scenarios to respond to all of the crazy and the nuances, because as you said, there are some educators who don't you dare give me some pre-made assignments. I want my students to do what I'm doing now. And there's others who need those pre-made assignments. That said, the pre-made assignment does not keep you on track of whatever's happening in the classroom. And so we're trying our best to figure out how to do this in a way that is still in compliance with the law, that still gives students a rich and engaging experience that's aligned to what they're studying, but that also gives educators some flexibility and a sense of support. And so that's the complexity of it. And again, this surge is a new surge, but I think I said in the presentation, really trying to figure out as many ways as possible to be responsive to the current context.
And I don't know if we're going to discuss the hybrid thing, but I think that's also, I would say, again, as a former principal and teacher, I think that's the obstacle, I would say, to the students of doing a hybrid option. I mean, it's just logistically, honestly, impossible right now. It's because then it's like, who's going to do that? If the classroom teacher is doing that, then, I mean, we have to kind of restructure the whole school system that for hopefully what is a 2 to 3 to 4 week period of this surge. Now, if it goes on longer, then I think we need to take other considerations. But I guess I think this is really, really valuable work by the SAC. I want to emphasize that. And I think some of the other things they've talked about, we can do much, much better on. I think there are some things that we're just going to have to kind of, again, work with grace and hopefully, communicate better and try to not, I just don't want to see students being penalized in any way for this. I mean, everyone's trying their best, I think, here. I know teachers are working really, really hard. Students are working hard, and we just want to kind of get through this difficult period.
I just wanted to add 2 points of information that I don't need.
So I want to support the conversation our student delegates were able to start and weave that into the discussion, which I'm sure many commissioners will bring up similar points. I also want to test out the Zoom option again. So Commissioner Moliga, I see your hand up and hopefully things have been taken care of.
Thank you, President Lopez. I had a question. Are we continuing the conversation for the student delegates?
Yes, we just need to turn up the sound. Go ahead.
I could sing a song until you can hear me. Is that?
One moment.
All right, thank you. Let me turn my thing off. Are we still having, sorry. Is this still the conversation around the student delegate conversation, President Lopez, or, because I have a question outside of that. And I do appreciate the student delegates presentation.
Yes,
Presentation. It was pretty good.
that's a good question, and it's open for the discussion, which is the agenda item.
Okay, all right. So thank you for the presentation. I had a question for Superintendent Matthews. I know the city and county had a $100 million surplus, and I think I read earlier that there are conversations with the board of supervisors and the mayor. It seems like there were 2 asks, right, around testing and then also masks, etc. But I just wanted to get a clear understanding of what the asks were, and then are there timelines behind the city and county being able to support us in those areas, given that this is a public health issue, that we're dealing with the entire city and not just a school district isolated issue.
Yes, so the asks were around both masks and testing, any support that they could offer. They today announced that we're getting 150,000 KN95 masks. And then also they gave 1,000 rapid tests. Those tests are going to schools so that people who are coming back who need to test to return, those will be available, but those are going to be made available at schools. So that's one, and I just answered the mask. Chief Lau Smith, I don't know if I'm forgetting any of the other responses from the city in regards to our request.
No, thank you, Dr. Matthews. Mostly, never mind. Okay.
But those are the 2. I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Moliga.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent Matthews.
Can I ask a clarifying question on your response? Or about the masks?
Sorry, Commissioner Collins, I see you talking, but we're still trying to figure out the
I can text.
text, so,
Are the masks
oh, okay.
adult?
So we'll want to do the same thing so that members of the public at home can hear Commissioner Collins, so you'll need to.
They can, we just can't hear. The members of the public can hear us, and they can hear the person there. It's just coming into this room, that's the problem.
So you don't want to call Commissioner Collins and do the same thing?
Good.
I texted.
And I will just take this opportunity to let you know that we're still having trouble getting any members of the public. Also, we can finish this item, members of the can hear your deliberation. But after that, if we're not able to resolve this issue, we're going to have to continue the meeting before we take up another item.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there it is. You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know what happened. I just quickly question was the KN95 masks are for adults. Is that, just want to clarify.
Yes, the KN95 masks are for adults, but we also received a, I'm trying to remember now, $300,000 mask, surgical masks for adults and 305,000 surgical masks for students.
Okay, thank you. Just clarifying.
Yes, Commissioner Bogus.
Yeah, just in regards to the masks, you shared numbers that were very large as far as the number of masks we're receiving. Could you let us know, like, how long will those masks last, and like where will that get us to as far as kind of what we currently have that we've received, as well as what we're purchasing as far as the availabilities on masks now between the end of the semester?
So we currently had a 30-day supply already before the donation started. So we had a 30-day supply, if everyone used a mask every day. So we had a 30-day supply. I'm gonna ask Chief Lousmith, are you there on now?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what either you or Chief Kamala Nathan, what the supply is for what's getting in? Or do we still have to do some calculations?
We are doing calculations. We currently have a 30-day supply, and we're currently calculating what we have so we can put out the ask to have the supply through the end of the school year.
So we don't have. Then the reason for this is, as you heard earlier, there's so many things that are happening so rapidly. So we have the 30-day supply, but we received another 30,000 from the business community on Monday, and then today, which is Tuesday, another 300,000. So it's coming in right now, if that makes sense. So it just came in Monday and Tuesday, so we haven't had the chance to calculate exactly what that's going to mean for towards the end of the year, and how many more we're going to need to get to the end of the year. Okay.
That's fine.
So I'm just trying to understand, like, so we did hear from some of the commenters that there's masks are not available. So I guess I'm trying to understand, is that not accurate? Do we know what the gap is there? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the mask arrived at the end of last week, and they're going out. They started going out Friday and today, yesterday and today. So they're arriving at sites. I think you heard one. With those mask distributions, also the test kits that came from the state for students came in. So you heard a mother say her test kit came home today. So those are being sent home with students. We also received a donation of rapid test, molecular PCR rapid tests. Those went currently for classroom teachers. So those, I know, 2/3 of those went out today. So those are now are beginning to get in teachers' hands. They're at schools now, so they'll be in teachers' hands today or tomorrow. The other third is going out tomorrow. So things are, as soon as they're getting to us, we're shipping them out immediately. Our goal is not to hold on to anything, to get it in people's hands right away.
Yeah, of course. But with masks specifically, though, by tomorrow or Thursday, there shouldn't be any more, there shouldn't be any more gaps in the mask distribution, hopefully.
Absolutely not.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And one more point I want to make is on that piece around communication, that families know these are now being provided, and hopefully we can continue to provide it consistently. But even letting families know that it's available is where we falter. Commissioner Collins, I see your hand.
Thank you. So I guess I want to come back to what we're asking for is a plan. And so I'm hearing from different commissioners, how many do we have? Do we have enough for the year? How many, and we have adults and students, and what types of masks when will there be a plan from now until the end of the year for us to see how many masks we have now, how many we need, and all of that?
So we will have the numbers for you. We will have those at the next meeting. However, as I just said, what happens is we have the plan for what we need, but you heard the numbers that changed just over the last not the numbers needed, but the numbers that have come in. So we will have the numbers for you and tell you what we have in place and our plan to whatever that gap is, our plan, because we can also purchase. But right now, what we're seeing is some of those gaps are being filled by either the business community or the city.
Right. So can we post that online as like I go to Marin sometimes and I see a big thermometer that folks use, or is there a way for us to post this online so that people can see what the need is? And then parents can also see how we're filling it, the ultimate need, because we want to make sure we're covered till the end of the year.
Hi, yes, this is Gentle Blythe, Deputy Superintendent, and I want you to know that we actually are working on that, but we have to get the correct information in order to post it. So we're currently on the back end trying to make sure that we have a good accounting of all of the supplies. And then, as you'll see right now online, there's actually a timeline of the distribution for all of the self-test kits that are going out. So what we're looking to do is to continue to be able to do that around masking as well as any more rapid self-tests that we receive so that we can provide line of sight for that. So I completely agree that we have a need to make all of that information available in real time so people can contribute, but also people can know what's coming. So we're working on that.
And I volunteer to help with any back end stuff around just developing communications or things. I just want to let you know I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
Student Delegate Liang.
Yeah, I just had a quick question with like the test kits and stuff. I know that test kits were handed out at Mission High School yesterday, I believe. Is this going to be a regular thing that you guys are aiming for, like a weekly thing, or is it just like a one-time thing? What's like the plan with that in terms of like handing out testing kits to students?
Great question. So I was on a press conference with the mayor this morning, and one of the things she said was that especially the rapid tests, those are just, you can't get them. What's happened is the federal government has made a commitment to mail one to every household. So they have basically cornered the market on the rapid test. And so right now states are just struggling to find any. So I wish I could say this would be a weekly, but it's not currently. I know at some point it will, just, for lack of a better example, the toilet paper situation 2 years ago, there was a point where you couldn't get any and then all of a sudden overflow. So I know at some point we will have rapid tests everywhere, but that is not in the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It's going to take some time. So right now it's a one-time thing unless we continue to get the city partnering with us, our business community partnering with us, and even our business community partnering with us. They basically had to use all of their connections to basically find rapid test kits. They're just very difficult to get at this time. Now, what is the plan, which has been the plan since last spring, is our color testing model. And the hope when this, right now you heard some of the concerns about it taking 72 hours. As this surge goes down, which was another thing that was said, during the press conference today is that the prediction is about another week and a half to 2 weeks, and then we will turn the corner with the models as they are predicting. So this, as the surge goes down, our color testing model will then pick back up and be you will get results much sooner. So that is our plan. Our big plan is color. And I wish I could say that the rapid test would be a weekly thing, but that's not in the very near future.
Yeah, and can I just add, though, the rapid test sites that we stood up this month, we will continue. Right now, the plan is to continue through the end of the school year. So that's a supplement to the color testing. And the color testing is really good for the close contact testing and returning to school. And then the rapid testing is actually better if you're symptomatic, right? Because you want the results more quickly. So we're working to stand up as many as we can. But again, it's a supply chain issue because we have to have the people and most importantly have the test kits, but those will continue as well.
Vice President Lamb.
Thank you. And thank you first to SAC, thank you to our educators and school staff and all staff in general. I know that it is all hands on deck, and want to acknowledge to our students and families and staff what a hard time it's been since the beginning of this spring semester when we returned from winter break. I have questions related to the color contract, and I want to thank Superintendent Matthews and Melly Lau-Smith for some of the questions that I have. And so I'll raise them right now. And I just want to name that we do have the color contract extension. I will be supporting the extension of that contract because I do not want anything to limit the testing infrastructure that we have currently at SF Unified. And at the same time, I do have questions about the vendor. And, right now through this surge, we are also seeing other emerging and the market is changing. And so I'm really curious to, for thinking in the next 3 months, 6 months, in further, what opportunity this is for the school district and being able to leverage and really maximize the efficiencies, the investments. And I really like the multi-layered approach that we have. And I think that has really been done in partnership with SFDPH, with working with CDPH, the California Department of Public Health, and our rapid antigen testing partners like Safer Together. So just wanted to name that and want to acknowledge, which was said earlier, that throughout this pandemic, school districts and lead educational agencies have been charged with, holding the responsibilities because it is first and foremost of us serving our students and our families and staff. And at the same time, we desperately need additional supports. And we'll talk a little bit more about, I think in upcoming policy committee meetings, about what's happening at the state level, the budget analysis coming from the governor's office, but also really what COVID funding we continue to need that goes directly for public health services, not education recovery, not only with education recovery. So with that, just some questions that I have with the color contract is around, the overall of, let me just start. They have been impacted, the vendor has been impacted for 2 days now on, from my understanding, a server issue that's had national impact. It's impacted the San Francisco County, city and counties sites, which they had to close down some of the sites or limit their hours. So just wanted to ask staff, how has that the last 2 days of colors technical problems impacted our mobile sites?
The mobile sites or the self-swab sites? So fortunately for us, most of our testing is through the self-swab kits that people pick up at school sites. And that did not impact us at all. The system to activate kits and pick up kits, which is a courier system, and process them, did not impact those sites at all. We did not shut down any of our mobile sites, so it didn't impact those either. So fortunately for us, we were pretty much, that didn't impact us. However, the huge demand, because rapid tests are so hard to find, that has impacted everyone because one, you can't get a rapid test, so it takes longer to get a test. So there's a delay there. Two, because so many people are asking for tests, the time for the processing is taking longer. So it's just a overall, it's an overall global national issue on the testing. So definitely have been impacted in the turnaround time because of the increased demand. And a lot of that is driven because there's no available rapid antigen kits. So I don't know what is leading what, but it's all impacting everything.
Yes, and I just also want to acknowledge just the number and volume of tests that through SF Unified, Dr. Matthews, I've heard you say, we are one of the largest city testing providers in this city. And I just want to acknowledge that. And at the same time, just knowing how important the demand is, especially during this surge, because like we heard time and time again, not only when it's symptomatic, when students and staff are needing to test to come back into the classroom, so much of that, and that's just the reality right now of what we're all facing. So with that, I think it's just to acknowledge again, however our contract is structured, although I know that the staff has not had the space and time to look at, renegotiating prices or establishing a service level agreement. Those are the things that I would love to work, like to have staff really do that analysis of moving forward. And this is really looking forward as I bring this up. And I appreciate, Dr. Matthews, your commitment last night when we talked, being able to start that conversation as early as maybe Friday, but knowing where the chaos, how challenged we are right now with staffing, even of next week. And again, I just want to appreciate our conversation to be able to really think about, a longevity and sustainability of a testing program that really meets current needs, and knowing that it is a surge. And at the same time, I really do think we need to look at a longer term of 3 months and 6 months analysis. So with that, in addition, I have a question, and this is to the littering. We don't have to answer this right now. I am really thankful that we do have approved partners through the state, like Safer Together, that is able to provide this rapid antigen testing. And something that I would like to, as part of this next analysis of work, is, how or are we fully leveraging those types of opportunities coming from the state? And who knows, right? As the governor's revealing new COVID response, I just don't know those things. And certainly I hope the team will also dive in to what may be coming forward for those resources at the state level.
So may I say something?
Yes.
So one, we are currently leveraging resources from the state. So I just want to be clear, because I think there's this thing out there that says we're not. So we chose to take a direct grant from the state. So we received money for testing in the state. We have been moving towards rapid antigen. It takes a little while to develop infrastructure in doing that. And we have always had the plan to write and release another request for proposal for testing services. We were hoping to do that in March. I mean, that was something we were gonna start working on in January, writing it, because we know the landscape has changed. So we do have these plans, and then things happen, and unfortunately things get, time-wise, we get pushed. So I just want to be really clear that we have been leveraging the resources coming from the California Department of Public Health. We're working with Safer Together, who is one of the partners. Color is actually one of the partners of California Department of Health, and we leverage California Department of Health resources through them as well. So I just wanted to be clear with that. And you're absolutely right. We have known for some time that the testing landscape is changing, and we have been making moves in that direction to change, knowing that we will be testing most likely through next school year. So we need to evolve our testing plan because it looks different than it did. And it's hard to believe it was only less than a year ago when we released our last RFP, and things have changed greatly. So just wanted to acknowledge that much of that work is already underway.
Thank you. I'm sorry, one last comment and then I'll stop, I promise. I do have a request for the upcoming budget and business services, around the budget overview. And I do think it's important to then, I don't know if there's a way to, is it called monetize? To be able to list out kind of that in-kind of leveraging of resources so that frankly, that the 12.8 million may be what we're spending, right, or the funding sources to pay towards that cost. But I want to also be able to demonstrate to the public how much is it really truly cost, the cost that it has to operate these systems, because I really want school districts to be recognized for the kind of scaling and investments of the infrastructure that is really needed, has been needed, and we have been holding. So I'll just conclude my remarks there.
I just wanted to add, I just did some math here. So to answer the question about the masks, just so we get that clear, we'll still get it on the website. We have approximately enough to get us through March now. We need another between 460 and 500, low end 460, high side 500,000 to get us through the end of the year.
That's with one mask a day.
That's if each adult used one mask per day.
And that's not children, but adults.
That's the adults.
Okay,
That's the staff members.
Just to follow up, can you remind me what do we do for students from asking? Do we provide?
We provide surgical masks, and we have a supply of 305,000 currently, at least 305,000.
And do we have any plans to get more high quality masks for students?
Yeah, Cal OSHA actually, we have ordered them. They're sending them, but there's a big caveat that they're not recommended for younger students. So it really is if the student chooses to wear it, but we are working to get those.
And just to add to that, I think what everyone is pushing for is ensuring that people at least have the option. As we heard in one of our public comments, families are fearing the ability to have to pay for it themselves instead of having to pay for food or other costs. And if there's a way that the school district can provide that on a daily basis, it doesn't mean they'll necessarily wear them, but it is an option. Commissioner Alexander.
Thanks. I wanted to follow up on Vice President Lamb's comments around testing, and actually what you just said is where I wanted to start, which is with Maria Nunez's comments about that. And I think, just hearing families talk about this being scared and not being able to get access to tests, and not knowing being able to pay for food or not knowing what to do. That's something I've heard over and over again. And I think I don't want to look backwards. And I appreciate Vice President Lamb's proactive view of this, of looking forward. But I think it's possible there may be another surge. And so I guess I do want to ask, it feels to me like maybe we weren't as prepared as we could have been around the testing piece here. And so I'm just, again, not in a judgmental way, but in terms of thinking about next time, my understanding is that Oakland and some other districts were able to get rapid tests out to their community before winter break, that there were some pilot programs that may have been available. And so I'm just curious, do we have an assessment of what we could have done better to get rapid tests out, and or what is our plan if there's what's after Omicron? Omicron, Zeta, or whatever the future thing that we don't know of is, if another surge hits, which is likely, what's our plan in terms of, because I think the rapid tests are and again, like thinking about modified quarantine that we talked about, the 5 days, the testing, tests to stay. We could have staff, several public commenters mentioned this, if we had enough rapid tests, it would be much easier to have people on campus and feeling safe. And so I just think the more, obviously they're not available right now, but thinking forward,
Sure. May I answer that?
please, thank you.
Yeah, so we applied for the pilot program and we did not get it. We had too high of a request for numbers. This was back in the fall. I can't even remember the dates. It's all in the fall because there were very small numbers. The test kits that were made available went in less than a day. Like it was so quickly how quickly CDPH said, if you want these test kits, sign up. And as soon as by the time I got it and tried to sign up, they were already gone. So the reason we were not able to have test kits was not for lack of trying or lack of planning. They just went immediately. Everything is just going immediately. Second, so there's that. And so what we tried to do that, we were unsuccessful. Maybe next time, maybe I should, I don't know how to have been able to do that faster than I did it. So we also increased all the rapid sites and we are increased them through the year, and we continue to try to look for more rapid tests. I mean, if we can get more tests, we'll hand them out. The self-swabs are actually really good. If we can, when the demand starts going down, we can level back to the 12-hour turnaround. Those are the best for the modified quarantine or the test to stay. That process, we can send them back because students don't leave school. So you get 2 kits, you do it, you come back, you drop it off, a courier picks it up. So we've already been planning to how that would be implemented when we get to the point where we have adequate testing supplies, whether it's a rapid test or the self-swab. So it would probably be a combination to meet the needs as well as we could. And also just, Oakland also actually had more positive cases in their school last week than we did. So they handed all the kits. We don't know if everybody used them. We don't, I think we do have to think I know that it would have been great had we been able to do that. And I wish we had. And also other sites that did that, it also didn't have the impact that there was the hope for it to have.
Thank you. I appreciate that detailed response.
Commissioner Bogus, then Commissioner Sanchez.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm curious to what is kind of our budgetary timeline as far as planning out to continue testing, contract testing, and providing PPE. I think in my mind, I would love to see us with a 3-year plan of how we're going to continue to offer those things. And I know a lot of it is contingent on us getting additional funds from the state and federal government. So I'm just interested if we could just talk a little bit about kind of if there is any kind of long-term plan or commitment that we've kind of identified in our planning to make sure that there is adequate testing, contract tracing, and PPE in future school years.
I'm gonna probably let Chief Wallace talk about that, but we are accessing all the FEMA resources for all of those supplies. So that's an ongoing and something we have been doing for quite some time. So we're trying to access all the FEMA resources. One of the challenges is it's cost reimbursement. So you have to spend the money and then you ask for it to get reimbursed. But I don't know if Chief Wallace is here. She might be able to answer better than I.
Deputy Superintendent.
Hi, sorry, I am here. Just a little slow to get on camera. I'm happy to take a stab at answering that. So I think your question, Commissioner Bogus, is really around the scope of the need and how we position our resources to make sure that we can fund that need. So I like to say to program staff that funding and the need, it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. I can, in my world, we would look for resources to align with the expenditure need. So I think it is important for us as a district to look at that future of testing. Where are we going with COVID? What are other school districts doing? So I think it is a combination of looking at that ongoing demand for providing testing and if it will actually be necessary. But then assuming that it is necessary, my hope would be that there would be at least some level of federal and state resourcing being teed up for school districts out into the future. I would certainly hope that it wouldn't be the expectation of the state that we use our local control funding formula dollars, for example, to provide testing to our students. So I think to that end, we will need to continue to monitor what's going on with FEMA funding, state dollars. So I think it's a bit too early at this point, but I guess I would say that we do have some really good mechanisms in place, and that is that we're talking together as a district between staff who are identifying the need and mapping out that trajectory, and talking with the fiscal folks who will be keeping our eyes out, looking to see what funding sources are coming our way. And then when there are gaps, talking with you all and seeing if we need to seek other types of funding sources to help fill those gaps.
Is there currently an end date for the FEMA money that we're using to support the testing or for reimbursements, or is that pretty much ongoing until someone stops it?
At this point, it goes through the end of April, but even that was actually an extension. The project period had previously ended in December, but because of the trajectory of COVID, that timeline was extended. So I would anticipate if we continue to see trends with COVID, that that FEMA would adapt and would continue on its funding. And at this point, it is 100% reimbursable, as long as you can demonstrate that need and show that you're working within the health and safety guidelines. So I would hope that if we do continue on this trend, that FEMA would extend that project timeline.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions. I'll try to keep them brief. In regards to the slides around ventilation, I was curious if there were air cleaners in small office spaces that hosted students. I didn't see those listed. I know that was something that was brought up previously. And also just kind of curious around the maintenance of the filters. How often are we changing the filters? Is that someone from the central office team that is changing them, or is it someone at the school site? And if we've had any issues with the systems failing, and if we were able to quickly get them fixed or replaced, and just kind of how we're kind of assessing our maintenance and taking care of the devices.
Certainly, Commissioner, happy to respond to those questions. I think the good news is that we have not received reports of failures of the devices or the portable air cleaners. They've been all functioning as intended, which is good to hear. We do hear quite a bit of portable air cleaners going wandering between classrooms and spaces at school districts as people make trades or decide to move units around for convenience or different use patterns that weren't anticipated by us. In terms of maintenance, we have we have an on-call mechanical contractor, or several on-call mechanical contractors who have been helping us with our first round of filter replacements for some of the first filters that were put into place actually both in buildings and PACs, right? There's two set types of filters. And so those earliest spring in-person learning sites, we have retained an on-call mechanical contractor to go through and replace the building filters. And we're also doing the same for PACs that need to have filters replaced. The filter replacement schedules vary by model, but almost all of the PACs, if I'm remembering correctly, require at least some sort of once a year filter change. And it actually was just discussing this with my staff yesterday, now that they've been deployed to the site, and that several of our, we want to get the right procurement mechanism in place so that we can, again, have a stable routine around the replacement of these filters. And so we're preparing both an RFP and an associated budget for their routine replacement.
We do not have sufficient staff within the buildings and grounds team to handle this within our existing SFUSD staff. I'm sorry, I think I got like 3 out of 4. Can you remind me what I'm missing?
Definitely. Thank you so much for that. I was asking additionally about the small office spaces and other places that might potentially have multiple staff or students in them, and whether or not they were able to have air purification as well in the same way classrooms are.
To the extent that principals have identified for us that they have a multi-occupancy space that we did not catch, right? So for example, again, maybe school counselor kind of spaces where you have students coming in routinely over the course of a day. We're relying on sites to let us know which spaces those are. And I actually, off the top of my head, don't have a count of how many of those spaces are still remaining, because as you may remember, in October, the board prioritized bond funding to purchase additional portable air cleaners, but the bond sale that provides the cash to do so has not occurred yet and will probably not be until February. So I can get you an updated statistic around like requested spaces for that were multi-occupancy that we haven't caught. In my conversations with my staff, my understanding is again that the overwhelming majority of those spaces have been covered at this point. What remains outstanding are single offices, single occupancy offices.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question, then I will be very done, and let the rest of my colleagues ask more questions as well. I guess just lifting up a lot of the concerns that have come from students, from the commenters, from labor, around the ability to pause school, go back to distance learning, and just wondering like what are both the legal and like logistical constraints we have. I feel like we've addressed it some, but I just feel based on the level of inquiry there has been around it, I'm just curious if we could kind of address that a little bit in this space and try to respond a little bit to the desire to see something different happen and kind of what our capacity is to do that, separate from our desire.
So the first part of your question was legal constraints?
Yeah, like I know that there's a restriction on us returning to full-scale distance learning, to my knowledge, and I guess I'm just wondering what other legal constraints are there to how we operate to ensure that we receive the proper funding for our school district. Does that make sense? I could rephrase it if so.
Right, so the ability for us to get average daily attendance or paid, right, for student attendance for remote learning, unless it's done through the independent study program, we don't have a means of capturing that ADA, that student attendance. The other impediment, or maybe that's the wrong word, the other necessary step would be a conversation and a memorandum of understanding with our labor partners, because that expired when we returned to in-person learning. So if the district wanted to pursue that, we would need to find a way to capture ADA through independent study, and we would need to negotiate that with our labor partners.
Okay, so then just to kind of recap that, the constraints are a combination of how do we ensure we transition people to the appropriate program from in-person learning, which people are kind of already in and receiving those funds, as well as negotiating new terms with labor partners to ensure that we have the labor agreements worked out to deal with any kind of changes that would kind of come from that.
Exactly, and those are just the legal and labor constraints, and I would defer to Deputy Superintendent Ford Morthell, but I think you would see a significant personnel constraint there because we don't currently have that remote learning staffed to handle, large numbers of students transitioning into remote learning.
Commissioner Bogus, just to clarify, is that like, say, if the school district shifted to virtual like we did in the past? Or is it separate if someone wants the option, they have it?
I think I'm asking about both and just kind of how we're viewing it as a district and kind of our preparedness. Because I think right now there's a desire, I think, for a little bit of everything from folks. And so I think just trying to be really transparent about what we feel that we are able to do kind of at a moment's notice, what we kind of have limits because of how we're funded and what is kind of the legal constraints on kind of how we shift things, just so that can be really clear for ourselves and for the public, and we can adjust, I think, our requests and desires to hopefully accommodate the realities we're into.
She kind of said it all. I would say the only other thing to add is always thinking about the logistics of all the different models, and making sure we have the resources and the infrastructures to make them happen. You hear folks asking for hybrid or concurrent. There's a whole structure and there's things that need to be in the classroom for teachers to be able to facilitate a classroom both virtually and in person. So just things like that we have to work out, and materials and resources to make sure it could happen. And then the question of quality always becomes an issue when you're thinking about an entire district. But otherwise, I would say the things that Danielle said are the bigger ones.
Okay, Commissioner Sanchez and then Commissioner Collins.
All right, thank you, President Lopez. And I kind of want to piggyback on what Commissioner Bogus was bringing up about virtual learning. And I also want to validate, what people are saying from the ground floor at our sites. I mean, people are calling in, whether they're teachers, paras, and others, they're really saying that they're at their breaking point. And I know it firsthand. I teach fourth grade in another district, and I have 5 of my students have COVID, and there are teachers at my site that are at their breaking point. Our principal has spent 3.5 hours today just testing students, and we're a small school. And so, and I know that we have site leaders here that are out sick right now with COVID from our own school sites. And my feeling is that if schools shut down, it'll be because we can't staff them. It'll be a de facto, not a de jure decision. It'll be that we just can't staff the school. And even though we have done a really good job sending our central office staff to sites, I think I really want to commend you, Dr. Matthews, and Deputy Superintendent Ford, Morthello, and others for making that happen. But I don't know if that's sustainable if the rates rise at an exponential rate over the next couple of weeks. So what do we do at that point? Because that is a question that several site leaders have asked me. What is the breaking point, or what is the tipping point, or what is the threshold, and what is the metric that we use to decide if we have to shut down 1 or more sites?
Yeah, so we've been working with our site leaders. I think it's one of the issues. It's not just the number of teachers, but it's also the number of students who are there. And we work directly with them. Lead has been excellent at communicating and contacting them, and then centrally, both Deputy Superintendent Ford Morthello and her executive director, are working directly with them, who are in communication with me. So on a daily basis, we're having conversations, asking those questions. It's a series of questions that we're asking, and it really is about, as you just said, it's a combination of the number of adults on campus versus the number of students. And it really is about safety and keeping our schools safe and our students safe. If we hit that breaking point, what we will do at that point is contact parents to let them know we're going to need, we couldn't safely operate the campus at this time on this date. But it is a constant conversation that we're having with our staff members at the site, our admin site members.
Thank you. And I know that we got the list of sites last Thursday that didn't, with the quote unquote sick out, that added to the numbers of teachers who weren't on site and paras. That Mission High, for example, there were 44 classrooms that were didn't have certificated people at their classrooms. So what do we do in that situation? And what happened there? I mean, did it just become a really big babysitting operation? Like, how is anybody learning? What What happened there?
I can get more information about what was occurring at Mission. I know that was an aberration to all of our other sites, which actually there were classrooms in place in each and every site. So I will get more information about what occurred at Mission. And as I said, the questions that we're asking were around being able to keep students safe and actually educate them. And so I don't know if, you have more information on, okay, so we will follow up on that one and get information.
Thank you.
If I can actually jump in just quickly to highlight that experience, because that one thing that I kept hearing and I keep hearing is this idea that we're in a battle between staying in schools or not. And I really want to emphasize that we are honestly working on all of the options to make sure that we remain afloat. I want to move away from this idea that there's fighting. I know we all want the same things, but the reality is that teachers are drowning. They do need support. And at this rate, we need to do everything possible to ensure we're providing the supplies that will help them feel safe in order to do their work. And as an educator, as someone who also went to a school site because they didn't have enough educators, it's important to note that the learning that's happening right now is not the effective, creative, engaging learning that we had missed during virtual learning that we say we wanted because we were in person. So even though our schools are open and our classrooms are open and we're taking care of it however we can because we're all hands on deck, it's not necessarily saying that there is effective, ongoing, consistent learning. And until we address all of the requests that people are making, everything that our students are pointing out, that will continue. And it's the reason why we're in this battle, or why there's this idea that we need to keep schools open or not. It's because what's happening on the ground right now isn't working. And I have to keep highlighting that for people who are not experiencing what's happening at our schools to recognize, to appreciate the work that is being done, to honor the work that is being done, and also do everything they can so that we can get what's needed to keep people safe, to keep people in their role. Teachers need to be heard. They need to feel like we are appreciating and valuing their work. And I see us all moving and I see us all making these efforts to make that happen. But right now, as it stands, it's not sustainable. And we will continue to lose more and more folks because this work is becoming too exhausting to continue.
May I add to that? Because I think what you're talking about, President Lopez, also relates to this larger question of the budget and sustainability in the long term. And I think this is why I and others of us have been really advocating for not making cuts to schools for next year. Because if we come out of this and then in February, March, we tell school sites, you got to cut 10% of your budget, which was what our balancing plan was doing in December, people are going to quit. I mean, I've talked to so many teachers that are just like already at their breaking point and are saying, I just can't keep doing this. And if we're seeing the effects of understaffing our schools. And I want to thank Dr. Matthews for the work. I think we're getting closer and closer with the governor's budget. We'll get details soon, but I think we're getting closer and closer to a place where we hopefully can avoid cuts to school sites for next year. But regardless, and it's not even, that's going to be really hard because we're going to have to make painful central cuts to do it. So we're underfunded as a system dramatically. And so then when we're underfunded, and we have inadequate staffing across the board, we're trying to do amazing work. We have phenomenal educators at every level of the system. We don't have enough money, and then this crisis hits, and this is what we're dealing with. And I think I just think it's really important for the public to know, as you've been highlighting, that this is what happens when you have a system that's not getting the resources it needs, and then you inject a crisis into it, and it really is a crisis because of that. And it's not because everyone's working incredibly hard. I mean, at every level, from the superintendent to everybody at the sites, but there are just real constraints. I just think we need to be real about that with the public too, that's the situation we're in.
I have a couple more points. I know Commissioner Collins, you were next, and we might wrap this item up by 11, but I can't make any promises. Commissioner Collins.
Thank you. I want to say, I just want to echo the comments of the educators on this board. And I know, I just want to say that, I mean, it was hard enough for me to be a teacher with kids in a school, serving a lot of students with, you know, with needs in our district. And it was not sustainable for me just as a person, like a mom, and then having health issues and having parents, you know, that needed support. And that was 10 years before COVID, right? So that's the normal reality for most educators, and especially educators with families. And so I do want to say that, you know, it was already unsustainable for a lot of educators, and we were already seeing an exodus of people leaving the profession for that reason. And so I just want to just acknowledge that and say thank you to all my kids' teachers and all the educators out there. And I also want to acknowledge staff that are not teachers, support staff, custodial staff, security staff, like all the folks, you know, in student nutrition services who were working all year, like before we even opened schools. And the fact that you guys are really just doing work that you shouldn't be doing. And I know that it has an impact on your families and also on your physical health. And so I want to acknowledge that sacrifice. And I want to tell you how much I deeply appreciate it. And I'm fighting as hard as I can to make sure that we do better for you. On that note, I want to kind of move over to families. And I think this is important to me, that while I want to acknowledge that I'm really deeply appreciative of central office staff and parent volunteers in helping out this past week, volunteering and pitching in isn't a plan, and it isn't enough. And I think what I'm hearing, which is really, really rewarding, is to hear us talking about making plans and sharing those with staff, sharing those with families, and also sharing those with folks who want to help us by in the business community or the state, or working with the mayor to figure out how we can fill gaps. But I want to also be honest and feel like there's sometimes that I'm hearing folks talk about things. And I think what I'm also hearing from the community as well is that there feels like it's a disconnect with reality. And that when I talk to parents or talk to teachers, and then I hear the superintendent or sometimes central office staff talking about what's happening, it's like, I feel like we're not talking about the same thing. And so I do feel like we need to recognize kind of what's going on. And so I want to talk about my experience this past week. We acknowledged testing we did not do as we failed as a district to really, meet the needs of our community. This week, my children utilized one of the take-home tests offered through their school site. I was very excited that this could be a potential option. My kids were tested last Friday, and we have yet to receive results, which means my family's wait is going to be about 60 hours by tomorrow if I get my test results then. And by that time, they'll be no longer useful. And I want to add to that fact that the Department of Public Health has been mentioned. All the city testing sites were down for the last 2 days due to problems with the color labs. And the antigen tests that were sent to the district last Thursday haven't come to my daughter's school. And appointments for private health providers are 3 to 4 days out. And then their results come in 3 days. So my family's story is being replicated over and over throughout the district. And so when I hear like a district communication that I know is meant to be helpful, but it says go online and get tested, or when you tell me how many, or in other families, how many parents how many tests have been distributed, it feels really disrespectful because I know that there are families that are in crisis, and I'm hearing from parents who've waited over 3 hours online 3 hours in line this past weekend, and in some cases are missing school to get their kids tested. And so I need to hear that reality is understood. And if we're on a different page, like we got to get on the same page. And so there has to be a way central office knows what experiences are happening. And I'm feeling like it's even bigger than testing, is like that's a problem. It's just that disconnect. I also want to state that DPH doesn't limit us. And so while I respect the fact that we are not a public health provider, and we do not and should not determine Department of Public Health guidance, we don't have to limit ourselves. And other districts, the facts speak for themselves. Other districts are looking ahead and making choices that are helping their school communities feel safe. And we are not limited by the minimum requirements that the Department of Public Health sets. And so I just want us to be able to have an open conversation about what we want for our teachers and our students and our families. And it's imperative that we listen and we are responsive, because parents and teachers and students are making their own decisions, and they're not coming to school sometimes, even when they're not sick. And so that is also learning loss. And that is students in school anxious, not learning because they're stressed, and teachers having half-filled classrooms, not being able to teach because they don't know how to teach a third of the class that might come in and out like over a week. So I'm asking the superintendent, I'm glad that we're going to see some models for student testing, but I want to be really specific. The easiest way for parents to know where they can get testing is at their school, and they're doing it in LA and in other districts. And I've asked specifically from the superintendent for a model for how other districts are doing weekly student testing at school sites. And I think our district has been building this, and I'm hopeful that when Color gets things together, if a school site has a Friday pickup day or a Tuesday pickup day, parents can pick up their weekly, they can do weekly testing via Color and get, when the turnaround gets faster, and they can get it through their school sites. And that currently is not happening. And I don't know, Superintendent Matthews, this is a question I have for you. When we spoke this week, you said it was available. I told other parents about it, and they were confused like I was. And we went online, and it says there's a page on the website, and anyone can go there. It says surveillance testing. And it says very clearly that surveillance testing is a way for us to keep our communities safe, which is what my family wants to do and many families want to do. And when we have kids coming up with asymptomatic test results, it worries us that we're going to get our families sick, or we're going to get our teachers sick or our friends sick. So we need to have this surveillance testing. And very clearly on the website, it states in bold letters, it's only available for students who are symptomatic or close contacts. That's the way you get it distributed. And I had one parent call their principal, and the principal said, no, we don't have tests available for kids to take home. So I don't know if that's true or not now. Is it true that parents could ask for this weekly testing through their schools? And if not, I want to know, why can't we have that? Because what I just heard is that we've got FEMA funding, and the FEMA funding reimburses up to 100%. So if we already have an infrastructure that is easy for parents, I can go to my kid's school every week like I normally do. If I know what the pickup day is, and we have infrastructure to pick it up, parents want to help, they can support and make sure, just like Wednesday folders, tests get distributed and they get picked up back, or whatever needs to happen. But parents that want it and students that want it can get their kids tested every week, and school communities can kind of band around that and say, let's get all of our kids tested weekly, so that we can, not only am I making sure my kids are safe, but like I want other kids to get tested too. So I feel safe with my kids going to school with them, right? So if we all help each other, we can make sure that our schools are testing more regularly. And then that is surveillance testing. I am not aware currently of surveillance testing, which means we all get tested like on a regular basis.
Can we have Superintendent Matthews respond?
Yeah, I would really appreciate that. And then I have a specific question around the FEMA. Thank you.
Yes, so as we discussed this week, yes, at school sites, students can get tested weekly. This is at every school in the district.
So can I ask, wait, so why is it
So
that?
you're gonna, either I'm gonna finish or I'll
Okay.
just let you get all of your questions out. You tell me what you want to do, because I'm not gonna start talking and then have you cut me off.
I'm sorry, when you say they can, and I know a parent who couldn't, and like that's confusing to me. So that's the disconnect I talked about in the beginning. When you say they can and a parent couldn't, like that doesn't make sense to me. So that's what I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm like, so what, it's multiple parents told me they were confused when I told them that was possible and nobody had ever heard of it. And it doesn't say that on the website. So I'm meaning honestly, I'm just really confused.
Testing is available at every school. Parents just have to pick up the color kit. They do the testing and then they drop off the kit. So when I say can, I mean it's available for every parent as well as every staff member.
So may I ask why on the website under surveillance testing does it say that tests are distributed to students that are close contact and asymptomatic? In bold letters, it makes it look like they're not available for you. And I'm telling you, parents told me this, so I didn't like look for this until it was 3 different parents told me that they were thinking that they were not allowed to get them.
Chief Lousmith, go ahead.
Sure, yes, and I think what you're pointing out, Commissioner Collins, is how when things change and pivot, how sometimes we don't catch all of the places where information is confusing. So we have now, going into the winter break, we knew that there was going to be a high demand of testing. We ordered kits for everybody. We had 46,000 test kits arrive last week. We've got about 50 to 60,000 arriving this week, and we are communicating this out. So I think that is the confusion, and I agree with you that there's always a lag time between what we've had planned and the communication and then everybody actually getting the information in their hands. So it is available. We are
Wait, I'm sorry. So just really quickly, so it's in process, the communication, or did the communication already go out?
The communication has gone out, but the website right now has not been updated, that particular page that
So
you
I guess I want to give you feedback. I didn't get that communication, and the parents I spoke to didn't get that communication. So if you've already sent it out, we didn't get that, and we're all people who've been running around the city trying to find it. And it was very easy for me, like when I talked to the school clerk, she was like, oh yeah, you can get one. I was like, great. But then another parent said that their principal was not aware of this policy.
Sure. And I'm going to say again, because we are in such a moment where everybody is testing, the results are not going to come as fast as people want them to.
Right.
Just like what you just said you're experiencing.
But I mean,
if you'd done that in December, you probably would have got the results in 12 hours.
Right. So
now it's a whole different story. Just
so
going to
we
be
get
honest.
the antigen test this week from the state, then we're covered right now. And my goal is next week, my kids can on a regular cadence, they can know what the pickup day is. And every parent can know what their pickup day is at every school. And then they can know that they can test their kid, drop it off before 10 at their school site on the day that they pick it up, and they can get it, they can get like a result every week. So that is the plan I just wanted
goal. And the goal also, which we are also working on communication, is to really encourage people to put their health information in it, because we have such a low rate of people adding health insurance information that we are paying millions of dollars more than we need to for testing. So that's also a plan we have in place to change language and encourage people and all of that.
So I appreciate that. And I think that's a place where parent involvement could really, really support at a school site level. They can help also coach other parents on how to fill out the stuff online. And I think middle and high school students, a lot of them can do a lot of that on their own. So I think that's where the parent community can really help. And I'd like to work with you on that. And I guess my other question is, I wrote in a resolution, this is something parents have been wanting. President Lopez and I wrote this in the resolution that we wanted weekly testing at sites. And I'm glad that you have found a way to make this possible. And I'm just wondering why you didn't tell me about it because, I mean, it just
So
feels,
I would say that in the November board meeting, because we launched this in November and I can go back, I did present it that November 15th, the week of November 15th, we were launching. And we had limited supply, so we were ramping up. But at that time, certainly, sure, could I have done better? 100%. Always can do better. Always have hindsight, and I'm like, whoa, I wish I had thought of that. And even my best plans are always going to have failure in them. I'm just going to be honest with you.
No, I
But I
appreciate that,
continue to
but-
plan and try to get better each time. So I appreciate your comments.
as a board, we want to help communicate because we get a lot of requests from families and we want to have accurate information. And also, I think there's a lot of families, and then this is where PTA, whatever. And I also want to recognize too, that when health guidance changes I think it was, when did it change before schools opened? When did the health guidance change?
January 1st.
So you had how many? You had like 3 days
I
to
had
review.
I had 48 hours and I ran a test site on
Right.
the Sunday, the
And so-
January 2nd. So
I do want to recognize that not only are you having to go through the guidance, interpret for what it means, and then we have to translate it
took us 3 days to translate.
to multiple languages and then put it into emails, put it on websites, and then make sure that all of that stuff is consistent, right? Because it could be different. And I know it's hard sometimes to check, like, did we check every place that we put that information? So I want to say thank you for that. And I do really appreciate, as a parent, those weekly reminders. We're doing a really good job with that. And so I just want to say thank you. And so I guess my final question, I want to say thank you, deeply thank you for getting us the weekly testing. And I want to thank everyone who's done that. That's like the number one thing. If parents can get weekly testing from their school site, and I'm happy to help in any way, I'm deeply grateful. And I know there's a lot of families that have told me that if they knew that was in place, they will feel more comfortable coming to school. So I'm hoping that as we get this in place, we can have more families, return. And then additionally,
I do want to make sure we wrap up after this. I know it's now 11 and we have several items. I also do want to convey that this will be an item at our upcoming committee of the whole next Tuesday. So it's got to be something that we continue to discuss in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for all of your work and your patience tonight, especially. Thank you to our student delegates. I know it is time for you to step off and hopefully get a good night's rest.
And a speedy recovery.
Yes.
You have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
Good night.
Okay, before I continue, reminding the public, we switched around the agenda and we're on section C. I just, again, am noting the time and want to put up a vote. Let me make sure everyone's here. A vote to continue the meeting. I just need a second.
Second.
Okay. Could we do a roll call vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander? Commissioner Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb? Commissioner Malika?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner, President Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that's 5 ayes. Did Malika say yes? Right? Okay.
I said no.
He said no. That's 4 ayes, though?
How many? Can I change my vote?
You are. We needed 4. 4? We're good?
Yes.
Okay, okay. We're almost there. Section C, public comment on non-agenda items. Item 1, protocol for public comment. Please note that public comment is an opportunity for the board to hear from the community on matters within the board's jurisdiction. We ask that you refrain from using employee and student names. If you have a complaint about a district employee, you may submit it to the employee supervisor in accordance with district policy. As a reminder, board rules and California law do not allow us to respond to comments or attempt to answer questions during the public comment time. If appropriate, the superintendent will ask that staff follow up with speakers. Our first part of the non-agenda items, public comment, is dedicated to our students. I'd like to see if there are any students who are able to give public comment during this time.
Thank you, President Lopez. If you are a student and would like to speak on this evening, please raise your hand right now. Could that be repeated in Chinese and Spanish? Students can speak to whatever they'd like. Yeah. So, yes, Chinese and Spanish, please.
Por favor, levante su mano si quiere añadir un comentario público. Esta sección es específicamente para los estudiantes. Repito, esta sección es específicamente para los estudiantes en comentario público. Gracias.
如果你係學生嘅話，呢個係學生公眾發言嘅時間。如果你係學生嘅話咧，你係可以用發表公眾發言任何題目嘅。咁呢個係學生嘅時間。請舉手嘅。Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing two hands. I know one is an adult, though. Hello, Cal.
Hello, yes. So quickly, I just wanted to say thank you to the board for acknowledging the SAC letter. We worked really hard on trying to write it quickly and getting student opinion. As an author, when we were writing it, we did consider that it might put extra burden on teachers. And so we have decided that we're going to reach out to UASF, but I do want to note that our demands were supported by UASF via Instagram. And obviously not all teachers are part of the union, but it's just something to show that there is teacher support for our demands. I also wanted to talk about the conditions within our school. Students from multiple schools have reported going up to a week without soaps in bathrooms. And I know that I also remember mentioning this almost a year ago at board meetings, that this has been a consistent issue since I was a freshman at Lowell. I'm now a junior and other district schools. So it's kind of hard to be COVID safe when we don't even have the necessary hygiene products available to keep ourselves COVID free, and also hand sanitizer dispensers being out of hand sanitizer in the halls and stuff like that. So I really want to make sure that you guys are encouraging school sites to stay up to date with hygiene products as well.
Thank you. I'm just going to check Gregory.
Hello, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. This is Iris using Gregory's computer. We share.
Okay.
I would like. I am not a student.
You're not a student. Okay, I was just checking. Yeah, so this is not time for. This is only student comment. So you can lower your hand and raise it in a few moments. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. That concludes the student section of public comment.
Thank you. And yes, just to clarify, the student section is open for any item on the agenda. We are not going to general public comment time for all non-agenda items. So anything we have not and will not hear at tonight's meeting.
Yes, thank you. Again, to reiterate, please raise your hand if you care to speak to any item that we have not discussed or is not on the agenda this evening. Can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches. Levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Les recuerdo que estos comentarios son únicamente cosas que no estén en la agenda. Por favor, gracias.
好，而家呢個係公眾發言時間係，如果唔喺議程上嘅題目係唔喺議程上嘅題目嘅，如果你想對於唔喺議程上嘅題目發表意見嘅話，請而家舉手。Thank you.
Thank you. President Lopez, I'm seeing 6 hands so far.
We'll do a minute each, no more than 10 minutes.
Thank you. Can you keep track of the 10 minutes? Hello, Chris.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Chris Klaus, a SPED teacher at Washington High School, and I really hope I'm not just shouting into a void tonight. When will SFUSD approach bargaining with its labor partners around health and safety at our sites seriously? This needed to be done last week, not pushed off. The needs of your labor force have been clear for quite a while. We need a minimum of 10 COVID sick days to safely quarantine and test when we show symptoms. A reliable, constantly refilled stock of N95 or similar masks at sites for students and staff, and reliable testing for everybody at all sites. My site has never had a test supply designated for students, and there has been no surveillance testing. Until recently, it's been nearly impossible to get to outside of school hours testing. When will my shared office receive an air purifier? I have been asking about that since before October. We have 6 adults all meeting frequently with various students with IEPs and student TAs in there. We needed a district air purifier in that space last semester. Where is it? The fact that I'm still asking that question and these basic needs have not been met makes me wonder if I've only ever been shouting into the void.
Thank you, Chris. Somebody, okay. Hello, is this Ava?
Hi, first
Hi.
I'm exhausted, but
Me too.
I wanted to thank everybody for staying this late. I wanted to bring up something I haven't brought up in a long time because there's so much going on. And that is if we could please have an agenda item or more information on the Ed Recovery or Learning Recovery Program. There is so much I need to know as a parent and other parents need to know in that area. And I recognize that there's so much going on and there is a crisis, but please don't forget about that. And also, as you move forward in this conversation in general, please don't forget about SPED students in general. It's complicated in both scenarios, and it's just been a really rough ride. And I'm speaking as a parent now and on behalf of my son, but that does not mean I don't recognize what's going on with our educators. My heart is just broken. So, and thank you so much for your commitment, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, Gregory, or whomever is on Gregory's account at this moment.
It's Iris Weiss speaking.
Thank you.
Hello, I am a special ed teacher at Belleville High School. I'm also a parent of a second grader. First of all, I'd like to say that having student comment for student general comment at 11:07 p.m. is unacceptable. I'd also like to say that rolling out a new payroll and timesheet system during last week and this week, the new Empower system, is also unacceptable. No one knows how to use it, and we haven't been trained to use it. And this has been the most challenging week and a half of my teaching career, and I've been teaching for almost 20 years. So to put a new system in place like that at this time makes absolutely no sense. That is pretty much it. I also would like to just say that the experience that Collins was speaking about has happened in our classroom, and it is made a snowball effect. So we had a positive case last week, and so we all tested on Friday, and no one has gotten their results back. I know that's a color issue,
Thank you.
not error issue, but it's made it so there's another positive case today that would have been prevented if we would have had those
Thank
results.
you.
Thank you.
Hello, Supriya.
Taking my call. I wanted to mention a few different things. I want to echo what the prior caller said about student and general public comment starting after 11 p.m. being completely inappropriate and unacceptable. Whatever students may have wanted to speak probably went to sleep long ago, and many parents have gone off as well. Second, I wanted to comment on the fact that in general, the most important item on this agenda, H1, was not prioritized. This has been a pattern, and there are periods when this was prioritized, but we need to be getting to this much earlier so more people can be involved. Third, I wanted to comment on subs and staff shortages. I actually know somebody who applied for 2 positions 3 weeks ago and is eminently qualified for those positions, and nobody has ever even contacted her from SFUSD. When the district is suffering so severely from shortages, it is beyond me that it is not contacting people to bring them into the classroom, people who want to be there and are trying to come in to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Donnie.
Thank you. I want to speak. My name's Donnie L. Young. I want to speak about Empower SF tonight. I've opened up my paycheck stub today, and tomorrow morning I'm going to get deposited 1/4 of what my normal paycheck would be, 1/4. And I'm also missing 60 plus hours of sick time and 90 hours plus of vacation time. And plus my 2 pay periods, I haven't gotten any increases of those leaves. This Empower SF is unacceptable. I need my money. This is crazy. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Sharon, or Sharon. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing.
Yes. Thank you for all the effort to prevent the spread of COVID-19. But I'm going to say that the hybrid learning is what we're gonna need to really protect the students and the teachers. Please do revert to hybrid learning, that we need to have the student to learn and the teacher to teach.
I'm sorry, we are not speaking on hybrid learning or anything that we discussed earlier in the evening.
Okay.
During this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on this item, or general public comment, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to section E, consent calendar. I need a motion and a second on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Can we check if there's any public comment on consent items?
Yes, please raise your hand if you care to speak to any of the items on the consent calendar this evening, and can that be repeated in Chinese and Spanish?
Buenas noches, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público.
如果你想對同意議前發表意見嘅話，請而家舉手。Thank you。
Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. Any items withdrawn or corrected by the superintendent?
No.
Any items removed for first reading by the board? Seeing none, let me just double check virtually. Okay. Any items severed by the board or superintendent for discussion and vote tonight? Seeing none. Roll call vote on consent calendar.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Maliga,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
and Commissioner President Lopez.
Yes. Okay, section F, discussion and vote on consent calendar resolution severed for separate consideration. There are none tonight. Section G, special order of business, the item we hear from every month. 219-28 resolution finding that as a result of the state of emergency declared by California Governor Gavin Newsom on March 4th, 2020, it is necessary to continue to conduct virtual meetings to avoid imminent risk to the health and safety of attendees. Can I get a motion and a second on special order 3?
Motion. Second. Or motion. Make a motion.
Sorry, you moved it, Commissioner Collins? And,
Yeah, sorry.
and then Sanchez, second. Thank you. Legal counsel, how can you share more about this item?
Sure, this same item, you've seen there is a slight change in light of the recent surge. The governor executed a new executive order on January 5th to extend the time by which electronic meetings can happen. The previous deadline used to be the end of January this year, and it is now March 31st of this year. So provided the board continues to pass a resolution every 30 days, you may continue to meet in this format through March 31st, 2022.
Just to clarify though, if we choose to switch the format, we have the ability to.
So yes, this resolution just gives you the ability to have a virtual meeting. It doesn't require you to. So even if you adopt the resolution, you may choose to have an in-person meeting.
Thank you. Let's check for public comment on this item.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the resolution to extend virtual, to have the option of virtual meetings for the next 30 days. Can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias. Con términos de esta resolución. Gracias.
如果你想對呢個特別議程延長虛擬會議嘅題目發表意見嘅話，請而家舉手。Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing two hands, President Lopez. Hello, Chris.
Hi, I'm really glad that my previous comment was apparently really, really funny. I didn't think that it was, but I've been known to be hilarious. I think that it would be great for you to continue virtual options for the meeting, but I'd love to be back in person so that when I make comment in the future, I guess that I can be laughed at by the board for expressing my concerns in person. Thanks.
Hello, Alita.
Hi, everyone. I think that as we found with the CAC, having a virtual option provides a lot more opportunities for community members to participate. So I appreciate all that you are doing to help engage families and other community members through the pandemic. I would respectfully request, though, that as these meetings move forward, we're careful about who's pinned. And I think that it would be really helpful for community members to be able to see speakers, to be able to see the commissioners. For me, that's part of the engagement process. And I think that hopefully, to assume best intentions, our previous commenter, teacher Klaus, I'm hoping that maybe there was something else going on in the room that we all couldn't see because of the way that the speakers were pinned, and that she wasn't actually being laughed at. But I think there have been some confusing moments like that tonight where commenters may not have felt heard or valued for exactly what she expressed because of what we're seeing on this end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
There's one more.
Are they going to show?
Yeah. Hello, Susie.
Hi, everybody. I was thinking about an idea. If you were all to use your computer, that way the ones who are on Zoom and the ones who are in the 555 Franklin, then we could maybe all just see you. Do you know what I mean? I guess you can't answer me, but I can understand what the speakers are saying about it's really hard for the people who are in the audience to kind of see you all. And I think if you all had your computer and you all entered Zoom, it might help. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Judson Steele. I'm the executive assistant to the board and the one who is facilitating the Zoom in this meeting. I think there's a very complicated setup we have in this room in order to have this hybrid setup. And it's a combination of the SF TV and our Zoom unit. So I think, first of all, everyone can't have their computer. Second of all, we are doing our absolute best to provide the best experience for you with the tools that we have. But by no means are we not trying to let people be spotlighted. It just is a complicated technical setup that we just designed for this purpose, and we're doing our best, and we'll continue to improve it as we can. Thank you.
You sure are doing your best. I know that. I just was thinking it might work with the people in there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's no more. That's the final one.
Oh, sorry, I thought I saw.
Yeah, sorry. I looked, but it was the same one.
I see. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Before I begin, I do want to just express many apologies for any public members who thought there was an instance where we were responding negatively to a comment. That's not the case. And in fact, that's why we're having this discussion, to hopefully limit interactions like that happen in person on the board, that are simultaneously happening. But I do apologize if that was the experience. We don't want to have you have that feeling. So let's begin our discussion with the board and any staff who can support that around the item that we are on. Commissioner Bogus.
Yeah, thank you. I plan to vote no on the resolution. I do feel like it is better for us as a board to have the ability to have public in some fashion be a part of the meetings, even if it is in a limited capacity due to COVID guidelines. I feel like it would put us in a better place of transparency and being open. Also just want to just understand the frustration that folks have with the different views that you get from the different camera angles. And I want to say that at least 5 of us right now are on video. I don't know if that is helpful for people, but it is a fact. And so I really hope that we can both figure out how to keep people safe and return to in-person meetings, and just really figure out how we can be creative in our attempt to do so, and really ensure that people feel seen and heard as we go through this process. Thank you.
I also wanted to share, I understand the accessibility piece in helping folks reach us virtually, but I'm also recognizing, after more than a year of this, the fact that we go late into the night, and the reason because that tends to happen is the amount of public comment that we hear, and the amount of discussion that tends to go longer in many cases. It might be helpful for folks to be here in person to recognize a lot of what we're trying to convey, to get to the point quicker. That way we don't have these late night meetings. We don't have items coming up at an hour that isn't, that's also inaccessible for the public. And the switch to in-person will match what's happening at our school sites. So I do want to support the option to do that. And I look forward to hearing from staff what is within our capacity in order to be able to bring people back into the building. Whoever can.
Ms. Hogendijk, can you fill us in on the information that you have?
Yes, good evening, commissioners. We've got some information, but it's definitely incomplete. What we can tell you at this point is that the facilities and space assessment has been completed for 555. As you are likely aware, our facilities department assessed each of our multi-occupant spaces. to ensure that they had one of the following ventilation strategies, either operable windows, mechanical ventilation in good working condition, or portable air cleaners. And in the case of the boardroom, we have mechanical ventilation and portable air cleaners. We also know that the maximum occupancy of the boardroom is 136 persons. So in assessing that, some social distancing considerations might need to be made for seating members of the public. Where we don't have complete answers yet is around the technology and logistics. There are two options that we're exploring at this point. We can determine if SFGov can support us with the additional meetings. Right now, they can support us with the regular board meetings so that we can use their capacity to both project live from the boardroom and cover the Zoom capacity. But we also need to complete a technology assessment to determine how we could do that without SFGov TV, and that part has not yet been done. In the context of other considerations, in terms of thinking about bringing people into a room where there is maximum capacity and acknowledging past board meetings in person where we were often including members of the public when all the seats were not available. We would need to consider a process for assigning those in-person seats so that we could be sure not to exceed capacity. We might also need to consider additional costs for security to help manage the entry and exit. And we also might want to consider adjusting the maximum occupancy rate depending on the social distancing we wanted to apply there. So that's where we are right now with that assessment.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Any other comments from commissioners? Seeing none, roll call vote on this item.
Commissioner Alexander?
No.
Commissioner Bogus?
No.
Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
Vice President Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Maliga?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
And President Lopez?
No.
So that's 4 ayes.
Great. So, Section H, we have already heard. Section I and J, there are none tonight. Section K, board members' reports. We'll be hearing from 3 committees that have met since our last meeting, beginning with the Buildings, Grounds, and Services Committee.
That would be me. So we met last December 2021, and we discussed 2 items. First item was around the updates around Mission Bay in terms of CEQA and other pertinent deadlines that are coming up, which Chief Kamala Nathan is going to be checking in with commissioners about. Sorry, trying to get over this thing over here, fumbling on my words. But Chief Kamala Nathan is going to be reaching out to commissioners in terms of the updates around the progress for Mission Bay. And then the second item we discussed was the bond funds that were repurposed and the usage in terms of one of us, the horsemen, outdoor learning, and the other items that were part of the $100 million repurpose. And so what we decided to do was we're going to agendize that item on a monthly basis so that we can keep track of the progress of the funds that were repurposed. And so we're going to continue that into our next Buildings and Grounds meeting.
Great, thank you. Now we'll hear from the Budget and Business Services Committee.
Thank you. The Budget and Business Services met on January 5th of 2022. We had 3 informational items, particularly 2 around the Public Education Enrichment Fund Performance Evaluation Report, and second, the Arts and Creativity 2025 SFUSD's Art Equity Plan and Updated Fiscal Impact Analysis of Resolution number 195-28A1. We had really great discussion and deep dives into both the PEEF evaluation report, reviewed the detailed evaluation that staff has put forward, and really wanted to acknowledge and recognize the PEEF CAC and co-chairs and staff that did their presentation in the importance around how do we as a board really continue to support the work of PEEF CAC, and what PEEF CAC has really been looking at is wanting to look understanding more of a one district, one budget, having that broader view of the work that, the programs that are funded through PEEF and the impact analysis of serving directly students. And I think overall, and also the importance of following through around timely transparency as recommended through the audit. So those were the overall acknowledgements there from the PEEF evaluation presentation. And then second was around the Arts Equity Plan. We did a deep dive around the fiscal analysis as well. And so the recommendations moving forward, it was an informational item, is for the board to adopt the Arts Equity Plan as proposed. There are still some questions around the ability to fully fund the resolution around the Arts Equity Plan, particularly around staffing and the commitments there. And so I think that was the work that staff is committed to once the budget was released at the state level, and it will go through the budgeting process through the cycle to really look at the different levels of potential funding around the to fund that arts resolution number 195-28A1. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, we'll hear from Curriculum and Program, which took place yesterday and feels like a really long time ago.
It does feel like a really long time ago. Thank you for that. Yesterday, we had 3 items that came before the committee, 1 action and 2 informational items. The action item was resolution number 211012A1. Reading is critical to lifelong success. And that left the committee with a positive recommendation with amendments to be made by authors and district staff, and then to come before the budget committee for a final analysis. We also got an informational update on the Mission Bay Hub, the overview of the Mission Bay Hub, as well as an update from the assessment committee, which I believe we're going to have come back to the committee next month and provide a more detailed explanation of the presentation and the work that they've been engaged with. And that is the report back. Thank you.
Great. Moving on to report from board delegates to membership organizations CSBA and CGCS. Seeing none tonight. All other reports by board members. Seeing none tonight. Calendar of committee meetings. Between now and our next regular board meeting, we will have a committee of the whole next Tuesday, January 18th at 5 p.m. Section L, memorial adjournment. At this, one moment. Superintendent Matthews.
So tonight's memorial adjournment is for Colonel George Ishikaga. He was a Civil Air Patrol's Pacific Region Commander, San Francisco Veteran Affairs Commissioner, Executive Council Member at the Japanese American Veterans Association, and San Francisco's Director of JROTC Instruction, died unexpectedly December 30th. He was 59. Colonel Ishikata is a native San Franciscan and a graduate of Lowell High School's class of 1979. He graduated from San Francisco State University with a degree in speech communication and rhetoric. He received his master's degree from the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College in Military Security Policy and Strategy. His Civil Air Patrol career began in 1977 when he served as a cadet before embarking on a career in the U.S. Army. Over the ensuing 43 years, he served at multiple levels of the Civil Air Patrol, helping lead the California Wings San Francisco Cadet Squadron 86, one of the California Wings' most successful squadrons, and also at the wing and region levels. He was National Cadet Program Staff Coordinator from September 2017 until his tenure as Region Commander began. He also served with the Civil Air Patrol's National Cadet Officer School and with the International Air Cadet Exchange. Colonel Ishikata retired from the Army as a colonel after 30 years of active service. He served as the Army's military intelligence officer, holding sensitive intelligence positions at the highest levels in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Kosovo. Upon retirement from active duty, Colonel Ishikata assumed duties as the JROTC teacher at Lincoln High School, where he taught, coached, and mentored thousands of students, helping them to become better citizens. He received 2 Defense Superior Service Medals from the Army, the Legion of Merit Award, and a Bronze Star Medal, as well as 5 Meritorious Service Medals. Other military honors include the Federal Asian Pacific American Council Meritorious Service Award, which he received in 2006. His Civil Air Patrol awards include 5 Exceptional Service Awards, 2 Meritorious Service Awards, and 5 Commander's Commendation Awards. To laugh often and much, to win the respect of the intelligent people and the affection of children, to earn the appreciation of honest critics, and endure the betrayal of false friends, to appreciate beauty, to find the beauty in others, to leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition, to know that one's life has breathed easier because you live there. This is to have succeeded. Ralph Waldo Emerson. By any measure, George Ishikata exponentially embodied Emerson's narrative of a life well lived.
Thank you for sharing that touching memorial. At this time, before the board goes into closed session, we will take public comment for those who wish to speak to closed session items. There will be a total of 5 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you care to speak to any items on the closed session agenda. Can that be repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público con relación a la agenda cerrada. Gracias. A puertas cerradas. Gracias.
如果你想就閉門會議嘅項目咧係表達公眾發言的話咧，而家可以舉手啦，總共係有全部係有5分鐘時間嘅。
Thank you. And we do have one hand up. All right. Hello, Selena.
Hi, sorry, am I on mute? Hi.
You are not. No.
Oh, no.
No, you can go ahead. Did you care to speak to the closed session item?
Oh, I think, I don't know if I missed it or not. I hear a conversation regarding the in-person meeting. I just want to speak out
Yeah,
regarding.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this
Okay.
time is only for items on the closed session agenda.
Okay, I apologize for that. I probably
problem.
missed it. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay. Going to section M, closed session. The board will now go into closed session. Thus, I call a recess of the regular meeting.
Recording stopped.
And then make sure that we're on mute and video's off, but it never is on. But that's 100% important because otherwise everything's broadcasting out into the right. And then so now we
Do we have to get on Google?
Yeah.
Your microphone is still hot.
Commissioner Collins, your camera and mic are still on.